No Sol, thank you so much for the hydrate. That's actually fitting. The song had a water droplet sound. How's everybody doing? Is this copyright free? Maybe I should put something Christmassy on. Copyright free Christmas. Christams. Christams. Copyright free Christams. It's too lame though. Copyright free Christmas lo-fi? Is this copyright free? This is so sleepy. Elf pack in the house. North Pole Crips up in this igloo. South Pole, the best pole. All poles are good poles. All poles. That's funny. All right, maybe. This is it. This is the one. All right, so we have lots to get to today, but not enough time, okay? Dinner. I technically need to edit a video. It took me so long yesterday, but this one shouldn't take me as long. I forgot I had this, what do you call it, filter on. Is Baby It's Cold Outside still canceled? Was that canceled? Everything is canceled all the time. Can't say anything these days. Well, we'll see about that. I mean, listen, some things you shouldn't say, obviously, but... Oh. Yo, Marks. Marks, what's up? I'm just gonna call you Marks. Today you heard a politician acknowledge that inflation is high, but he also tried to defend it by saying that wages have also been going up. Wages haven't really been going up. Maybe in the States, but in Canada, like, not really. If anything, wages are down because of we have like foreign workers, and pretty sure they don't make that much. And they also have to pay to get their jobs, like not all of them I believe, but like any through a certain program that is basically a scam that the government is pulling. One of many scams. Let's see. Let's see.
The whole freaking world is watching Canada implode, politically speaking. It has been a rough, I don't even want to say past couple of days or week or month. It's just been a rough political season ever since they came back from summer break in September. At the end of September, this past 2.5 months or however long it's been has been an absolute nightmare. Every single thing, every single word, every action, every freaking day, there's a new scandal, there's a new breaking news, there's a breaking news on top of the breaking news, and then there's more breaking news. And so here we are, done with the political season, well, at least the parliamentary political season of 2024, and we're left in pieces. And so what are we left in pieces with? Well, Justin Trudeau has shattered Parliament. He shattered our political system, so much so that people around the world are laughing and ridiculing Canada.
What's going on? Is that what that means? WSG. You've seen Marks around. Well, in U.S. wages were growing faster than prices for about a year now.
Government the way that she did. In fact,
but you did not hear
calls her toxic,
during the campaign at all, only today.
Calls Freeland toxic, and then proceeds to make fun of everybody.
What's your personal experience
in Canada, other than the Canadian people, of course? And then he's stuck there licking
Any
his
guess
lips
who may have said that?
Canada as a 51st state. Oh my goodness! And our dollar keeps getting worse and worse by the day. What the hell's going on? What the hell's going on? Oh my God! This isn't Merry Christmas. This is a SOS. Please. Come and save us. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video, everybody. Before we get into it, I do want to encourage you all to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet already. It does really help grow the channel. We're going to be taking a look at a couple different things. We have a not so familiar face anymore. Peter MacKay sits down on CTV and talks about the fact that it's probably for the best for Justin Trudeau to step aside. Like, nobody seems to think that Trudeau is going to go the distance to the next election in October of 2025. So we're going to start off with that, and then we're going to take a look at a couple different pieces that are focusing on Trump and what he has to say about Canada, specifically about Chrystia Freeland and Justin Trudeau. Without further ado, let's get right into it.
What is next for Justin Trudeau? Peter MacKay is standing by. He is a former Justice, Foreign Affairs, National Defense Minister, serving in many portfolios.
That's what I wanted to show you guys yesterday, but I didn't have my microphone on.
Coverage here today. I mean,
Mr. Speaker.
Here, your thoughts
Chrystia
on what's
Freeland
going through Justin Trudeau's mind on this Tuesday?
No longer finance
all
minister.
All of the commentary denotes this feeling of uncertainty and certainly unpredictability coming from the United States of America. I mean, the pressure has to be just, crushing for Mr. Trudeau to lose his finance minister, to have his own party really in disarray. The opposition party are doing what opposition parties should do, and that's calling the government out and calling for accountability. The problem, of course, is
Did California
this
take in
really
Canada?
couldn't come at a worse time. We have a lot of really difficult financial headwinds in the country. We know that the possibility of tariffs looms large
Could Biden
after
say
the
that?
inauguration. And so all of these calls for Mr. Trudeau to step aside, many will be watching the weather to see if there's any snow in the forecast for him to walk in.
I'm also curious, and I appreciate the reference, of course, to his father and what happened back in 1984.
Walking in a winter wonderland. Why are two adults doing things in a sleigh? Is that what they're doing?
The government being weak, Trudeau
what are
being
they
pathetic,
doing when
Canada
they
being
conspire by a fire? You got questions.
Looking at all of this with glee. Do you agree with some of that language?
I have food.
Well,
but
it is
I need
very strong
video,
language. There's no question. And certainly the difficulty for our country reputationally, and at a time when the incoming administration in the United States has already indicated quite clearly they expect more from Canada. Well, to get more, you need to be able to perform and to pass legislation and to be able to make big decisions around our border, our security, the Arctic, trying to right the ship financially, which is presumably what the fall economic statement, now kind of bleeding into a winter economic statement, was supposed to do. We blew through the guardrails of deficit spending. All of this looks it really does look chaotic and to some degree weak for a country that, is a G7 country, is a NATO member country, is a country that many used to aspire to be like. nobody is going to want to emulate Canada in its current state.
I'm curious as well if you can give us any kind of insights as to, the sort of advice that Trudeau may or may not be getting. We would imagine he's got top advisors who are perhaps saying, look, this is all going to blow over. Let's not get caught in the reeds. Let's focus on, trying to get through this. Today's the last day of the House of Commons. Then the House rises until, later on in January.
27th.
Whether they are kind of living in a delusional bubble, they're telling him what he might want to hear.
Means what's
is he not
good?
able to kind of read what's
it
going
means
on,
what's
read the
going
room,
on,
so to speak. Like,
what's good? Okay, it was a bit of a comedic shocker for you personally.
Well, Todd,
who said it?
the way
Who
you
said it? So
described
who said it?
Is quite apt. I think he is
You said it on stream
people
earlier?
who have lived for far too long inside the Beltway
Had a debate today, and the guy gave up again. There
so to speak,
is
of
just
what average
no
Canadians
defense.
think and feel about the Prime Minister. And he is very determined. He has sort of weathered lots of weather references here, but he has come through these sort of challenges.
Marxism is theft.
The loss of Chrystia Freeland, though,
we agree with you,
is
Marx. We agree with you on that subject.
Here. When John Turner,
I'm pretty sure I agree with you on that subject.
50 years ago, that had a similar ripple effect across the country. And sort of brought about that same sense of uncertainty for the government of the day.
We also need to determine how much
in Canada right now need a government. We need somebody
in Canada,
who is,
unemployment has gone up.
strong at
Wages
the wheel,
have not
has
gone
their
up
eye on the future,
significantly
not their own political future, but that of our country. That
in
doesn't
relation
appear to be what we are seeing coming from Justin Trudeau, and he may simply succumb to this
rates
over
going up,
the
all that kind of
holiday
stuff.
period. Upon reflection, he may realize that the longer he stays, the worse it is, not only for his party,
and
but for the
it's not
country
just
as well.
inflation, because
this is a headache. I don't need this. I'm out. I've had 9.5
people
years.
price gouge on top of inflation.
Is, though,
so like
Justin
the
Trudeau
prices go up, and then
thinks that what he is doing
they put up the
good,
prices even more.
He actually thinks
because
that he's the guy
they can excuse inflation. So
Canada
it's like
into a prosperous state.
It's
like, that's how
and most of our
and
like grocery stores are owned by monopolies.
I don't know how. I don't know who would give him $2 for an investment and say, you know what, you're the guy I want handling my money. He's a walking ticking bomb. It doesn't make any sense.
This is part of why Trump won, because Trump is good with money. Well, I mean, that's arguable because people say
elites or whatever the hell they're called.
He filed for bankruptcy, but like he's still like pretty successful overall. You know what I mean? Like
I'm also trying to get a sense whether they actually think they can win the next election.
So
and I don't just
like when you look at Trudeau,
he's about,
only rich because he stole from the Canadians.
So far behind the Conservatives.
You know what I mean?
In the sense that they're
not
trying
because he
different maneuvers and tactics, maybe
did anything
switching out certain ministers, trying to refresh, rebrand, GST tax holiday, whatever it may be.
Allegedly, whatever.
Is that going to make really any difference at the end of the day?
I think, Todd, the brand damage, if I can put it that way, is so deep that even bringing in a new leader, Mark Carney being the obvious one that's been talked about, I don't know
the whole
that
party
it would
is
make a
effed.
difference at this
NDP,
point.
Liberal,
the incumbency
they're
tends
both
to
effed.
work against governments after 2, let alone 3 terms. And, the economic woes that people are feeling, this affordability crisis is real, it's deep. These political gimmicks, as Chrystia Freeland referred to them, they're not going to have the desired effect. There's just no other way to put it. And so I don't think a fresh paint of coat or a fresh coat of paint or a new leader is
not
really
defending
going
inflation
to
at
bring
all.
about
No, I didn't think
a
so.
change in public opinion.
You think
the
that
polls
Democrats
seem to have,
are
they may go up
the rise of inflation?
marginally, but they are set. Even the by-election
It's
loss
not
in
just
BC
Democrats.
is another indication.
It's because
So
this
the
is
days
happening
are numbered, I think, for Mr. Trudeau
without,
and his time as Prime Minister.
throughout Western civilization. That includes Canada, Europe, UK,
This is now turning into
Ireland,
something of a parlor game. You were in Ottawa for
Australia.
many years. You know how this plays out. Everybody's saying, does he stay?
So,
does he go? Does he leave?
The
does
root
he hang
of all
tight?
this,
What's your read, based
in
on
my opinion,
what you've observed? I don't know how well you know him personally, but just what you've observed in his
the
time
WEF,
as liberal leader and then
Klaus
prime minister, given his pedigree as the son of a prime minister. Do you think he stays or do you think he goes?
Klaus.
Well, that's a tough call. It is the big question.
Klausphobia.
I do know him a little. His office was down the hall from me when he first arrived. I think he's a stubborn man. I think that the more people push him to go, the more he sees
so like
this as being not the right time for him personally. And again, I don't want to make this personal because he has endured, as many politicians have, the trials and tribulations of office, the slings and arrows that come your way. We saw another minister, Sean Fraser, step aside recently and gave very heartfelt reasons.
Everything's always allegedly in game. You guys already know that.
This is
but also
almost a sense that he had of destiny.
Critical
I don't know that he
thinking
wants to
is
leave in such an inglorious way. I don't know that he wants to be seen to be, proverbially pushed
and
out the
also
door
I
or
might
dragged
play into
kicking and
conspiracies
screaming,
a
however you
little
want to
bit,
describe it. And so that
but you gotta have
stubbornness, I
some
think, is what stands in the
fun
way
when
from
all
him
you can
making
think
that
about
clear
or
break and deciding to
talk
leave
about are current
on
events.
his own terms. If he wants to go down in an election, in some fashion, he
and
may
a lot of
see
things are
that
turning
as,
out to
as
be
the
true
last
anyways.
chance,
Like,
the last vestige of,
right?
of
Am I
his
right? Am I right?
leadership.
Am I right?
But either way, I think the outcome is inevitable. The latest that he will be prime minister is October of 2025, but I suspect strongly it may happen much sooner.
Peter MacKay joining us from Nova Scotia, former leader himself of the Progressive Conservative Party of Canada. He served as Foreign Affairs, National Defence, Justice Ministers in the governments of Stephen Harper as well. Peter, always great to see you. Thanks for your insights today. We'll talk again.
Hi,
I think
Chazo.
everybody wants that satisfaction of seeing Justin Trudeau
Having
get
horrible day. Aw, hopefully
absolutely
some shit
pummeled
talking in here will be great.
an election, like a
absolutely.
landslide victory. I personally want that as
Absolutely.
well.
I just had a Portuguese moment.
But we also want
I just had a Portuguese moment where I put an H in front of like a vowel, like a word that starts with a vowel. Absolutely.
want him to resign yesterday.
So
that
funny.
couldn't come soon enough. And so we're stuck in this dilemma, this limbo. But
cost of
things are going to play out how they're going to play out, and all we can do is just
today.
watch,
Same
wait,
cow
and
parts,
be
$14.99
very
for 20
patient
pounds. Who
and
knew?
vigilant and
That's the
ready
thing.
for
It's not
when
just
the election comes, because
it's not just that the prices are going up. It's not just okay. It's not just that the prices are going up and on top of that they are price gouging. No. On top of that, they are how do you say, like, decreasing the amounts that you get within the packaging or like how much meat you get or whatever, right? And on top of that, the quality goes down of everything. So the quality of the meat, the quality of the packaging, the quality of like the ingredients. So on top of the prices going up how many ever fold, because again, inflation, price gouging, then you have shrinkflation, quality of products go down, quality of service, customer service. The quality of customer service has gone down the shiter. Am I wrong? I'm not wrong. Am I right or am I wrong? Like, if, like, it's... Maybe not.
I think
sometimes it's when it's AI that it's like, oh my gosh, like seriously? That's when, for me, it's a problem, because AI is never able to solve your problem. Because I feel like usually when people have an issue, it's nuanced, right? And like the AI is just never going to be able to help you. It's so frustrating.
Just by surprise when it actually does happen. I don't think anybody expects the election to go the full distance to October of 2025. But again, that's my own personal opinion, the opinion of a lot of people on social media, and then also
a whole
the opinion
year,
of
another year,
analysts.
guys.
But I'd love
like...
to know your guys' opinion right now down in the comments. When do you think the next election will take place? Let me know your guys' thoughts down below about what you think about what Peter MacKay just said. Next up, we're going to take a look now at what the heck is going on with President-elect Trump and Canadian affairs and how everything is crumbling. Let's take a look at that now. We're going to take a look at this. Trump calls Freeland toxic and says she will not be missed. Oh, Trump.
She will
well,
not
we
be.
knew it was a matter of time before the Trudeau government.
Lovely. Never a dull moment for Canadians and Americans, or for Americans to comment on Canadians. With breakfast television that says, again, Donald Trump reacts to Freeland resigning from cabinet. I mean, this isn't good. Canada has become a laughingstock. At least Trudeau and Freeland have.
9:30 Eastern here on BT. Welcome back. A government at a crossroads is coming to grips with the sudden resignation of Chrystia Freeland just hours before she was supposed to deliver a key fiscal update in the House of Commons. Let's bring back our Parliament Hill reporter Glenn McGregor, joining us live now at this most consequential Canadian political moment. Good morning, Glenn.
Good morning, Gary.
So it was kind of a blast from Chrystia Freeland's past yesterday because Donald Trump not passing up the opportunity to kind of mock her resignation.
Yeah, lots of reaction yesterday to this stunning day in Canadian politics. But Donald Trump has entered the chat, as the kids say, with a late night post on Truth Social. That's his social media site that he runs, basically blasting Chrystia Freeland. I'm going to read you the tweet here. It says, "The great state of Canada is stunned as the finance minister resigns or was fired."
I know I'm going to get lost. I know I'm going to get delayed
Her
in the
behavior was
chat,
totally
so
toxic and not
I
at all
have to put it
conducive
in
to making
slow-mo.
deals which are good for the very unhappy citizens of Canada. She will not be
this is
missed.
a bit
Triple
loud.
exclamation mark. So this is a reference to the role that Chrystia Freeland played during Donald Trump's first term in the White House,
Trump
in
is
which she was
brilliant
kind of the lead
marketer
on
and- oh, sorry,
negotiating
this is probably
over
annoying.
trade deals, the U.S.
Trump
decision
is
to
brilliant
put
marketer
duties on
and
Canadian-made
brand
steel and
expert,
aluminum, and then
in the
ultimately
world
the
when news is
renegotiation of the
dominated by
NAFTA
social
deal,
media,
which Trump
which
insisted on,
is all
that later
about
produced
news and
the U.S.
things you throw out in
MCA, or
video.
CUSMA, if you prefer
The future
that
is
acronym.
now
But
old
that
man
was, she was
meme.
quite obviously conducive to getting deals done because she got it done there. There was a lot of speculation that when Trudeau spoke to Freeland on Friday, that the position that he was going to ask her to take on, for removing her as finance minister, he wanted her to take on the role of kind of a go-between to the U.S., a sort of minister without a department. She would have not limited number of resources, but her role would be to be an interface.
But he's a good feminist, right?
Incoming administration.
The ears are
Obviously,
real, by
that
the
was
way.
the
It's
role
not
she
part of
wanted
the
to take
filter.
on.
The ears
So in
are
terms of the other
actual,
reaction, though, we're going to be
like,
watching
I'm
really
actually
closely
wearing
over
ears.
the next
I'm
day
not wearing
and
hat or
days and
glasses,
weeks for
though.
reaction from Liberal MPs. Trudeau spoke to them last night at an emergency caucus meeting. Chrystia Freeland was in the room, apparently got several standing ovations from other Liberal MPs. Trudeau apparently told the MPs that he needed some time to think, that he'd received the message. So does that mean he's going to go off over the Christmas holidays
Justin's
and think about his
dad got
future and
all
decide
that
whether or not he's going to run
USSR money
again?
and
Although all
trade
signs seem to
deals
be that he is
and
still
exports to
absolutely
Cuba. His
committed to
wife
running again,
made sure
even
her
though
line
you have this increasing pressure on him
down
from
for
within his own
Castro
party
Silva deal.
to step down.
Well, one of the most interesting lines, I think, in her letter was the part where she said that she intends to run again and stay on as an MP. Do you think she's leaving the door open here for perhaps her own future leadership bid?
Yeah, certainly Chrystia Freeland has been mentioned in the past as someone who could potentially be a candidate once Justin Trudeau leaves, candidate for leadership of the Liberal Party.
I don't know
despite
if,
that
like,
warm welcome
I
she
don't know
got
if
from the
that's-
caucus last night, I'm not sure how well regarded she is by her caucus
I feel
colleagues.
like
There was
Canada,
some tension between other
as a
MPs and
whole,
Freeland over
I
the
guess it should.
9
I don't
years
know.
that she
Should it
was
be a
in
state?
the
Because like
cabinet.
each
But yes,
province
it's
has
interesting
their
that
own
she is
laws
staying
too.
on as the MP
I
for
don't know.
Toronto, riding of University Rosedale.
I don't know. I
and
would
intends to
never
run
have
again in
considered
the next
this.
election.
I
So
would never
who knows
have
what's gonna
considered
happen then?
this
That's a
if it
relatively
wasn't for
safe
Trudeau
seat in
ruining
Toronto.
everything.
Downtown Toronto has
And
been
like I feel like that was all
historically
part of
pretty
the
good for
plan
Liberal
anyways.
candidates.
So
Although
like
it was a by-election
we
loss and
lose,
won
we
another
lose, you know?
same Toronto seat in Parkdale Hyde Park. That really kind of kicked in this growing mutiny within the Liberal caucus. MPs were really concerned about that, especially MPs in the GTA, which is supposed to be the Liberal Party's stronghold, and it looks like it's collapsing because they lost that riding, and we'll see about University of Rosedale when that comes around. But I think the interesting thing to watch over the next little while is how are other MPs reacting, and then look at towards into the new year when the House of Commons comes back at the end of January. What are the mechanisms that could force Trudeau out? Well, there's nothing really MPs can do to get him out as leader, but his government is very much at risk now. You had basically all
Canada
the federal
is
leaders
going to be.
yesterday
Oh wait, sorry.
criticizing
Unemployment
Trudeau
is
over
only a
this.
thing because
Pierre Poilievre, of
politicians
course,
manage
wants to
people
have
saying,
an
I
election
don't.
right now because his party is so high in the polls.
No, I
Notably, he
mean,
didn't
yes,
really
but
call on Trudeau to
also
resign yesterday. He wants an election,
work
and I think he
from
wants to
home
lose against Justin Trudeau because he thinks Trudeau is so
skyrocketed.
damaged. Jagmeet Singh
But
also
the
saying it's time for
problem,
Trudeau to resign.
the problem
but
is,
Singh not
I
saying
don't know
whether or
about
not
the
he wants an
states,
election,
but for
and of course that's
Canada,
pivotal because
there's
Jagmeet Singh
an
is the one
actual
person who, by leading his party to
program.
vote on non-confidence,
They call
could
it a
bring down his
program,
government.
but
We
it's
still don't
actually
know
a
if he wants to do that
scam
just yet.
that
I hate the fact
our
that Jagmeet
government
Singh is
gets
calling
money
on
from foreigners in order to give them jobs here for like a temporary, maybe like year or two or something. And so like a lot of let's say a lot of like teenage Canadians can't get any jobs. They can't get any summer jobs, they can't get any, you know, part-time jobs because they've all been filled by people who paid the government to fill them. And then the employers win too because I don't know if the employers make money as well from that program. It's all like the government is very big on taking tax dollars and creating programs for our benefit.
Trudeau to resign, yet he's had multiple opportunities to call or vote in favor of
No hate,
non-confidence, and he's denied
but
every single one of them. Over 3, in fact. He's
like if I could just pay to get a job, like wouldn't how many people here would pay to get a job, like if they really needed one? You know what I mean? Like
anymore, but
and they're
hey,
like
that's my opinion, folks. I would
they have the support of like their family to do that. You know what I mean?
I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, be sure to drop a like down below on the video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps grow.
It's just like
that's all I really want.
it was just like it was not the right timing for this, but it's also like technically a scam. You know, so this was all by design. Like they don't want Canadians to be happy, actually, because if we're happy, it's like they want us to fight each other, you know, and not look at what the actual root cause of everything is. I feel like, oh yeah, there was, what else was there?
Bro, we can touch the sun and we can't get GTA 6 out to the player base? Guys, what's going on here? All right? We can touch the sun, but we don't know what the drones are in New Jersey?
We know what they are.
I no longer believe things when people say things to me, bro.
More or less, they're... This is like...
But all right, listen, the name of the video is NASA to touch the sun in historic mission. I'm going to be honest here, guys. Leave the sun alone. I don't want the sun to do anything. Listen, I don't want the sun to go away. We need the sun.
Yo, please look into the sun and atmosphere. He's going to think I'm talking about flat Earth, but I'm not. I'm not, but somebody please listen to me. They're doing a lot more than you know. They're doing way more than you think than you know.
A solar flare at us, guys. We don't need any of these things. Okay, I'm just gonna be completely honest here. Like, what if the sun went out? Things would be bad, bro. It'll be a permanent gear 536. We don't need that. Okay, we just don't need that. Leave the sun alone. And I'm just going to permanently say this here. I have no idea the technology required to actually make something like this. I'm guessing it's going to be like some type of like satellite or probe or something. Maybe, guys. I just don't understand the purpose of it, guys. What do we need to study about the sun? I mean, I get it. There's a whole lot of people out here who love the sun. A lot of scientists who specifically focus on this thing. But, bro, leave the sun alone. I don't want nothing to happen to the sun. If the sun goes out, bro,
they're not leaving it alone, though. Look. You can't even see the sun anymore because of all this chemicals they spray in the sky.
That's a suggestion via Discord, guys. Play.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, NASA is making history by getting closer to the sun than ever before. The Parker Solar Probe is
getting closer to the sun or touching the sun?
By getting closer to the sun than ever before. The Parker Solar Probe is gradually orbiting closer to the sun's surface through the corona or upper atmosphere.
Do you see what the sun used to look like?
Will make its closest approach yet, traveling at 430,000 miles.
Oh, guys, look at that heat shield.
Do you see how it's sparkling?
Will make its closest approach
when
yet,
was the last time you saw the sun sparkle like
miles per hour, making it the fastest moving human-made object in history.
For
Joining
me,
me
it was
now
like
is NASA's Deputy Director, Nikki Rail.
Like
Nikki, thanks so much for joining us. Walk us through this mission and what your team hopes to learn from it.
We launched Parker in 2018, and as you said, it is about to be on its closest approach yet to the sun. On December 24th, we'll be within 3.8 million miles of the sun's surface, and we'll be inside the upper atmosphere of the sun, literally touching the star.
Okay, so the upper atmosphere, not specifically like, okay, because I'm telling you.
Look at that.
Listen, the wording matters at times, bro. You're not
Look at that. Look.
touching the sun. You're touching the upper atmosphere.
That's not normal. That's not clouds.
I don't know if that constitutes
people who say this is like condensation.
Astronomical units are definitely different.
Look at the difference in the color of the light. When you get there, it's like that means that this is chemicals. That means this is chemicals.
1 million degrees Fahrenheit while keeping the spacecraft at room temperature. How does that work? If you can explain it to us briefly, how does that work?
And
Well,
I
Parker's an
see
engineering
this
marvel.
in
The
my
heat shield
own
itself is going to face
life.
temperatures
Okay,
around
I have my
2,500
own
degrees,
videos
and
of
a few
similar.
a short distance behind it, where the instruments are, it's
Shit.
at room temperature. So this
I'm
heat shield
not just
only
on
needs to
here
protect
being like,
You guys
yeah.
just said two different temperatures. I just want you to know
I'm not
that.
just on here
a short
being a
distance behind it, where
tinfoil
the instruments are,
hat
it's at room temperature. So
person.
the heat shield not only needs to
There
protect
is reason
the
to
spacecraft
be
from
a
the sun, but also
tinfoil
needs to
hat
insulate all
person.
those
Okay,
precious
they're
science
giving me
instruments that are
reason
giving us
because I
that
see
incredible
it for
data on
myself.
solar wind and the energy flowing out from the sun towards Earth.
Okay.
Wow,
Okay.
scorching.
Anyway,
the sun has been making headlines
Wow,
a lot
scorching.
this year, from the
Stop
total
it.
solar eclipse across America back in April.
The
to
one that they
north-
covered, the one that they blocked from our view with chemicals.
Northern lights being visible as far south as Florida. Talk to us about why you're so passionate about heliophysics and how interesting.
Heliophysics is the
TikTok. The website. TikTok, the website. No, how do I... Oh, it is. Okay. Jeez Louise! What is that? They're using like 1 billion sounds over top each other? What on earth? Don't tell... And it has likes. This is like what our society has come to. Okay. Let me think about how I'm gonna search this, because TikTok likes to censor certain things as well. It probably might take me a little bit to find it, so hold on, let me put some music. Let me put some... Sorry, I know I should be reading the chat, but I get on my tangents. How do you spell stratosphere? Stratosphere. Injections. See how it's censoring my search? Can you guys see what I searched? Are you really not gonna show me? Oh, maybe it's just not loading. Hello? Maybe SAI. Wow, do you see how it wouldn't show me? This shit is censored big time. And what I mean is the spraying of the sky. That shit is censored big time. Do you see how nothing would come up? Why nothing comes up? Okay, let me remove April 8th and see. Oh! Okay, we got a few. But what about eclipse? Hey, is this the jellyfish? Is this the jellyfish balloon?
Okay, there it goes.
The jellyfish UAP.
Is it burns? Yeah, of course it burns.
No, see how the balloons are... This is actually a really good example of what I mean when I say that, like, the balloons, they will bounce off each other. they will bounce off each other in the wind. Like there's, I don't think there's a steady enough wind for it to just like be perfectly still. Is that it? So, April 8th trails.
If you miss the total... I was down. Et tu sais que j'ai fait...
So I decided
Et tu sais que j'ai... So
April 8th.
I haven't been able to do this so often as I would like, but...
This is why you should never touch a falling cloud,
What the heck?
because although it looks very cool, it's not possible for a real cloud to fall as a solid mass since they're too light. So this is most likely water vapor or dangerous gas from a nearby mine. This is why you should never touch a falling cloud.
Maybe this is
because although it
chemtrails
looks very
falling
cool,
down to the sky.
Solar eclipse.
It's the
Solar
fake
eclipse.
clouds, they're falling
This-
down. Hey, these are fake. These are, see, this is a spray. It's like a spray, and then this is what it becomes. These are not... See? And now look how dirty the sun looks because of it. Yeah. Clouds. But, so basically, this was like all, like, blanketing the sky during the eclipse over, like, Toronto and Niagara, kind of. So, I didn't see shit, and I'm pissed off. You know what I mean? That's not really how it works. This looks like the chemicals to me, like the way it's gathering like this. Sky Queen appears in the sky. She looks like a Muppet. But I don't really see anything. Because clouds like this... when was the last time you saw clouds like this? Honestly, think about it. When was the last time you saw clouds like this and a sun that like actually sparkled?
Oh, I've never seen that.
Look. This is not... Wait. Oh, wait. Is this... What is this? Hold on. More rainbow clouds. See, look, they put clouds in quotation. Because look how dirty the sun is gonna look. Oh, there it is. You can't even see it. Why? They're blocking it on purpose because, oh, it's radiation. The sun is radiation. It's too... Look at that. What is that? That's chemicals. You can't tell me that's not how, like, light reacts in chemicals, or, like, you know when you see a chemical spill? You know when you see an oil spill? That's what that looks like. This is probably copyright. Anyway. So... Not only does it, like, block the sun, but it acts as, like, a perfect film backdrop to project all these, like, drones and these battles and all these kinds of things. Like this, for example. Like, this could easily just be projected light, right? Like, how come we never see this during the day? I wonder. because you won't see it because it's probably just light projected onto this film that they've spewed into the sky. Anyways, everything's allegedly in game. If there's any messages that you really want me to read, hold on. I need. Oh, sorry. This is so loud in my ear. Let me just double check. Cornholio, how's it going? If it was day, we couldn't see them, so they could be there. I don't know, like, they could, I feel like they'd be able to make themselves seen since they want to be seen so badly. Wouldn't that be more believable to us? Also, like, I don't think the aliens are interested in being seen by us because we're not their mission. They have a mission. We're not necessarily part of that mission. So we're kind of like, ants in their world, in my opinion, if they do exist. And if they do visit us. That's good to hear. Doing pretty good. I'm actually kind of cold, so I'm just gonna grab a little something to wear. I'll be right back. Sorry, that's so annoying. That is so annoying. Alright, let me just double check if there's anything that... Oh, hold on, there we go. Yes, that adding me is actually very good. If you want me to see something, adding me is a good... Because, like, I'm already so delayed in the chat. I don't think I have the time to catch up now. You're gonna stop, you're gonna run, honey, you're gonna ruin. Why? Why? You couldn't afford to live it in. Take 4 city living Canadians, college grads, maybe JDs or MBA, tell them to do minor house repair with tools or minor car repairs. How many would fail? True. True. Hi, Rip Haven, how's it going? And guess who farted? I didn't say hi to you. Oh! Is there anyone I didn't say hello to? Sometimes I feel like I forget and I feel bad, but I don't mean to forget. Sometimes I just reply directly and that's that. Today is not a day to take you seriously as your depressed burb. Oh, burb or bird? I'm sorry to hear that. You don't know about Australia, but in the States, government employees kept getting paid during COVID. Guys, I heard a woman's incredible story. She's a nurse, or she was a nurse. And I don't think it was on X. I don't think it was recorded, but let me just double check because her story is actually really crazy and I think that a lot of people need to hear it. So, let me see if I can find T-Bird. Oh, this is her vaccine injury. She's vaccine. It's not her story that I'm looking for. It was like another. Is this it? Okay, it's the 20th. Oh my gosh, it's the 20th. Hold on. So it was what, the 19th? 6 hours ago. Don't forget, wars are psyop to cover up bioweapon. What? 7 hours ago. Let's see what else. December 14. Okay, so it... December 18. Don't forget. It doesn't look like... It doesn't look like it's here. Oh... I have to get a thing. I'm cold. I have limited mobility still. with my leg, but every day is slightly better. I was thinking about using this chair, and I might move to it late. I don't know. No, I was thinking about using it because like I'm kind of in pain, but I have too much work to do. So, what did I want to show you guys? Oh, anyway, they friggin' blocked. They friggin' blocked the eclipse.
They studied the sun.
Talk to us about why you're so passionate about heliophysics and how interesting it is, and how it makes you feel to see so many other people kind of getting involved and getting just as excited about.
See that right there? That's when the sun is angry at us, right? So what if the sun was just like the utmost disrespect for us thinking that we can touch it? Okay, I'm telling you, what if? And that right there happens again, but in a much larger manner, obviously. I guess this happens all the time, but much larger enough to basically wipe out Earth. Listen, that's my biggest fear. One day waking up and the sun is gone.
Out the Earth and the sun.
Well, the sun's incredible. It has such a presence in our daily life that I think sometimes we take for granted. It sets our sleep and our wake cycles. It's been putting on an incredible,
like a circadian rhythm.
Sometimes we take for granted. It sets our sleep and our wake cycles. It's been putting on an incredible
totally
show for us over this last year with solar maximum, or the solar cycle where the sun starts to get more busy. It's an 11-year cycle, and we're in that period of kind of peak activity. And so we had an eclipse.
I mean,
we had an
I've always
annular
had a
eclipse, and we're also seeing some incredible big solar flares, coronal mass ejections, or explosions from the sun that are sending tons of energy towards Earth. And that energy, when it interacts with the magnetosphere, a protective kind of shield of Earth, causes aurora. So not only can we study it, we can also just enjoy it with our eyes. This magnificent neighborhood star we have that really is a huge help to Earth and also helps protect life on Earth.
Can you explain to our viewers why this type of research is so important? There's so much money that's poured into it, but for a good reason, right?
Other factors play into it as well.
Absolutely. So our star is, our neighborhood star, the sun, is the closest thing to us. It's, responsible for so many processes on Earth, but also the effects of the sun can have, negative impacts on our satellites that are orbiting, on our navigation and control. And also we need to understand what's going on to keep astronauts healthy as they travel beyond Earth and out to further destinations like Mars. And so getting a better understanding of what's happening in our local neighborhood not only helps us better appreciate it, but really helps us protect our investments in space and the future of our astronaut space travel.
Okay, guys, I am not one to even back via. Oh, it's over, guys. Guys, I am not in any way, in fact, on team send humans to other planets. I am not sure we're ready for that, bro. Like our bodies are not like made for the radiation consistently that's going to happen.
Yeah,
like get from Earth, at least.
I've been noticing the atmosphere change, like what they're doing, like at least for the last year and a half. And then I've also been seeing things in the sky that are not stars. They're not quite planes, but they're there. They're not that far away, but they're not that close. It's like, what the heck is that? And now it makes sense. Like, it's been the drones all along. They've just been like slowly implementing this because they're probably gonna like implement some sort of surveillance with these things. I think it's like, I don't know, like real-time surveillance probably, because CCTVs, you have to like go to the shop, you have to ask the owner, like, do you have the tape? Okay, well, you don't actually have the tape. Well, now I have to go to the other store owner, see, if he has his tape, and like you go to the time of day that it was at, and it's like, well, maybe, I don't know, are there real-time cameras? Like, I don't know, what do you guys think? I think, yeah, they've been messing around for...
I want to hear me out. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the show Stargate, okay? But either way, I want to create our own set of replicators, like self-replicating robots, okay? We can give AI the programming, okay? But I'm not sure we're ready for that, bro.
Understanding what's happening in our local neighborhood not only helps us better appreciate it, but really helps us protect our investments in space and the future of our astronaut space travel.
Okay, guys, yeah, I am not one to even back via... Oh, it's over, guys. Guys, I am not in any way,
crazy theory that it could be
on team
under the
send
ocean
humans
species.
to other planets. I am not sure we're ready for that, bro.
That's
like
that's a theory. That's like that seems to be the more likely theory now than they came from super far away.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen the show Stargate, okay? But either way, I want to create our own set of
Species that can
replicators,
survive
like
in our lesser
self-replicating
atmosphere
robots.
outside of a
Okay,
ship.
we give AI
Far-fetched.
the programming.
I
okay?
mean,
They go to a planet, they land, they set up shop,
there's-
all right, and then they
they're
start building
called
them, rebuilding
USOs.
themselves.
Unidentified submerged USAs,
Based
like,
off of, let's say, the
there's plenty of evidence to suggest that they are sub-trans, whatever. Like, they can go in the air, in the water. It doesn't really make a difference to the craft.
The minerals are actually on the planet already. I like that idea. Okay, and then they just keep doing that with every single planet that they actually experience, while sending all the data back to us.
As a
And then
dig,
if we
I'm
can
not
actually
sure.
find some new mineral or material that has the
Wait,
ability to
what if
actually
the-
make it so humans
the
can travel
aliens that
this long
probe are
distances,
just making
something on a
interspecies
periodic
porn.
table that we just have not.
They don't care about porn.
encountered.
That's not part of their
I think
mission.
this will be amazing for us in our society.
You know what I mean?
And they can regularly send things back
Like,
to us. What if
that's
we do
still
something
very
like that, rather
that's
than
a
sending
very
humans to
animal
basically
like
go
animalistic
extinct on
like
another planet?
like we're not
I am
probing
team, they're not
mice
gonna make it.
because
We
we're
need to find a
making
way,
mice corn. You know what I mean?
You know, to keep their muscles active and things like that.
You know what I mean?
in an
Like
excessive
that's
manner.
pretty sure that's not what's going
and
on.
do
Like I'm
something about
pretty
radiation.
sure
That's
it's
kinda where
for
I'm at.
like
But right, listen, guys, let me know what you guys think. I personally do not want
research,
to touch the sun.
etc.
I do not want anything to happen to the sun. Like,
You
what
had
if
a
we throw
crazy
something
theory
into the sun
that
and the sun
it
is like,
could be
what is
an
this
under-
crazy
oh, wait, sorry, I
thing?
already
and then,
read
and then
that.
basically dies
Thank you.
or explodes. What do we have left, guys? Nothing.
If I had brown hair, you
All
could
right?
see the
Anyway,
ears.
listen, you guys have an
better.
absolutely amazing day. Enjoy your day.
The ears are
Sorry.
real.
This is my lightsaber. Hey guys, you guys subscribe to the other channels? Logical Movie Review.
Logical movie reviews. That was Mr. L. Boyd, by the way. Oh no. Ha ha ha. Maybe this was part of the plan all along, guys. Oh, let's check out. Well, I don't think anyone here is Canadian, are they?
More information has emerged about North Koreans' failed attacks in the Kursk region this week. According to several Ukrainian drone pilots, the North Koreans didn't appear to understand that the drones were weapons. Just what do I think really happened? And what does this mean for the future of North Korean assistance to the Russian war machine? I'm Paul, U.S. Army combat veteran. Let's talk about it. First, before we get into it, I want to say that hit that subscribe button. That really makes a difference for me. It tells the YouTube algorithm that the content I'm making is good. And as always, you may notice a dip in quality. It's because I'm on the road for the holidays. So I'm recording on kind of a simpler setup than usual. Okay, so this is the story that was originally reported by the Washington Post, that North Korean troops don't seem to realize that the drones are actually deadly. And this is something that echoes actually what I said. If you remember at Combat Vet News, we took a look at some of the drone footage emerging
The ears are real,
from
like,
North Korea.
I just
or from,
slipped them right
Kursk
on.
of North Korean troops.
But they're
and while
very
I can't show you the
loose,
footage,
so they
in that
can
video I
fall
talked
off
extensively
easily.
about the fact that North
Try
Korea's
not to move
tactics
too much.
didn't make any sense for a drone-based environment. And it wasn't just me that had this assessment. According to Ukrainian drone pilots, it was almost frighteningly easy to take these North Koreans out. He said, one drone commander said, quote, "We were very surprised. We had never seen anything like it. 40 to 50 people running across a field," one drone commander said. He continued, "FPV drones, artillery, and other weapons struck them because they were moving in an open field," he said. "You can imagine the result." Another drone operator, Artem, said that instead of running away from the drones, North Korean troops shot at them indiscriminately while others just kept running. During a nighttime operation, Artem said he saw 3 soldiers based on their heat signatures on a thermal camera, assuming he would only get to take out one of them. But when the other 2 failed to react, he was able to hit all 3 at once. He described the experience as bizarre, adding, quote, "It was like the first time I felt like playing a computer simulator on easy mode."
Just annoying. Like,
now, this is really interesting for a
you
couple
already,
of reasons. And before we talk about it, I did want to mention that one of the reasons I'm able to cover these sorts of stories independently is because you guys have my back, right? Over on combatvetnews.com, this is my version of Patreon, where I twice a week do a deep dive breakdown of
allegedly
the combat footage coming to us from the front lines, including alliances, combat footage sent to me from units that I linked up with when I was in Ukraine. So if you're
it's
interested
not
in
just
that,
your military, it's happening everywhere around the world. I saw them leaving Toronto Airport, or at least it was like near Toronto Airport. I saw a bunch, one by one, leaving. I have a video. Where's me? This one. I will just like share it. I've already watched it so many times on my channel. Copy link. So that's one, that's two, and down there is like the airport. And then it's like, and then everyone's like, they are shape-shifting orbs, because at first they look like orbs and then they become drones. Like, no, they just look like orbs because we can't focus on them. The cameras can't focus on them unless they're close, but like unless they're close up, which they end up being here. Or hold on, it's gonna like pass over. It's gonna pass over. Okay, there, see? Now it's more in focus. Now you can tell it's more of like a plane type thing. I don't know if you guys can see that, but it's like, okay, that's like a little plane, okay. But anyway, like, people saying they're orbs, people saying they don't know what they are. Look, 1, 2, 3... And they were all following the same path. Oh, there they are. 2 more. And they just kept coming, and it just kept coming, and it just kept coming, and it just kept coming. You know that song? That's what this reminded me of. It was like, they just kept coming. And it's gonna go around. It's gonna, like... Maybe you guys can't see it. But anyway, yeah, there it is. See. Okay, so here's the link. Here's the link for that. So to say we don't know what they are is like, you can just like literally freaking left the airport. So yeah, you fucking do know what they are. What, like, now it's not about what they are, it's like, why?
And supporting the channel, go check it out over on...
What are my tax dollars doing up there?
combatvetnews.com. The link is, as always, in the description. Okay,
like
so here's what I wanted to talk about with these North Korean troops, is having reviewed at least all of the footage that's currently publicly available, they're right. I was also confused watching this footage. North Korean soldiers were attacking in what were approximately platoon-sized elements, 40 to 50 soldiers. And they were crossing in open fields in a straight line in wintertime.
There's no military base where I checked, I looked for a military base, there wasn't one.
What happened is, of course, that you had a giant open white field, you had little dark green dots running across it in a little line like ants. To even the most amateurish reconnaissance drone operator, it's clear that this is an attack.
Shady,
and
100%.
you could see the FPV drones simply picking these soldiers off.
Trump says that Biden should tell people where they're from.
These soldiers,
well,
North
since
Koreans,
nobody
caught
has
in an open
seen
field,
them
have very few
like
options
actually
to defend
lifting
against
off
these
from
drones,
anywhere,
right? And while many of them
I'm
did
gonna
appear
go
to
ahead and say
recognize that the drones
they're
were
Canadian,
dangerous,
and everyone's like,
several of them did appear to do the right things, which
if they're not ours, then they're an adversaries, or if they're not an adversaries, then they're ours. But what if they're an ally?
Like that is going to interfere with the drone's ability to conduct a final attack. And you know, we saw this when I was in Ukraine, right?
You know what I mean?
Evading a Russian drone, our military escort
Maybe
took
they're
us
just Canadian.
through towns that had intact power lines
So
strung
what's the
across the
deal
top of the
here?
road, and that
Like,
would interfere with the drone's ability to conduct that final attack run. So the North Koreans, some of them seem to know this. But the question is why, right? Russian tactics, we know, are very different right now. They operate in small groups of 3 to 4.
Snuggle
they
Bear,
push
thank you
across
for the
in a
follow.
very
I
dispersed
appreciate
fashion,
it.
meaning that just because you've spotted a single group of 3 doesn't mean that you've spotted the attack. The attack is broad-based and sort of pushes gradually across the front line. And it's done so under the aid of drone reconnaissance.
And drone
reconnaissance is always watching,
like
not so much to make sure that those 3 or 4-man Russian groups remain
well to knowing
protected,
more advanced aliens.
but
I know,
they want
right?
to see,
Like,
'cause some of those 3 to 4-man teams will get to a Ukrainian
I don't think so
position,
either.
and those Ukrainians will engage that that Russian fire team.
Good
Once they
thing
do so,
is- Eric
reconnaissance drone
Pirate,
spots them
hello,
and directs
sorry, so
artillery,
sorry for the
mortars, and
delay.
FPVs to
JB
take out
Black,
that
how's it
Ukrainian
going?
position. And so the fact is that these
Good thing is you love a
the
good conspiracy
opposite
theory.
is that when you have a
Nice.
40-man assault
Hello,
element, right,
found
operating
you via
again,
Chris
conducting
chat recently. How are
single
you?
unit movement, that
I'm
is a
watching
huge liability, right? That's how cluster
politics-related
munitions are classic. There was video of a cluster munition hitting this large bunch of North Koreans all gathered together. You also, of course, have a situation where FPV drones.
So Koreans didn't know drones were weapons. Okay. I'm not really paying attention, to be honest, because I'm trying to, like, I am interested, but I'm trying to
hit one
catch
person
up
in
in
a
the
platoon.
chat.
What do? Well, they're going to recover their battle buddy. They're going to stop their movement. They're going to have a medic treat them. They're going to triage them. They're going to have to start treating them. You freeze the whole platoon
You don't
in
know
place.
what you
Then
don't know
what
about y'all,
happens?
but
Well,
you don't
now
really
you've bought
care
time
what
for
happens
more
outside of
FPVs
your
to
life.
swarm. Now you've bought time for mortars
Well,
to get dialed in on the location.
you
now
may
you've bought
not
time for artillery to dial into the location.
have-
Would FPV drones
Well,
or
that's
would artillery or
horrible.
mortars
That's horrible
become
to say. What I'm
involved
saying is,
at all if,
there might not be a
you
future
took
for
out
us
one person of a
if
three-man
we
fire team.
go
No,
to
it wouldn't be
war,
worth it.
if
And
we
the fire
allow
team
the
would likely scatter
globalists
the
to
remaining two
win
people,
allegedly
would
in
likely
game. You know what I
scatter.
mean?
And so,
That's what I'm trying to get at.
You know, the Russians have evolved these
So, like,
tactics
it
the
matters
hardest
to me.
way. Literally,
Because
they
slowly, your
sacrificed, I
freedoms
think
are
the
being
current
taken away,
casualty
whether
numbers are
you
around 200,000
realize it or not. They
Russians,
do it gradually and
dead,
slowly so that you
in
don't
order
really
to find
notice
that this
it.
is the best way
And
to
then they
achieve
sell it
Russia's
back to you as
tactical objectives,
conveniences.
right?
I'm
And it
telling
still comes at a
you.
massive cost, but it's a massive cost
Okay.
that allows objectives to be achieved.
UK streamer confirmed UK has drones
because
flying
there's
overhead.
never a
Same
concentration
as
of troops
both of our
for weapon
yeah.
systems to
So
target.
this is a globalist
But
thing.
what do I think
WEF.
happened?
This is
Well, I think the North
all.
Koreans, remember, North Koreans are trained, they're in shape, they're motivated, they have strong
They're
command structure. They
planes.
likely,
They're planes.
I suspect,
Drones are the
they may have simply
worst.
not been
Coming
properly
from
warned or
pilot,
briefed
people don't
by
take them
Russian
seriously, but
commanders.
they're
What I
so
think is
damaging
more
for so many
likely
reasons.
is that the North
I
Koreans,
hear-
remember, these are elite
I
forces,
hear
but in
that, like,
dictatorships and communist
some
countries,
people-
elite means
like
they're
some
elite in their
planes
loyalty
or
to
like some
North Korea, right? That
some
is what defines
airports
their eliteness,
closed
much like
down
the
or
Iraqi
something,
Republican Guard
like
or the Chechen Kadyrovitsky.
Those
folks are
an
loyal
ambulance
to their leader.
helicopter
That is
wasn't
their
able to
primary
land
trait.
and pick,
in exchange for their
pick up a
loyalty, they're
patient,
provided
like
with
all
better
these kinds of
quality gear,
things.
perhaps better quality training at some level,
That
but they are
doesn't
not actually better
seem-
soldiers. They may be, but only by accident.
That just seems.
And so when you have
I don't
these
know.
kind of
Like
people
I
who
just
believe
hope
the
that's
North
not
Korean
part of
military
their
lines, they
like
actually believe that they are
psyop. Is that
elite
like
level soldiers. Now imagine how they likely
purposely
perceive
hurt people,
the
but
Russian
then
military
again-
in its current state. We know that the professional Russian military has largely
Allegedly
been destroyed,
in game, and you know
the
what that means.
reserve army, for lack of a better term, that Russia conjured
Steel
up was destroyed
ambitions. How's it
in
going? Yo, what are we
2023.
talking about
So
tonight?
now Russia
Chinese
relies
drone
on
fear.
aging conscripts, old men, drunks, criminals.
Could be
and
Chinese
the
drone
North Koreans
fear.
likely saw
The
these
thing
guys,
is, I
and
saw
they
them
their
leave
small four-man
Toronto
attack
Airport.
elements. They saw their high casualty
So
rate,
like,
and
what
the
does that
North Koreans
mean,
went, "This
right?
doesn't make
Like,
any
what does
sense.
that mean?
You
So
have to
how
fight
does
as a
that like?
platoon.
How does
You have to
that
fight as a unit.
play into
You have
this?
to get together and use your firepower, fire and maneuver, all the things that are true in a conventional war of the past,
There's a
in
reason
a
there's
pre-drone
so
era
many
war.
laws surrounding them, at
And
least where you are.
The problem is the North
And now there's
Koreans
only now there's more.
incorrectly
Now there's
dis-
even more
dis-
laws.
Incorrectly
See, so
discerned
like
what
more
happened.
freedom's
They looked
taken.
at the
You used to be
Russians,
able
they said,
to
"These
fly a
guys are idiots,
drone
these guys are
pretty
drunks.
freely as
They
long
have
as you
these bizarre
didn't
tactics
fly
that,
over a no-fly
according to
zone. You're
at least all the
good.
books that we studied, that
Now,
the North Korean military
one
tells
more
us
freedom
are
taken
good
away
tactics.
from y'all.
According to those, these are terrible tactics and should
And
never work and are
me too.
pointlessly
Not that I
are
have,
almost
like,
the
a drone,
opposite
but
of
you know what I
a
mean.
good military strategy would be. And the North Koreans probably said, or at least their commander said, "We're too
Lockheed
good for
Martin
this.
has
These shitty
confirmed they
tactics
have
may
small
work for a
city-sized
group of
drones
drunks
that
and,
can
and,
take
and
off
older
vertically
men
and spread
uneducated Russian
wings to
peasants,
fly like
but
an
we're the
airplane.
elite of the elite North Koreans. We are
Ah.
highly motivated, highly focused, and highly capable.
That's
We
a
do
very
not need to
interesting,
follow these tactics,
Cornholio.
but they
You
misread
saw
the
a
situation.
crash drone.
And in my theory is that they didn't realize that the reason these tactics were being implemented is because the highly motivated, highly trained, large formation assaults
Can I?
were
I
all
need to
exterminated,
search
and all that
that.
were left were these was
gonna
this
search
army
that real
of
quick.
drunk old men. And so the North Koreans just could not conceive of a fundamental change in the nature of warfare. And trust me, the U.S. military is not above this. Despite having not fought against a peer adversary in, we'll be generous and say 20 years, but but the real number is more like 30. Excuse me. The fact is the U.S. military never misses an opportunity to patronizingly tell other militaries how to fight and win wars, despite having not won one of their own in, again, several decades.
Yo, this is it. This is it.
Partially the failure of the Ukrainian counteroffensive when simply U.S.
I think
military
this is,
doctrine
I
just
mean,
never accounted
this
for
is
absolute
like,
pervasive drones,
this is it.
pervasive mining,
Because,
and a lack of air power.
because people are like, it's weird because it looks like a plane, but it acts like a drone. Right? And planes can't really just act like a drone. Planes can't stop and stay like in a certain place in the sky. They have to keep going. you can slow down, but you have to keep going, right? So, wow, guys, look. And then, oh, cameras on it too. Yep. This is all making sense now. Look. Who said that? Cornholio. Thank you for that. Your brother called you tonight and told you he saw drones, and once he described it to you, it was obvious they were satellites. But that low orbit? Satellites that low orbit? Some are airplanes, some are not. People can't tell the difference, but not all are airplanes. Some are stationary and making right turns. Airplanes can't. Right. Let's look at the wings. They're folded. Oh, look at that. So that's what they're doing. It's like, you know those bugs that look like a face or something? It's like, that's so funny.
We founded aerodynamics to bring the world our patented transwing VTOL aircraft design that folds its wings during flight to transition between rotorcraft and fixed wing configurations.
No wonder. It's like those bugs that look like something else, except this kind of can. The wings actually function, or is it just like for show? So effing based. You checked. What did you check? What did you check for? What are you talking about? Chinese? Oh, okay. You don't know much about the US, but for drones to be operating near an airport, they need legal permit. Yeah, it's definitely the government's doing, for sure. You know what I mean? Run by the FAA into the US. They know what's going on. This is all starting. This is making more and more sense by the day. Actually, well, yeah. Yes and no. I don't want to be overconfident. Yeah, people don't really follow that. Same in Australia. The globalists are Lavos. Oh, let's learn about that. I feel like I've heard that before, but I don't really know.
I've never flown an airplane like this where you can control.
Ha! Is this the final boss? Is that what you meant? Or is there actually like some kind of Lavos organization? Kajarai, how you doing? Sorry if I said your name wrong. So, an aircraft ground ops. I think I'm gonna need to slow this down one more time. So sorry. I hate to slow you guys down, I do. Shut down ops until they ground them. Yes, it's a CTAF aerodrome. CTAF aerodrome. No, it should be taken from people. Drones are not safe. I think that it depends. I think you should have maybe a license or something. I don't know. I think you should have a license if you're a filmmaker, like, you know, you have a license for filmmaking drones, like I need to get footage with this drone kind of thing, etc., but there's already a lot of red tape when it comes to this kind of stuff, so it would probably like take people long. Well, you know what? They just have to like put it together with like the DMV, you know, like you could get your driver's license, your M, your G, your whatever, your drone piloting license. You just have to learn just like any other. But anyway, now it's gonna be like too much crap in the air, in the sky. They can wipe out an entire plane load of people. That's not a false statement. It's used to make... I feel like drones should have a limit as to how high they're allowed to fly. And, like, obviously they can't fly near airports kind of thing. Because I feel like that's really, really high up for a drone. If it interferes with a plane at that altitude. That's too high in my... There's, like, no need for that at that point. Used to make a pretty picture. Talking about Ukrainian have outfitted their drones to attack North Koreans as explosive dive bombers. These are small drones, too, and hard to see. Oh, FYI, drones are just unmanned aircraft. Yeah. Probably just the U.S. military. To be honest, they love those uncrewed. Hi Fairlight, how you doing? You could say it's the U.S. military, but it's also the Canadian military, which to me means if they're both in on it, then it's the globalists. You know what I mean? Like, and also because it's happening everywhere else. Like, it's not just the U.S. military. It's bigger than that. You know, their budget is ridiculously high. You think U.S. Americans just have a habit of assuming everything scary is North Korea or China when most of the time it's their own shitty government. Yes, that's what you saw crashed on the ground in a photo online. Cornholio, thank you. In a suburb of New Jersey. That's good to hear. Okay, no wings, expand and fly like an airplane. Very interesting. That's $1 million drone at least. The one that... This one is $39.99. I don't know how big it is though. I don't feel like it's... I don't know... I don't... How big is this? What is this? 7,000 meter ceiling? What does that mean? Specifications. Oh, hold on. So like wingspan, 4 meters. Is that like 4 of these? Is that like how big is that? That's... How big is... I don't know. That seems big. Is that big? The wingspan... Hardware fuselage. What exactly is the fuselage? Wow, 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 wow. I want to see the rest of them. Hold on. This is not quite the same. Application. So there's really like, well, not that there's only 2, but 2 examples anyway. Very interesting. All right, all right. Now we kind of know what we're looking at, and then they're also like must be outfitted with lights and stuff. Can I get like an even bigger image? Oh, more pic. Oh, what the heck is that? Oh, that's how it is. Oh. That's so weird. That's just weird. Like, it doesn't even look good. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very
power
interesting.
for lack of air dominance. And so, you know, again, this is something that
Dunkin' Donuts
you need in a military.
workers
you
are
need to
having
believe
a
you're the best,
strike.
right? Like, would you really want to go into combat?
I could go
believing
for
that
some
your
donuts
enemy
right now.
is
Actually, I have
superior
to...
in motivation, in tactics, in technology.
I
No,
should
you have
stop
to believe
eating,
that you have
but
some
I
sort of
also have
special
a
sauce
video
that
I need
make
to
you
finish.
unstoppable, right? And so you're someone like North Korea, whose loyalty, a loyal military, is the most important thing in that country because it's the only other power. It's the only power center of that country. These guys likely believed that they were simply too elite to have to listen to those dumb Russians, and that ended up being their downfall. They're going to have to take the lessons of the Russian military. They're going to have to humble themselves and say, wow, I think we had been preparing for the wrong war. But this is extra hard because remember, here in the United States, we can criticize our leadership. We can say, listen, the armies, I can sit there and post this on YouTube and say, I think that the Pentagon is totally misdirected on the future of war. I think we are ill prepared for the wars of the future, and nothing's going to happen to me, right? But try saying that in North Korean military. Try saying that God Emperor Kim Jong-un has not prepared their military adequately, has missed the development of drones, has not trained us with any of the equipment or any of the tactics of a true modern war, and is living in the past. That is a one-way ticket
disappears
to
into
a
the
North
North
Korean
Pole and party with
re-education
Santa
camp.
and his
So
elves. Nobody.
you
Fairlight.
almost
I walk along the
under
road.
that system, there was no
Goodbye,
chance
Fairlight.
these troops were ever going to get that training, and the battlefield realities are only going to penetrate the officers' heads if they see it and experience it for themselves. Anyway, guys, that's all I had. A huge thank you to the Colonel tier members of CombatVetNews.com. I could not. This channel's only possible through you guys.
They are sucking the planet dry. Agree. Military drones are soldier save soldier lives.
Subscribe button makes a difference, and I will see.
So why are they like flying around in above like Toronto and New Jersey? Like, I guess those are I guess we're talking about two different drones here, because he is talking about drones here. He's talking about
the mystery of the drones.
They might even be like very similar to what we were just looking at. Let's see if there's.
We're going to discuss everything, but I do want to make something very clear at the top of the show here, is that I've seen a lot of people expecting us to come froth and argue, and our friendship is going to end and the show is going to end or something like that. And I'm sorry to disappoint you guys, but that's definitely not what we're planning on doing here. It's not going to happen.
And I'm like, bro, this is your fault. You didn't do enough research on Ethan, which funnily is what people are telling me. However, I actually concede that point that they're right. I had no idea that Hasan was like this radical.
Integrated in all levels of work.
I'm beginning to realize that I just didn't see a lot of Ethan's commentary after the leftovers fallout, which led me to assume that he wasn't doing straightforward pro-Israel propaganda.
But what's crazy is there's nobody on the entire platform to call
drones
him out.
aren't permitted to operate in national wildlife refuges.
Nobody. There's not a single dissenting voice.
Licenses are indefinite. Oh.
You know, I don't even think there's a question at this point. Hasan is just a really bad friend. The guy is completely willing to let his supposed friends get harassed by his audience. As long as there's an opportunity where he could put this act on and act like he has the most morally
They have to be Navy
superior
because they
opinion on
all
things.
fly into the coast
Hasan has done
from
this
the
twice
water.
publicly at this point. The first time was with Destiny saying the N-word
I think
in private,
that's
and now he's
part
doing
of the
same
deception.
thing again with his former co-host Ethan. At this point, it's almost
You
like
were
he's
an
using his
FC
friends as stepping
just
stones and
missile
waiting for
tech
that
and
moment that he could
radars
seem
and computers.
morally
Kinda
superior.
why none of
So he
this
could just
drone
stick that
stuff
dagger in the
concerns
back,
you.
cancel that former friend,
Reason
and step
concerns
over
you,
their
not the
corpse to
drones.
attain better
Exactly,
relevancy.
exactly,
It's
Rick
like what people
Haven.
say. Once is a mistake. Twice
Proud of you both
is a
for
coincidence,
escaping
and 3
that shit
times
show.
is a pattern.
Which shit
well,
show?
We have 2 really prominent examples, and tons more. Less
Oh, for getting out of
Once pleasant conversations with this guy always
No one
end up
knows
sour,
what a
especially
launcher
if you
operator
dare
actually
to disagree
does.
with anything he says publicly,
Never
make him
have
look bad
been,
in the
never will be
slightest.
joined
In the end,
cadets
those
for
pleasant
free
conversations with
scholarships.
Hasan will always
Ah,
end up with
I
him
made it.
watching
Hi,
clips of you out
Stacey,
of
how are
context.
you?
So he could
All right,
create a
guys, I
strong
finally made
end
it to
view
the
his
bottom of the chat.
audience,
If
so he
anybody
never has to actually engage
is there,
with
if
anything.
I
It's
feel like
actually
I
happened so
definitely
many
missed a
times at
bunch
this
of
point
messages,
that
so if
there's
there's anything
memes of
you
it.
want to repeat,
Hasan will
like
call
feel
you a
free.
friend one day and feed you to the
And
wolves
I'll
the next.
try.
By the way,
my
segregation
best
is not
to
real. There's
stay,
20% of the population in Israel
track.
is Palestinian,
But I
full
also have
citizens,
to, like,
integrated
work,
in
so-
all levels of work.
I'm
Just
beginning
so
to
you know,
realize
I
that I
might
just
miss
didn't see a lot of
messages.
Ethan's commentary after the leftovers fallout, which led me to assume that he wasn't doing straightforward pro-Israel propaganda. Because this right here is just straight up Hasbro.
You're good.
Oh,
good
you want
to
to see a Houthi
hear.
musical? Sure.
Deported, not reported.
Oh, there's Palestinian citizens of Israel.
Hasan is a
20% of society.
T
20%.
supporter,
I'm sure
and you think
it'll be funny if he
should
mentions
be
the
reported
Arab
on
Supreme
a
Court. The Arab Supreme Court
no-fly
justice
list
was the one who actually
and
threw the
T
former
supporter
Israeli prime
watch
minister in
list.
prison.
Hasan
I've heard it a million
said
times over.
America deserved 9/11.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on
Yeah, he
stream?
did say
Yes,
that.
brother. What do you mean? Excuse me.
I don't know why he
Of
hates
course I'm
America
about to
so
have a-
much
Wait,
when
I'm a
he
journalist,
thrived
okay?
in
This is-
America.
He would literally talk about how he believes.
Like, he's thriving because he's in America. So I don't understand why he has to be an America hater. It's weird.
He's an apartheid state, but then
It's
we'll
giving spoiled brat.
go away and say shit like this. He's so insincere. I think the problem here is that he took advantage of a lot of your charitability and still enjoys the benefits of you believing he might understand was wrong.
Alright guys, I'm gonna attempt to not comment on things I'm not qualified to comment on. Unlike some influencers, I'm not gonna try to act like I'm an expert on international politics. But, I do find it quite ironic that Hasan says Ethan is promoting straightforward propaganda.
Lost
well,
an ear.
I gotta say, that is quite rich, coming from someone like yourself. Mr. Houthi Musical. Mr. the extremist I just interviewed that people are criticizing me for is just like Anne Frank, actually. Hasan, bro, how do your knees not buckle under the weight of all that irony? And if your chat wants to talk about Ethan taking advantage of your charitability, I'd love to see what they think about that last podcast you did with Ethan, because that's the perfect description of exactly what you did to him. He kept trying to have a reasonable conversation with you about the situation and even tried to make multiple points about understanding your point of view. And you just used every moment as an opportunity to morally grandstand on him. You're gonna see that here shortly. But honestly, how did neither of these guys not realize their
Hasan is
co-host's
from Turkey,
opinion on
but will
something
be
before starting up a podcast?
if he returns.
I
How
mean,
come?
I feel like both
So
of
he
these guys'
says-
opinion
so
on
he
these matters
says
was
anyways,
pretty
and no
public
wonder.
before even starting this podcast.
He's
Don't double
grifting
down.
from
You
the
didn't do research
haters
about your
and making
co-host.
his
Take that
living
and
on
move
it.
on. Token Yemeni. Yeah, my
All
bad,
for the
dude. I
clicks.
should have spent what did Ethan say hour every day
I
instead
like,
of covering
I hope,
the
like,
children that
it's
Israel was at the time.
sucks
You're
that
right,
he's,
my
like,
bad. So
radical
years
for the
I was fooled
clicks,
too
if
by
that's
him.
the case,
Yeah,
but,
that's
like-
what I should have done. I should have centered. I should have centered.
If that's the case, like,
the
well, it's still, like,
conversation around
not
like petty
good
drama
to
between me and my podcast co-host, so that like all these other
promote
parasitic drama farmers could like
certain
attach themselves to that conversation as well. You know, make money for everybody, and every single day not talk about issues that actually mattered. You know. And you're doing it right now, dude. You're the one claiming he was a friend. At least admit to it and say you're sorry. Aw, does it hurt your feelings? Does it hurt your feelings that I didn't know the full scope of his commentary? Oh, I'm sorry. Talk to me when he spends, I don't know, a month and a half actively trying to get you deplatformed, okay? Are you the real victim here?
I
Are
don't
you the
feel
real
like
victim
I
here,
don't feel
chatter?
like
Do you
Ethan
feel
is trying to
do
get
you-
Hasan
are your feelings-
deplatformed.
Are your feelings?
Well, now he is, but that's because Hasan. But that's because of the terrorist stuff. Not necessarily because of like their fight from before. You know what I mean? The fight from before is probably why Ethan is speaking out about Hasan's behavior in the first place. Ethan, if they were not fighting, like, Ethan would probably be like clapping Hasan on whatever Hasan said. If it was not for, you know, a conflict between them. Because I feel like they do that. They just kind of go along with whatever. And like what were they like something? I was watching H3 and they were clapping at something and I was like, why are they clapping for this? Like, it's so dumb. I'm trying to remember what it was.
Are your feelings hurt that I covered side instead of whatever the Ethan was talking about? My bad.
All right, I'm just gonna be real with you guys. I haven't liked Ethan in a long time, to be honest. But, isn't it funny how Hasan sees himself as the victim in this situation? What an absolute narcissist. Imagine not responding to your community harassing your co-host and even ceding to them that his opinion is morally unsalvageable. Even when that friend tried time and time again to see things from your point of view. Conceding many points even, but that didn't matter to you. Hasan didn't bat an eye to his
My
community
baby's
time
home.
and time again, coming up with some really
He might come
dumb
here
shit.
to the
all in
door.
response to Ethan daring to criticize your opinion. Hasan, a real friend wouldn't have did that. A real
Wouldn't have
friend
did that?
would have at least
Wouldn't have done
tried
that?
to understand their buddy's opinion. And even if he thought it was wrong, and he actually can't understand that opinion, he would have at least held his nose in benefit of that friendship. But not Hasan. This guy has been poisoned by the lefty point of view that you have to completely disassociate with anyone that even slightly disagrees with you on something politically. And he won't just do that. Hasan will use your former friendship as a stepping stone for his career.
I'm like, bro, this is your fault. You didn't do enough research on Ethan. Which funnily is what people are telling.
He had an actual tea on his stream. It wasn't on him. Yeah, I remember that. He just a shock jock. He gets his clicks from doing what he does. Tools that prey on uninformed people, or people like you that... I mean, like, would he go that far? Like, do you have to go that far to like shock your audience? I don't know. Like, I don't know. That's what makes me think he's legit. Like, he actually like thinks that's okay. You know what I mean? So I wonder. 20% of Israel is populated by 20% of Israel population is Palestinian? Really? Thank you for the biddy, Woodfast. I should run the server. Love myself. This look is amazing, and it came right when I was drinking the OJ Nice. Sorry, I'm trying to get to. I'm just gonna quickly read everything in my head, okay? Instead of out loud, just so I can get through this quicker. They should tell you something. Trust me, you've been over there and there's nothing good there for the most part. Saw a video interview of like 10. Oh. I mean, Cornholio, like, I don't know, like, that's a really touchy topic. I don't even think we could talk about it. Like, I don't know, like, what do you guys think? I'm gonna keep reading to myself in my head. Hold on. I mean, like, I don't know, like I've heard that, you know, like, I've heard that. But at the same time, I know that, like, I have to also question the things that I see, because you never know when you're being, like, propagandized too or something. Like, I don't know. I just want all the violence to stop. That's all I want. Sell them guns and let them wipe each other out. How you doing, Axel? With roots, that's not which is. Which one, Cornholio? Which nation is mostly Christian? You're talking about US? The people just want peace. As far as I'm concerned. I don't know. You know what? I say that, but actually a lot of people like to pick sides, so that doesn't help. Like, that's the whole problem, is because there's, like, picking of sides to begin with, right? So it's like, oh, can't we all just get along? Cornholio, let's chill on the language. Why am I so sparkly? The filter is, it has like sparkles in the middle for some reason. Just in case, don't take it personally, but just in case, I'm gonna have to censor you. You can blame the censorship industrial complex for that, okay? Is this the beginning of crippling depression? I mean, I think it started a while ago already, but yeah. Or wait, what do you mean exactly? And you came right when I was drinking the OJ. It's hurting in your hands between your finger bones, in your chest, neck, shoulder. Why? Sometimes both. Is this? Oh wait, it's hurting in your hands between your finger bones. Is that not arthritis? Chest, neck, shoulder. Sometimes both. When did you start feeling this way? Aw, Wootfast, thank you for the 7 stream streak. I really appreciate it. You did it! You did it! What you liked about the Israeli-Palestine war, what you liked about it is when that raven came in and tore off the Israeli flag on Palestine. You're bad, you're right, it was pertinent in the moment. No worries, no worries. You want that too. It's Hamas who won't agree to peace, though. It's what you hear. There's like so many factions, you know, that all want power. And most of them are like, not most of them, like, again, this is coming from an ignorant person who doesn't really know that much. There's just a lot of sides. It's not really just about like Israel versus Palestine, right? There's like a lot of groups involved that want the power. Ultimately, at the end of the day, that's all any group wants, right? But it's like, just sucks that it has to be like this, you know what I mean? Laws and judicial rules. The US is decreasing and and converting to paganism. I feel like Christianity, so, I don't know, I feel like in some ways is under attack, like just like how, you know, like just like Western, you know, it's bad to be white or whatever, and like sounds crazy to say, but I think you guys know what I'm trying to say, like white man bad, right? And again, it's like what am I trying to say here? It's like part of the, to me, kind of part of the erasure of Western culture, but like it's also like there's a lot of black people that are Christians as well, right? So it's not just like white man bad, it's like Westerners bad in a sense. And like we need to not celebrate Christmas and worry about everyone else's celebrations, right? At least, you know, that's we not supposed to worry about Easter. Don't worry about Easter. Don't worry about Veterans Day. Worry about all this other stuff instead. That's not like, it just kind of feels like an attack, to be honest. It's like you shouldn't, like, okay, so you shouldn't have to, like, and this could go, like, you could take what I'm about to say as like in the context of like what's happening with Israel and Palestine. You shouldn't have to take from others to make like things equal, I guess, like, or not take from others, that's the wrong way to say. It's like, in order for there to be equality or like fairness, you shouldn't have, it shouldn't be like this backwards of like eye for an eye kind of thing, or fighting fire with fire kind of thing, or I don't know what I'm trying to say. You have a question? If Palestine wanted peace, why did they barbarically why didn't they, I mean, was it Palestine or was it Hamas? Right? You don't really care about war, a war thousands of miles away. You just don't want Islam in your country. The thing is, like, the US is always involved in whatever war there is in the world. The US is always gotta have their mitts involved in whatever war is going on in the world, it seems. Right? So it's like it's a war thousands of miles away, but your country technically is still like involved, right? Groups in Syria and Lebanon and Iran all backed by Iran for single. It's sad. I'm just worried about TOS, so don't take it personally if I delete your messages, guys. It's just a precaution that I'm taking. You were Christian, but you converted. So why did you convert? Groups in Syria and Lebanon and Iran, all backed by Iran for the same goal. The Iranian people are not for this. The Iranian people want, like, Syria to be free. I think they're worried, like, the next, like, the rebels are gonna be, like, just as bad as Assad or whatever. Hope not. Same people. I don't know about that. As far as I'm concerned, they're not the same people, no. As far as, like, what I've been hearing about, like, one could argue, but I don't think so. And yeah, I don't know. It's not even a question for me because, like, I'm not knowledgeable on this subject. I'm curious, I'm interested, but, like, I don't have the answers, guys. I don't have the answers.
Like me? However, I actually concede that point that they're right. I had no idea that Hasan was, like, this radical. I thought he has a really good job of presenting.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm just, like, interested in the drama of, like, this side, which, like, I guess that seems rude to say. That's not what I meant. I'm just interested in the drama. That's not what I meant. What I meant is, like, it's just interesting, like, the different types of, like, personalities that each person is, I guess. And, like, personally, I find Hasan to be quite radical. That's my personal opinion. But, like, so many people think he's, like, on the right. Like, he's not, like, not to say that one side is right and one side is wrong. That's not what I'm saying. Like, he's like the whole like, you know, interviewing a T-word on his thing. It's like just, he just, in my opinion, seems way more radical. And somehow, like, people are just like, yeah, he's like godly or something. It's not godly, but you know what I mean? Like, and then we have Ethan, which is like, I wouldn't say Ethan is not radical. He's just like, he's just kind of like, in my opinion, he's like a closeted conservative. Like, that's kind of my opinion of him. Like, I don't know. It's
himself as, like, a social democrat. Like, this is who I am, and I'm just like a normal guy like you, and I bought that.
But okay, when they had the falling out, I just found Ethan to be way less radical and way more diplomatic, right? And I found Hasan to be less diplomatic, and I found Hasan's the way Hasan's community was treating Ethan, I didn't find that to be diplomatic. And, like, I don't know, it was just like, it was just weird. Like, I'm trying to imagine if I had a friend and suddenly, like, our kind of backgrounds were clashing, politically speaking, and then, like, being like, basically wanting to end a certain thing with, that's like, at least that's what the music video, insinuates end all of people like Ethan, as well as people like Americans or America. So where am I going with this? I don't really know where I'm going with this, but, like, okay, hold on. I'm going somewhere with this. Where am I going with this? I think you guys know what I mean.
I absolutely made a mistake.
Okay, so anyway, now now he's being more petty, because at first I found him to be like quite diplomatic, and somehow he was getting all the hate. Like, he's getting most of the hate. And again, I'm not here to say that he doesn't deserve any hate. I'm just trying to figure out, like why is the more diplomatic person getting all the hate? Like, I kind of get it, but at the same time, like, it's not his fault, right? And he's from there. Like, what can he do? Like, if this was my country, I'm trying to like literally, like, I'm trying to actually put myself in someone's shoes. If this was like, if this happened in my country, like, I'm supposed to like root for the other guy. Like, I don't know. That's kind of, I think that's a lot to ask from someone, to be honest. Maybe just don't talk about it. But like, then to be okay, where I was going with that is like Hasan promoting an end to all, you know, people like Ethan or Western civilization, you know, because that's what like the signs in the music video say, stuff like that, according to Ethan and all the what I've seen, you know, online, mostly just YouTube videos about this topic in particularly. It's like, wouldn't you at least feel kind of like maybe at least don't talk about it, because like that's where your friend is from. Like, you don't care that you're like talking about where your friend is from in like this kind of way. Like, like, I couldn't think about, my best friend was Italian mostly, right? Like, I couldn't think about like being like, all Italian people need to go. Not to say that's what Hasan is saying, but that's kind of what it seems like he's saying, right? They all need, like, that, like, I couldn't imagine saying that about the land of one of my friends. And now I understand that the land maybe wasn't theirs or whatever the case may be. I'm not super well versed in what happened back then. But it's like, it's just weird. Like, I just found it to be weird. And then everyone's on Hasan's side when Hasan is, like, to me, in my personal opinion, the more radical one. So it's like, I don't know. It's just weird.
Of making a show with him.
It's just weird. Like just don't pick a side. Like, let them figure it out. But everyone online is like picking a side, you know?
That was 100%
like,
my bad. Let's see how he takes the criticism.
Just see
if you want to see
what's
just
going
how
on.
radical Hasan is, you need to look no further than his chat and his Discord. What he just allows to fester without the slightest form of pushback. The guy will effectively use his audience as a proxy for his more radical points of view. The ones that he doesn't want to vocalize because it might be a little bit too risky. He just lets his community run rampant with this stuff. And you might be fooled into thinking that's just his unmoderated chat's opinion. That is, of course, until you see one of Hasan's mask-off moments where he just shows propaganda to his audience like it's
then
no
couldn't
big deal.
Axel, if
You really
Christianity,
have to keep in mind that
Christianity is a lie, couldn't you say the same about like
when
any
he's
religion?
talking about this stuff, especially if
Or,
he
like,
thinks it could hurt his income flow.
If you're a CEO in one
I
of
don't
these
know. Just
sectors,
curious.
I'm not gonna lie, dog. Like, quit or, you know,
when you say
bankrupt the company and then start advocating for
leadership?
full-blown
Okay,
healthcare,
okay.
full communist healthcare. Okay.
A lot of civilian Marines want peace.
Because
yes.
goddamn, it's
Some,
not me. I look. You're,
some in
you're
Iran
a
celebrated
titan of
when
enterprise,
one
okay?
guy
And so am I. You know, I'm a rich guy myself.
oh, really?
I would never say anything like that.
Since
but it
October
seems like other
7th
people
of
are saying
last
it.
year, they are all the same.
Not me. Can't catch me slipping. I'm not
I
saying
don't
it.
think we should
but
say
other
stuff
people
like this,
certainly are
guys, in
saying
the
it.
chat, okay?
In moments like this, Hasan will try to be
Iran
very
is the
careful with what he
problem.
says
They
publicly,
finance
and will just
all
let his
the
community
terrorist
be a
groups?
proxy for his
Oh,
opinion,
no.
just to be safe. But
All
Hasan always
religion
makes
that
sure to make his
believes
dog
in
whistle
a never
super
seen before
obvious,
God
so
is
his
a
community
lie.
knows he's on their
Sorry,
side.
guys,
with
I'm
this
just like
one.
trying to
But he just won't
stretch.
outright and come out and say his opinion. And we
War's
all
never
know
good.
why. And it seems like
Guy
with every
versus
crossing
bad
day,
guy.
there is
Good
less
guy.
and less
War is
people
never
on
good
Twitch
guy versus
willing to
bad
call
guy.
him
I
out.
agree.
But there's no. What's crazy is there's nobody on the
It's
entire
more
platform to
like
call
when
him
it's
out. Nobody.
the lesser
They've all
of two
been banned.
evils, and
They've all
depends
been
on where
banned.
you're from.
Nobody.
And
There's
like
not
honestly,
a single dissenting voice with his.
the problem is that at the end of the day, like whether or not the one side is good or bad, they most likely believe that they are on the right side. You know what I mean? The correct side. And that's why it's like it's hard to achieve peace, because everyone has their own like perspective. You know, like, you have no idea their perspective of us, you know, and we only have, like, all we have is our own perspective. It's hard to change that kind of stuff. I don't know. Oh, is this on speed?
Radical, anti-American, fucking pro-China, pro-Russia.
See how he's see, like, when their fallout started, he was not like this. I don't remember. He wasn't quite this aggravated with Hasan himself. He was aggravated with Hasan's community for sure. I feel like now it's like getting to a point where it's more personal.
Them takes, this is fringe, psychotic shit that is not normal, and it is the only acceptable voice on Twitch. Explain that to me. How is there not one dissenting voice on that entire platform?
You know, it's almost like someone is trying to create the perfect mind poison trap for the youth.
I mean, I'm trying to dissent on the radicalness. I don't know, like,
when kids try to find out
I'm
what
not,
they believe
I'm just
politically,
here,
this
guys. I'm
is
just
what Twitch
listening. I'm
pushes on.
learning.
And when you think about it, that's kind of a scary thought for the future.
We're chatting.
That platform has no pushback for people like him. At least with YouTube, you have a super diverse spectrum
It's
of
like
opinions
it's like
Twitch,
he's
no.
like too confident about what he's talking about. You know what I mean?
Not so much. The place is becoming a monolith of radicalization. You always hear about these articles from journalists talking about the alt-right pipeline
You know
of
what I mean?
radicalization. But
He's
do you
being
ever
all
hear
more
about the
aggressive
inverse?
because his fans eat it up
if
and
this
it gets him
isn't
more
that,
subscribers.
then I don't know what is. And it's really not hard to believe.
Should I
that
become
that is
like
what they
radical
want.
right?
Because every time someone comes
Is
after
there
Hasan
any?
on the
Is there?
platform,
No,
they
that's
get
weird. Like, I
axed.
don't want to do that. Not for.
Hey,
I wouldn't do
good
that.
afternoon. It's
Not
been a
for the
minute.
money.
Thought I
No
would do a
way.
quick check-in video and go over
Radical
I guess kind of two
centrist.
things. The first
Radical
thing
centrist
is
over here,
I got
guys.
banned from Twitch finally. This was after probably close to
You
I'd say
better
maybe
be diplomatic
what was it, a
or
month and a half?
else.
Somewhere around there, of the campaign of exposing anti-Semitism on Twitch, and they had enough.
His
and
wife
they,
is from
They
Israel.
canned the old account right when I was in the process.
I don't know
of,
if his like
deleting it.
family
And
is
I know
from
it sounds kinda
Israel. I
funny,
feel like
but,
his family is from Israel.
I was actually
though.
on stream on,
But I could be wrong.
on another person's stream, and I was
He
like,
is.
no,
He's not. Where's
it
Where's
kind of-
Ethan
it-
from?
It rubs me the wrong way that
Like,
essentially I'm in a
other
situation
than America,
where
you know what I mean?
I don't stream on Twitch anymore.
Fake news.
I did
Hasan,
a rerun of some like
Hiker, American
instructions of how to
commenter,
contact advertisers and things like that
born.
for a little bit. But aside from that, I didn't stream there. Like maybe I don't know, a few
Turkish
times a year at the
American online
most.
streamer, YouTuber,
And
influence, and
I was
left-wing
talking with
politician
I was talking with someone, and I was just basically like, I don't like the idea that I have like $2,000 or $3,000 a month that's still coming in.
Yeah,
from all these
yeah. I
crazy
mean,
subs
Ethan
that I
is
forgot to
Jewish. That's what I
subscribe.
meant.
And I hate the idea that Twitch is making money off of me doing nothing, and I don't need the money that much.
Off topic.
And I think I'd rather
You were talking
just
about
not be beholden to this platform
Ethan
anymore.
also.
So
Okay,
I went
that was
on
wrong. Oh,
Twitch and I did
reverse.
a data
Everyone
request, which is kind of
picking
one of the
aside,
first
like,
things I think
watching
you
a
should ever
football
do if you're
game.
going to go and delete your accounts. Make sure you get everything out of there. Not that I even know what would be on Twitch, but maybe like my
You
emotes
like how
and
he
a few other
said
things.
communist
But
healthcare?
I did the
That's
data
funny.
request, and again, I was
For
talking on stream about how I
for
was
who?
going to delete my
For
account.
who?
And while I was sitting there
really
waiting for the
paying
data
attention.
request to come in,
Norse
the account
pagan,
was
hence
banned
your name, and you
permanently.
have
And
not
at first there was
heard
no
any
reason. It
god
took about
make a promise to
I think
you,
an hour or
and
so,
then
and
contradict
eventually
their
I got a
promise.
reason. It was for extreme
Have
harassment.
you heard any
Dan
god at
is
all?
another example of a guy Hasan used to have good conversations with, but now is just someone Hasan
And the
clips out of
gods have
context
never
constantly
made promises
to strawman
like the
and prevent his
Christian
audience
gods
from
has and
taking in
failed to
any
keep it.
serious criticism when it comes to him. Just like he did with Destiny, and just like he did with Ethan, and countless others. How many people is Hasan gonna clip out of context and just call obsessed so he could sidestep the criticism? Like, think about it.
You
How
heard
many
something
times
a
have you seen
few
Hasan do
months
that?
ago.
Because I know
Blew your
personally,
mind.
it's not
Every
once.
bad guy in
It's not
history,
twice.
like Hitler,
This
thought
has
he
become
was a
Hasan's
good guy
bread
doing the
and
right
butter
thing
for taking down people that disagree
for
with
our
him.
own
You know,
good.
if you consider yourself Hasan's friend, you better never publicly disagree.
I
with
wouldn't
him,
go
because
that
it
far.
will
I
only
would
be a matter
definitely
of
go
time
as far as to say
till
it's
you-
for their
I mean,
own good.
come
Like,
on.
it was
The
for
last podcast with
ultimately for
Ethan
like his
is
own
almost
good,
pathetic at this
right?
point.
But I
Same
do
like
wanna
with
say,
our
make something very
governments, they
clear at
just
the
do
top of
things
the
for
show
their
here,
own good
is that I've seen a lot of people
ultimately.
expecting us to come
But they say things are
and
for our own
argue,
good.
and
I guess
our
that's why you put
friendship
in
is going to end and the
quotations.
show is going to end or something
Radical
like
right
that. And that's,
means
I'm
white
sorry to
supremacy.
disappoint
Yeah,
you
never
guys,
mind.
but that's definitely not what we're planning on doing.
Never
here. It's not
mind.
going to happen. We
But
can
wait,
have,
is
that
Hasan
sounds so
like
dumb
okay?
and
What is
corny, but,
far
like, we can
left?
have
What does that
difficult
mean? Like,
conversations and not hate
no
each
white
other, which is
people.
important. There's this
Like,
one
what does it
video
mean?
that
Like-
I saw on our subreddit. The one thing that pisses me off is people who are cutting shit.
hi Crevetka,
that is,
how
like,
you doing?
trying to make it sound like I said that if you're pro-Palestine, you deserve to die, which is fucking nuts. Clearly cut
He's from New York.
And I've seen people doing the same to you.
And always
People
has
don't
been, but like,
know
where's
what your
his like
perspective is, and
family,
immediately
like
say,
his parents
okay,
from, his
you want all
grandparents
Palestinians to
from.
die. You want Israel to ethnically
Always been
cleanse
from New York.
the Gaza Strip and ethnically
Our
displace
own
the
good is
West
an
Bank.
excuse, but really for his
I don't
own
believe
good.
that that's your
Yeah.
perspective. And
100%.
I've never.
Believe it? It's not.
No, I know that that's not your perspective. I'm
Just to
saying
be
that
totally
like,
clear about that.
yes, but I think that it's important for you to clarify, and then I can clarify my position as well.
Sheesh. So much for not breaking up and this not being their last podcast. Anyway, did anyone else notice how Hasan just left the door open? Being like, Ethan needs to explain himself and prove that's not his opinion. Does that really seem like something a friend would do? Especially when that friend is seemingly trying their hardest to understand your point of view. Ethan is
I don't feel like Hasan acted like a friend at all to
Hasan out
Ethan.
of context. And Hasan is just like, well, why do you think my community would think that way about you? Maybe you should explain yourself. He's just slyly positioning himself above Ethan morally and being a sneaky little snake. It's literally the same thing he did with that CEO shit. Being like, I'm not saying this, but a lot of people are, and you should think about why.
Unconscionable act of violence. Chat, let me just say, I want to stress this importance, okay? I do not, what's the word? I don't want to fuck it up. I do not condone the assassination of insurance CEOs, healthcare CEOs. I do not condone it. I condemn it, okay? I condemn.
Wow.
Just want to get it out of the way, you know?
Look at him.
Just want to fucking say it off the rip. I don't want anybody clipping anything else and fucking running around. Maybe 6 years later, I'm at a debate stage and someone comes up and is like, at a time when there's a lot of political violence, don't you feel responsible for healthcare insurance executives getting assassinated? You know, I don't want none of that. Okay? Yeah, little bro will put the condemnation in the bag. Okay? I will. Kind of lame. Sorry. But having said that, having gotten my condemnations out of the
Don't
way.
label yourself. Vote your beliefs and on the policies.
My very serious, my very sincere.
Being Jewish
condemnations out
doesn't
of the
mean
way.
Israeli. No, I know that.
It is very interesting.
I know that. I'm just curious to know because most Americans are like came from somewhere anyway. You know what I mean?
Okay. Not me.
Like he's not native.
I would never say it.
Do you know what I mean? Do you get what I'm trying to say?
You can't even catch me thinking it. But what I have seen,
our own
from
good
others
is an excuse, but
is that
really,
Medicare for on the ballot,
Hasan is
100%
all
of
about
the vote.
himself,
Okay, full
100%.
table sweep.
It's all theater.
I'm not saying nothing, but it
But, like-
does seem like people are very mad about
But
the
like
healthcare
he'd have
situation in this
to
country.
like
I mean, come on. This is
imagine
literally the
I
same way he
pretended.
handles
Imagine
people. He's just
for
being like-
theater. Imagine for theater purposes and for the stream, I pretended to be like radical right. Wouldn't that would be like so dumb of me to do? Like who would want to be so radical online like that as their persona? But then like yeah, it's just like weird. I don't know.
Like, why do you think the community would think that way about you? What a dirty little snake. This guy knows exactly what he's doing. And let's be real, the only one that needs to explain themselves and their recent behavior is Hasan. The guy has been doing some pretty extreme stuff, and he knows it, which is why he deleted 2 months of VODs. Hasan is the one that goes viral on what seems like a daily basis for doing and saying crazy shit.
Yeah.
You think what Hasan's saying is wrong?
Of course, he's completely insane.
Hold on.
You think what Hasan's saying is wrong?
Of course, he's completely insane.
Dude, are you kidding me?
No, he is. This is no joke.
Oh no.
3 weeks later.
Yeah.
They start overtaking the shit. And they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel.
He's completely insane. This is no joke. I like him, but his politics are insane.
Yeah, we did. I'm sorry. I need the money.
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical?
Sure.
This is the musical that said that where they have the signs that apparently say an end to all certain types of people. Like they had 2 certain types.
I would say if anyone needs to explain themselves,
I mean,
that's probably Hasan.
anyway.
But he's just
Like,
gonna
that's-
sit there and act like he's beyond criticism.
I think that, look, if I'm going to be radically honest, I don't know what people's opinions are. I can't
Also,
see.
like, I'll be honest, like, if I showed up to, like, a housewarming or something and I started playing that, Like just not with the visual, but just like the music itself. Like I think majority, like, not, I think a lot of people would be like it's not for everyone, Hasan. You know what I mean? Like it's not for everyone. Do you know what I mean?
I can't see inside of people's minds, but I suspect that like
Clearly it wasn't for your friend. Like you knew that. You knew that your friend was not gonna enjoy that. Like it was obviously for the gimmick, right?
anti-Semitism packaging that was cynical and
For the
really hurtful,
reaction.
but rather unsuccessful. Didn't really work, so he's just like moving on to other stuff that he's getting directly from the Destiny community. And eventually he'll start talking about how I bought a car, and then he'll start talking about how I bought a house, and how I'm a fake socialist for that reason. And then finally, America deserved 9/11. It's just like, that's just, you know, that's just how it works. What are you gonna do?
He will just continue to strawman a guy that seemingly tried everything to understand his point of view and be his friend. But no, now he's just tossed him aside like a rotten piece of meat. He's just gonna sit there and try to act like Ethan never tried to actually understand him, and that he was being uncharitable the entire time. And now Ethan is the petty one, because he is criticizing Hasan more broadly now that he's been stabbed in the back. Hasan is pretty clearly never gonna change his playbook when it comes to this stuff. It has just worked far too many times for him to stop now. It has just become second nature for this guy at this point, which is honestly kind of sad. And I honestly feel for his former friends, even if I disagree with him on a lot of things. Hasan just isn't a good friend. All right, guys.
You don't do it for
I
a
said my
living
bit.
like Hasan does.
I hope you guys liked the video, and if you did, hit that like button and
Yeah,
subscribe.
but like,
and if you want to see more
that's
content like
that's
this,
even
YouTube
worse.
thinks you're gonna like this video.
Like now
right
that's
here.
like attached to you. Do you know what I mean? Like, and you're like you, like that's attached to you now. Like I don't know. It's
So, what do you think is really going on?
I don't know.
In New Jersey with these drones. These
Oh, I'm
quote-unquote-
over this. I'm so over this. Does Mike Rowe have X Mike Rowe? I need to send him my UFO footage. It's not UFO footage. It's literally drones taking off from Toronto airport.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back. Thank you very much for being with me again today. 3 issues for this video.
Hi, cleanup
or 2
guys.
topics.
You
First
deadass thought I was about to
Putin
say you need to
says
send
that
him
he's
your
going to
cash.
Trump whenever. Whenever. The first one. The second one. Putin
How you
says
doing?
that he will have something to discuss.
Aw, thank
with
you.
him
Thank
with
you so
Trump
much. I
if
mean, I'm
they
kind
meet.
of
What could that
VTubing.
be?
I'm like
And the
half
third one,
VTuber
Putin
today.
humiliates
The ears are real.
That's not a journalist. That's an,
The ears are real.
That's an operative, media operative, reporter, so-called. But I will show you who that guy is, because I know who that guy is. He interviewed Putin in the past, and he was very.
You learned
very
it from
disrespectful.
Cenk?
How?
Oh, okay,
And
that would
Putin
make sense
smacked him
actually.
calmly in this little video here. So,
Chunky yogurt.
all this happened during the annual Q&A session that Putin has.
Then you get a
annually,
lot of
every year.
radical
Right, let's start
right
with the first topic.
viewers
And that
and
comes from
haters too. A
Ukrainska
lot of
Pravda.
people love that because it's
Putin says
also
he's ready to meet
intoxicating
with Trump
to far
whenever,
right and far left,
whenever,
sadly.
bring it on.
Agree.
This is according to, as I said, Ukrainska Pravda today.
Musical
Thursday,
is
December
evil
19th.
ideas.
This is the
Hasan
guy.
is delusional.
Let me make it a little bit bigger.
Yeah, he's pretty radical,
All right,
like I
okay,
said.
this is like,
in my
okay, bring it on,
opinion.
baby doll. Russian leader Vladimir Putin has said
Sad
that he's
thing
ready
is
to
you
meet
can
with-
say
with
anything about
or talk to
that on
US
Twitch,
President
but not the other
Donald
way
Trump
around.
Whenever. He's open, but hey, he doesn't like peace. And this is a quote from Putin during the press
That's what
conference.
Ethan was trying to
What I
expose
can
about
offer
Twitch.
to the newly elected President Trump when we meet? Well,
Right.
first of all, I don't know when we will meet because he hasn't said anything about it. I haven't actually talked to him in over 4 years.
Looking
and
digitally
I'm ready
enhanced.
for anything. Of course, whenever. And I'll be ready for a meeting if he wants it. Putin also said he was certain that he and Trump, quote unquote, will have things to talk about if their meeting takes place. Okay, why do you think they will have to talk about it? And this is from Sputnik.
No comments
Putin
yet.
says we'll have something to discuss if he meets with Trump. I'm ready for this. Russian President Thursday said he's ready to talk and meet with U.S. President-elect Donald Trump at any time. Bring it here, now, or whenever you want. And I'm quoting Putin. I'm ready for this conversation at any time. I will also be ready for a meeting if he wants it, Putin said. And he said here, and if one day there is a meeting with the newly elected President, Mr. Trump, I am sure we will have something to talk about. Is Putin going to issue new orders, do you think, to Mr. Trump, as these baboons here propagandize their, you know what? All right, well, we're going to find out. Let me show you this guy. And this guy, I watched him interviewing. It was not an interview, actually. I think that was not, I think. My assessment of that was this guy was not a journalist, but I will show you how he's presented as by the Russians. It says, Putin humiliates NBC fake news journalist, quote-unquote journalist. And this is the guy. Maybe you're familiar with this guy. I am familiar with this guy. I saw the interview. And oh, vey, to use my friend's expression. Ready? Let's see what this guy has to say.
Mr. President, when you face President-elect Trump, you will be the weaker leader.
I'm of a different opinion. I think that Russia
Admin
became
go
much
complain.
stronger over the past 2 or 3 years.
Again.
Mr. President, when you face President-elect Trump, you will be the weaker leader.
I'm of a different opinion. I think that Russia became much stronger.
He's a
over the
U.S.
past 2 or 3
citizen.
years.
I know, like deport.
Don't
You
think
can't
that's
really deport a
insulting?
U.S. citizen,
Well, you can
right?
say, well, that's the assessment of the journalist.
What?
The journalist is not a journalist.
What can you do?
I don't think
What?
he's a journalist
What would
whatsoever.
the?
And I
What
will,
would it be called
I
in
will show
this
you who
case?
this guy is. I can only tell you that he's part of the Stein Club. You know? Okay, just check him out. Just check this guy's past, and you're going to find out that somewhere in the past he has one or two ancestors who belong to the. How does my look have today? You know what I mean? All right. So first, is Russia stronger? I think 100%. Why? Russia fights or has been fighting NATO for 3 years. Not Ukraine. NATO fights Russia with Ukraine, and the Ukrainian nation will be decimated, and some of the Russians will also die. For 3 years, these guys here tried to impose sanctions, sent military assistance, money from our children to someone else's war, so the profiteers can then get fatter and fatter. What did Russia do? Russia adapted. One mark of a superior being is adaptability. You adapt to the new circumstances and
Can't
you
do anything
succeed.
when you have free speech.
Russia did not collapse.
What do you mean?
Did not go in an economic paralysis like the European Union is because the Americans told them, you got to impose sanctions, man. Why don't you buy from us more expensive?
I mean,
LNG?
you mean about
right? Liquefied natural gas, that is, and so on. So Russia adjusted or adapted its economy.
I got it.
Depending on, as they call it with globalism, interdependency. So you produce this as a country, you produce this, and I can okay, and we all do this. And when we want to sanction you, we cut this supply to you, and you die economically. Therefore, the guys in your country will come with the pitchforks and with the torches, and they will hang you in the market square, like I don't know, Mussolini or maybe Gaddafi, that we have nothing to do with. I'm just talking about Mussolini because that's how human beings act in the 20th century. If you don't believe me, go and see Mussolini and his mistress. What was his name? I can't remember her name, and doesn't really matter. I knew her name. In the, I think it's a square in Milano, hanging upside down after they were before that allegedly.
You just can't like
their heads are like this. Go and watch those videos.
You can't like threaten someone though, right?
If you look deeper,
Like
so
that's going
humanity.
too far.
Humanity in the 20th century. If you want to see the humanity in the 21st century,
Threatening?
look what
Is there
happened
anything
to
else?
Gaddafi. Oh my God! And who was
other than
applauding
like
that?
threatening someone that you
remember
like, makes you
our Secretary of State.
What am I trying to
Miss
say?
Hillary Clinton. Remember when she
That's
was
not like free to say
supposedly
kind of
doing
thing.
the interview, 60 Minutes, I think it was an interview, and Miss Clinton or whatever, Gaddafi is.
You can't call to arms. So what is that like?
You can find it online. we won, and he's dead, or something like this. Did you see that display of humanity, of the 21st century humanity? That she was with her belly bouncing up and down.
This guy makes so many
working on
sound effects. I'm like,
anyway,
what are you even talking about?
Like a Jabba the Hutt. That's exactly how. Anyway, my friends, so that's the humanity we support in Libya. So Russia became stronger, and the consequence or the confirmation that Russia became stronger is the alliance Russia is able to form with big countries. If Russia will be weak, the other countries will not come along and say, okay, we want to be with you. Russia withstand the hegemon's wrath. With all its power, with all its jackals and all the hyenas, all the club, all the plantation, Al Capone could not destroy Russia for 3 years.
You said you heard your God speak to you. You'd have to be checked for schizophrenia.
With you every night and every day. Yeah, exactly. That's what they want to be with them. So yes, Russia became stronger. There were sacrifices.
They're what they
It was
call
not
an
easy, obviously. There will be
animist. I
sacrifices
believe the
because
gods
these
are
guys will not
aspects
stop.
within
Even
you.
if, let's say,
If
a
there
peace
is a
conference
woman
and
you
the war in
love
Ukraine
and you're
will stop.
willing to fight
Now,
hard for
these
it.
guys don't think it's going to be okay. We're friends. Come over, sit with us at the table, and we flick crumbs to the baboons over there, the rest of the world. No, they're
That's
not gonna do
cool.
that. China wants to come over here, and if they get it here, say, okay, Russia, thank you very much for coming over. What's over there? God damn it! We did it. That's what's going to happen. You think this is over? It's not over. Okay, like Stallone in his First Blood. It's not over. Exactly. So yes, Putin is right. The baboon, go
Something
and check
is
him
not
out.
allowed. It should not
That
be
guy
allowed
journalist.
on
And you're
all
gonna find out who he is.
sides, and
These
not
guys
only
shape our
when
opinions.
it is
Somehow you see all
something
these,
Twitch does not
Dershowitz
like. I
and
agree.
all these guys coming in front of you. Telling you, or you can look at Fox News as well,
Oh,
and they are creating your
didn't-
opinion, they're
didn't
forming, shaping it. Who the fuck are
Dan
you? Well, they're
and
smart, supposedly.
the
How?
Twitch
Pull
team
one another up, and they
send
keep you down. Why do you think
like Dan
they're
basically
overrepresented?
made
It's
the
because they
Twitch
have,
employees sing happy birthday
read,
to
the culture
to
of
Hasan.
by Dr. Kevin McDonald that I made a video with about a month ago or so. Go and read that book, and it's gonna help you maybe see things a little bit different if you don't see them already. Thank you very much for being with me again today. Well, let's see what else we have here. Yeah, he's ready to meet Trump, and the other one to discuss with Trump. What do you think they will discuss? First, let's see if Trump is allowed to get into the office and be sworn in. That's what the first one. Remember when Putin and Trump met? I don't know, I think it was Helsinki or something. Maybe I'm just, but somewhere in the Nordic
Don't
states.
forget, the
I can't
social
remember exactly
platforms
where
are
it was.
private business.
Norway, Finland,
But they
something,
are
not Sweden, but
public
they met, and they were all
platforms though.
stressed
Like
out when
they're
Putin and,
private, but
Trump, and only their
they
translators spoke for 2 hours. 2
I
hours
don't know.
without
They work
anybody
as like
else.
a
They were over
public
there, obviously, bugged and all
platform. Does that make
But they were
sense?
all,
I remember
why did they have to
we
talk? Well,
Googled
Putin
this
gave
or we
him some
chat
orders.
GPT'd
We're
it.
gonna do this, Trump. We're gonna do this, Donald.
We looked
and
it
Trump
up.
was like, yes, yes, yes. That's how it was portrayed
like
by the same
couple weeks ago.
so-called journalists in the free world. Jesus Christ. Thank you very much for being with me again today. Stay strong, stay smart, look for the truth, and be just.
Hello and welcome to Reality Check. I'm Ross Coulthart. Or should I say, welcome to the end, the official end of what was meant to have been Alien Invasion Day.
Blah.
Yes.
Follow me, okay?
Yes. Bollards in the know. Okay, so this is an interesting, interesting phenomenon. Okay. Now, okay, don't worry about it. This is fake.
Why don't you play it first before we see if it's fake?
All right.
Okay, it's incredibly fake.
It's fake.
I love that this is a genre.
But this has become a genre. You know, like this, the bollards. We've been talking about bollards on the show these days. Okay.
Yes.
There's now a genre of fake bollard videos.
Yes.
I'm not joking. I had like 4 or 5 of these, but I thought I'd just save them.
Yeah.
Each week I could.
I can't believe it's become a genre.
Yeah, where it's like these dudes sitting around and then a bollard hits him or whatever.
Can you explain why this? It's because it's a dark reason that this became a phenomenon.
Well, it's because bollards are useless in China because they fake and hollow, like we showed you last week. And because of the Revenge Against Society attacks, you know, these guys drive through bollards to attack people, to drive over people. So, like, obviously they're useless, so people make fun, like this.
Yeah. But it's
like,
the mass murders have been spawning a genre of video where there's fake bollards like flying around.
Yes. Now here's something.
It's weird.
You can't accuse China of not overdoing things.
Yes.
You know, whenever they try to,
I know you're saying.
You know when they try to pretend like they're the best at something, they just create the most. So you know what I mean?
Because the words are banned, they are only
Just
banned
want to
if
say,
it's in a
if you've
context.
not been watching us for a long time, or
There's
if you're
no
new
accountability in the
here, there have been
alternative.
these Revenge Against Society
Yes.
attacks where people are driving into massive crowds of people like dominoes and killing everyone, including
Actively
schools.
harboring
Specifically
against people,
schools.
So that's
people
what's going to be relevant here.
But what I wanted to say is, like, instead of like
SA and
China
worse
developing
kinds.
the best solar panel, the most
Yes.
efficient solar panel,
Yes.
they'll just produce the most.
Right.
So, you know, instead of saying like, oh, then they will say we're the world leader when it comes to solar panel production.
Yes.
And then people think, oh, that means they must be the best. But no, they're making junk, but just lots of it.
Yes.
So it's that idea.
Yes.
So anyway, the bollards might be rubbish, but now they have a solution to that.
Oh my! You know, I don't want to laugh though because it's for a dark reason.
Yeah. Now this is outside of a school, middle school, and if you look, first of all, I mean, look at that, the flag, the red flags for the entrance of the school. It's very communist.
That's very Communist Party of
But
China.
look at how many bollards they've had to put up because okay. Those cylindrical bollards that you see there are the normal ones, but they're very ineffective.
Yeah.
They'll just get knocked straight down. So they've kind of gone
Arcade
overkill.
should
I
buy
really
Nova's
don't think any
censorship
car
with
is
him.
going to get through. How many bollards are there?
If you guys post this on Twitter or whatever, screenshot this and then put there's a black
You
spot
want all
for tech.
cases, including
This
Supreme
is how
Court,
bad
but
it's gotten
Biden
in China
still
that this is what
shadow
you
ban
pronounce
him
like
everywhere
spells.
except on X.
This is insane.
There's like 5 layers. Sorry, 6 layers of bollards of however many deep. There's a lot of bollards over there. And you can see they're the kind of bollards that usually would have poles going through them.
You
but
saw
they're like,
this
that
video?
wouldn't work. So let's just stack the bollards. I mean, it's bad. It's so bad in China. People are running over school kids so often that they have to
What the
do
fuck?
It's by the way, guys, we talked about this before, but it's been almost a daily occurrence that there's mass murders happening. You know, like
it is a daily occurrence.
Yeah,
Not
no,
almost. It is.
It's a daily occurrence that people are killing random civilians in large numbers in cars.
Yep.
And it's so bad that this is the response. It's not. So it's not funny.
No, it's not. It's just a.
Be all right. Quality needs You'll follow me, okay?
Yes.
Whoa, that's quite the title that you have.
Yes. So a tunnel is being built over here. Okay, we've got a nice fresh tunnel.
I do want to remind everyone this is what you're buying when you let China do your infrastructure projects.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see what happens with this lovely tunnel.
We saw this. I think we saw this.
Hey, maybe that's how they make the road, you know?
It's like full of sand
It'll be a road.
instead of like being solid concrete or whatever. Or no.
There's something about this scene that.
Right? Yeah. Look, it's just full of sand. Oh my gosh.
How bad the economy in China is right now. And one of the things you could tell is by the amount of wage disputes.
Yeah.
Every week we've been showing you at least one wage dispute. Now I had a whole lot, but I don't want to bore everyone with every single one. In this particular one, the workers again haven't been paid their wages for months, and so they.
It's a new day in America, folks, where you have someone like Joyanne Reid on MSNBC criticizing the Democratic Party. Here.
The party needs to concede, retire, enjoy the rest of your life.
The woke left is absolutely spiraling right now. Ever since Donald Trump won the 2024 presidential election, places like MSNBC and all the mainstream news outlets have kind of stayed the same, but you could tell they're starting to bring on some people. You know, they're letting Scott Jennings off the leash, and he's just absolutely going nuclear on all the woke idiots on those shows on CNN. And now we even have MSNBC who's criticizing the Democrats. I think this all stems from people like Anna Kasparian, and I guess you could throw Cenk Uygur in there, even though I don't believe Cenk Uygur is being genuine whenever he's turning on the woke left. Anna Kasparian definitely is being genuine, and I think it's because of people like
there
her.
goes my ear.
She is forcing these people's
I'm not
hand
gonna
to
wear them
start to
anymore because
recognize
they kinda
truth a little
hurt.
bit. Because if people on the left who are hardcore Democrats for the longest time are now criticizing the Democrats
I'm
and
not an
turning
elf
on the woke
anymore,
left like Anna
just a
Kasparian
Christmassy
is,
person.
people
Hold on, I
out
need
there who
my-
watch this stuff are going to be like, wait, what the hell? Maybe we were being lied to this whole time. And now everybody's starting to wake up. Even lefties are starting to wake up to the fact that they have been lied to this entire time. So we have people like Anna Kasparian who are able to take victory laps while they watch MSNBC melt down and lose their minds and start to even criticize the Democrats. Let's get into this clip here where Joy Reid and MSNBC go on to call out Democrats because of what Anna Kasparian and others like her have been saying.
The party needs to concede, retire, enjoy the rest of your life.
What is about
and
this?
let them be
This
leadership.
gerontocracy seems like it's intractable.
Why not have an AOC and a Jasmine Crockett who, quite
If
frankly,
they
are
actually
never
built
scared?
those
Never.
to
Donald
spec,
Trump
they
communicated
would have
with
to
regular
be
people
updating
about
too.
regular
It's
things. I mean,
like
AOC and Jasmine
if they
Crockett are
had
probably
just
two of the
put
best communicators. We need messengers
worst-
to make
if
sure
they
that
had
people are
put
paying attention
as
to all
much
these
work-
hearings on Capitol Hill, to communicate to voters. I don't agree with what Bernie Sanders said, that we've abandoned the working class people. We actually
If they had put as much effort into being good as they do into looking good, then it would just, things would just be better all around.
regular things. I mean, AOC and Jasmine Crockett are probably two of their best communicators. We need messengers to make sure that people are paying attention to all these hearings on Capitol Hill, to communicate to voters. I don't agree with what Bernie Sanders said, that we've abandoned the working class people. We actually are the party of working class people.
It's a new day in America, folks, where you have someone like Joyanne Reid on MSNBC criticizing the Democratic Party. Here. Now, of course, this has to do with the Democratic leadership, in this case in the House, refusing to kind of step aside and allow for younger members of Congress to take the reins to serve in leadership roles. And to be more specific, this week we learned that while AOC, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, was trying to win a leadership role in the House Oversight Committee, Nancy Pelosi was behind the scenes whipping up votes against her to ensure that a more moderate Democrat, Representative Jerry Connolly, who's 74 years old and is currently suffering from cancer, would be named the Democratic leader of this committee instead. And so I'm real curious to get your thoughts, Waz, because for the most part, I mean, I agreed with what Joy Reid was saying, and I don't agree with her often these days.
I rarely agree with Joyanne Reid when it comes to what the Democrats are doing or what they should be doing and what's right and what's wrong. But I think it's obvious that everybody understands this gerontocracy situation is bad. It's bad for business. Like, this idea that you can be dynamic and reach a mass audience with, these freaking people that you got to wheel across the damn stage or on crutches, and they basically got to eat in public with a damn bib on. I think that's a problem. And I'm not trying to be ageist here, but just look at it looks insane. And then, when they come out and say like, oh, we're the party that has the best interest of the country and blah, blah, blah. And they do this stuff like just nakedly grab for power at every single turn. Like everybody knows that's the wrong move. What I will say, man, and
not everybody,
if you
but
ever watch a Nancy Pelosi interview and she's talking about her machinations behind the scenes, she's a freaking mob boss. And I think what she would say to AOC is, why don't you whip up the votes? Okay, you don't have the power, so shut up. You got to take the power. Basically, they're saying you got to kill us yourselves at the ballot box. You know, you got to have more progressives in the caucus so that these freaking corporate, moderate, centrist, whatever euphemism we want to call these Democrats, so that we can actually defeat them.
That's such a great point.
The guy is actually right. I don't know who this is, but they
But
did good in replacing that other guy that
to
quit
play P-word
live on air on another live stream. He quit the Young
and
Turks
suggests to ban
live.
her for it.
This
That's
guy
legal.
is
What?
completely correct about the Democrat
Really?
Party. Where, I mean, I want them to continue to roll people out on wheelchairs. That means
I'm
that we
pretty
need to
sure
win
you
more
can get
often,
banned
but
for
if they
that.
actually want to win, and if we want the overall country to improve, which I know people don't like to think that way, but it is a rising tide raises all ships situation. If our opponent every single election is Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, that's not going to
Funny
kind
thing
of,
is, if they had
spark
actually
improvement in the
built
Republican
those-
Party, which we should
'cause-
want
oh, wait,
overall
I
as a
already read
country.
that.
I think we need to sometimes, every once in a while, just zoom out and say, I understand we're playing, our side versus their side type games, but we all want the overall country to improve, right? A rising tide does raise all ships. And so if the Democrat Party improves, it will force the Republicans to also improve. And, hopefully that improvement means trying to get more votes by enacting the will of the people. But if the Democrats actually want to win, they need to get rid of people, as bad as it sounds, get rid of people like Bernie, like Joe Biden, like Kamala Harris, like Nancy Pelosi, these types of people, they got to go. And I honestly think that Bernie's beliefs and his policies are pretty popular. I think they should find somebody who's younger, who holds his same beliefs if they want a chance at winning. I said this before, I'll say it again. If you were to run out somebody like, I don't know, Andrew Yang or somebody who believes in UBI when I was first graduating high school, that sounds absolutely amazing to me. Like if you want to capture the young vote or the idiot vote or the food stamp vote, you run out somebody who has a UBI policy, a strong UBI policy, and say, if you elect me, you're going to get $2,000 every single month for doing absolutely nothing. You would have 100% had my vote. No questions asked. I don't give a shit what your other beliefs are. I don't care, if you fully believe in every...
But as you get older, you realize why that's not
If you are giving me $2,000 a month to breathe, you're getting my vote. So
At least some
there's a
people
whole lot
do.
of people out there who think that same way, whether they're young or old. They're dumb, but they think that way. A ton of people think that way. And so I think that would be very scary if the Democrats actually ran someone with those beliefs. Will they actually do it? And will they do it with somebody who's not having to be wheeled out or have crutches or, like this guy said, wear a bib when they eat? That's going to be a whole other story. It seems like they're just incapable of doing that. And somehow, some way, they still get a ton of votes.
Was because so far AOC has tried the approach of cozying up to people like Nancy Pelosi, calling her mama bear, complimenting her. She came in, she got voted into Congress to fight the Democratic establishment, and in the very beginning she did. But she caved to them pretty quickly. And look, I can imagine how uncomfortable it is to find yourself in a workplace that's incredibly hostile toward you, but that's what you got voted in for. And so no one is going to hand her a leadership position because right now the standard operating procedure for the Democratic Party in Congress is we have protocols, seniority is the number one priority, you have to pay your dues and you have to wait your turn. And understand that's all about their own sense of entitlement. It's not about what is best for constituents, what is best in terms of securing policy wins that Democrats purport to want to pass.
Are we
It's
getting
all
Christmas
about,
snuggies?
this person's waited their turn. It reminds me of what happened
This is
with
as
Hillary
close
Clinton in the
as we're
2016
gonna
election.
Yeah.
Right? All of the games that were being played during that Democratic primary, not to ensure that the best possible candidate was
This
going to
is a
run against
virtual
Donald Trump, but to ensure that someone who was
relationship.
really
We can
rising,
send
skyrocketing
air
in popularity at the
snuggies,
time,
but-
of course, Senator Bernie Sanders, wouldn't have a chance. Right? I remember all the little games that they played. It's
also
incredible because, of course, there were a lot of denials about those strategies.
If you enjoy content like this, then make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It really does help me
I'm
out a ton.
reserving my
Subscribe to the video.
To essentially prevent Sanders from winning the primary. But then during this past election cycle, all of a sudden you have Democratic
Special
lawmakers who came
peoples.
out and just totally admitted it on cable news.
Yeah, and you know what? I think about the other side, and we've talked about this on
Are
the
you
show.
talking 'cause
and,
I'm in my
about, like,
PJs?
what Matt Gaetz and them could do in the freaking House
Well,
caucus, where
it's just the
on
PJ
the Republican
top,
side, where they
like,
could have a
jacket
direct
thing.
hand in picking the freaking speaker.
'Cause they got
okay,
pulled.
I think part of that is their megaphone, man. Like they could get certain
You're right.
political, conservative media entities to
You're
echo
right, you're
what
right.
they're saying. Like I think
I'm
AOC
so
got to
sorry.
get on the horn. She got to try to get them folks at the New Yorker and
I
the New
jumped the
Republic
gun.
and the God forbid the Atlantic.
You brought
and
your
New
wife
York
and kids
Times
cute little
Like,
blankets.
you gotta
Aw.
find a way to get in there to put a pressure campaign on these establishment Dems and just
Yeah,
talk
they
about,
can
like, yo,
sell
you
our
guys are
day.
taking
Like,
all these
we don't
L's.
really read the
And
fine
the
print
idea
when
that you
we
can
sign
sit
up for
around and
these
be this
things.
arrogant and stubborn about holding on to power till the bitter end, she's got to be a little bit more politically savvy, honestly, about
Little
this. 'Cause if it's-
Machiavellian.
Yeah,
You're spoken
100%.
for.
Because it's not going to work from just doing it on a
Well, I
quote,
didn't
unquote
think
merits.
of it in
Now,
a
I'm going
romantic
to go to
way.
one more video here, and this is
I was
Chris
thinking
Hayes, also a host over at MSNBC.
in a
But
friendly
in light
way.
of everything that has happened over the past decade,
I'm
it does
still
feel
like,
Democrats
this is as
still
far
have
as it
not learned
goes.
a pretty important lesson here. In April
Only
of
because
last
I don't
year,
want to
President
do
Joe
air
Biden announced he was
hugs.
running for
I
re-election,
just don't want to do air
even though he
hugs
was
on
the oldest
camera.
man
Okay,
to
that's
ever
all.
serve as president, and was also clearly having a
But you
hard
know
time
what?
communicating
Again,
at the level necessary.
I jumped the gun. That's not even what you meant anyway.
It wasn't until over a year later, when Biden gave a cataclysmic performance
That
in
is
his first debate with
onesies,
Donald
not
Trump,
snuggies.
that the Democrats changed course. You would think that would have been enough for Democrats to start taking the age issue seriously. But it was not. Jerry Connolly won that vote today. And he did so thanks in part to former Speaker Nancy Pelosi whipping votes for him. Pelosi whipped votes to make sure that Connolly got the oversight job over the young star in the party,
You
even
see
as
that?
the 84-year-old Pelosi is recovering from hip surgery after suffering a fall.
I think we just need term limits on everybody. You know, there should there just needs to be term limits on literally everybody across the board.
Lindsay is
there might
for
also
friend,
need to be an age
Snuggle
limit implemented
Puddles,
too. If they're going to keep
Snuggles is
recycling
for
the same people over and
a
over
long
again, and if
time.
you just know the right people, you just get into office. I mean, there needs to be something done about that. Like I said, these are a lot of these people that Anna Kasparian and
Okay.
MSNBC are complaining about.
Snuggies
They're trying
is
to
for
improve the
London. Okay,
Democratic
got it,
Party.
got
So I
it,
know a
got
lot of people are going to be like, "Oh, just let them crash and burn." But like I said, a rising tide raises all ships. We won the election. Hopefully we win the next one too. But regardless, I think we should all just want the country overall to be better, right? I think that should be the main goal, other than just, oh, we won, ha ha ha. It should be like, nah, I actually want like the country to improve, you know? So if we want the country to improve, that includes Democrats too. So we should try and encourage that. Let me know in the comments though what you guys think about MSNBC being forced to admit that they're losing and they have to change if they want to win. I believe, and let me know in the comments if you think I'm wrong, I believe forced by people like Anna Kasparian, and like I said, I guess you could throw Cenk Uygur in there too. Let me know in the comments what you guys think about this whole Anna Kasparian versus MSNBC in the comments.
Before I say this, I want to say this is alleged. Right, I already told you Ken and Gypsy broke up. Okay, that's a fact. Ken is allegedly back in Texas for sure, allegedly. It's been alleged that he's at his mama's. So he's with Miss Raina, allegedly. Now, I've heard that he has only been in Louisiana a couple of times last month for filming, and he's been MIA ever since. So when y'all said homeboy is like, where's Waldo? You ain't never lie. Listen, I think Ken was like a runaway slave on that highway to get back to Texas, child. I would too. Because when you deal with someone like Gypsy Rose Blanchard and that type of toxicity, yeah. I is free, massa. I is free. Now remember, Miss Raina said she watched Becca Scoops and she realized who Gypsy really was. And she was concerned about her grandbaby, but she said she was hoping for the best. So she did say she took off them rose-colored glasses, y'all. Y'all remember that video where I told Miss Raina to be careful? Do y'all remember that? All right, y'all, it's time to spin the block. I want to recap you on last night's live because it was complete chaos with Ken's mom and I. Now, before I recap it, I want to say this. I know a lot of you in the
Do
comments were
women
saying,
really
Nina,
think
take over the-
drawn
take
on
over
eyebrows
the-
are attractive?
I knew that I was on a live with one of my elders.
Some women have
I
to draw
feel
their
as
eyebrows
if
on because
still
like
needed to give
they
her respect.
maybe
Whether I
don't
felt
have
she
that
was
much,
doing
and
that
like
same
when you
respect
do
to
your
me or not,
makeup
I still needed to give her
and you
that.
don't do your
However,
eyebrows, it
Ken's
like
mom
kind of
did
looks
not
weird.
agree
I guess
with
it
how
looks
I
weird
felt.
either way depending
And,
on like
I
how you do
understand
them. Me personally, like
I've always
I'm lucky to
maintained a
have like
stance
pretty
that I
thick
feel
like
like
hairs or whatever,
Gypsy
but
is
some
a
people
menace.
just don't have a lot,
And I
and when they
feel
do
like
their makeup,
anyone
like
affiliated
it's
with
like
her
barely there, so
causes
they go in
chaos.
and they
And I truly believe this was proof. I believe Christy
they
Blanchard
add
set
it.
Miss Raina up to this live. I believe that she was in the back, not necessarily physically, but in the back of this whole conversation, and she did that to try to target me again. Because if you notice, a lot of the subjects that Miss Raina touched on were things that Ryan tried to say I was or did. She spoke on race. She spoke on
You never really noticed it, so it must have been done right.
sexuality. She spoke on the Bible. she spoke on a lot of things.
You don't notice
She
it
said she feels
unless like
we
it's
should
pointed
give
out,
Gypsy grace. I don't
kind
feel
of thing.
we owe
Like
her
unless
and I think she has had grace extended to her, and she
Like-
showed us who she was again. And
pointed
if
out
you are
meaning
going
like
to take
just
it
knowing
in the
that
lens of the
that's a
Bible,
thing is already
the
like
Bible does speak about grace, but it also
like
speaks
helps
very
to
much
know
about
like
discernment.
maybe who determine
And they are not
who
two of the
has or
same.
who doesn't. Not that that's
And
like
you need to use both.
something you do, but
And saying that you're using
some people do.
rose-colored
Like
glasses
just now.
is not discernment. You're saying you choose to see the best, and you want to be blinded, and you know that's your choice. But what?
I remember the first time I discovered drawn-on eyebrows. I was on the bus. I was in elementary. I was on the bus, and this lady had like really wonky. Like one looked sad, one looked angry. Like it was that wonky. And that was like my first experience with drawn on eyebrows. Anyway,
One thing I'm going to say
tangent.
is that I hate the fact that you are doing it at your very own son's expense. And the fact that you're not going to see it until you're walking into a church saying your last goodbyes is the real problem. Don't ride for someone so hard that you are having it at the expense of your own child. And that's the reality of this all. I don't like the way that live went at all. Anyone that knows me knows that I don't like chaos. Chaos is something that I despise. And I feel as if you allowed Christy Blanchard to use you. And you don't even realize it. Or maybe you do.
Not usually looking at her
But at
eyes.
the end of
Haha,
the
just
day,
joking.
Miss Christy Blanchard.
It's
what
been
you are
nice. You gotta
continuing
take
to
a
do
break.
is
Bye,
try to target
Cornholio.
me.
Thank you so
But
much for
one thing
hanging
about
out.
me is I do have integrity, and I'm very diplomatic. So you'll never get me to do something that's out of my character, because that's not who I am. So the fact that you continuously try to target me, when are you going to understand that I'm never going to be the person that you want me to be?
What does Hasan have to say about the fake prisoner?
This story is wild. Clarissa Ward goes into a Syrian prison. And the situation is odd because I never really covered this, but it was like weird because the prisoner that was supposedly in prison had like clothing that wasn't tattered. He didn't look like he was actually in these horrifying conditions that we've seen Syrian prisoners in. Normally, people are just like taking Syrian prisoners out of prison, Syrian prisoners in.
For a second, I thought this was like the same person, but hard to say.
Normally, people are just like taking Syrian prisoners out of prison, and like these guys haven't seen daylight for like 10 years. It's crazy. This one, on the other hand, she's walking into the jail, and the dude's got like a groomed beard. He looked fresh, and everyone was like, this is fake. Like, what the hell's going on? And I thought it was suspicious. I didn't really have time to cover it. I thought it was odd, though, because there are a million, like there are, not a million, but there are tens of thousands of real stories of people who have been falsely imprisoned in Syrian prisons for years. And I kind of want to show you the OG coverage. I don't think they're going to show the OG coverage, but it was weird. It was like a very weird situation because like she walks up, the guy that she's with is like, oh, this door is locked. And then the camera pans away. And then the guard shoots the soldier shoots the door.
Not only
here
does it
here
pan away,
here it is.
it fades to black.
After 3 months in a windowless cell, you can
So
finally
heavy
see the
edited,
sky.
heavily edited. Well, I mean, that's not a heavy edit.
Oh God, the light.
But it's like weird.
Oh God,
it's like
there is
weird.
light.
Like, come on, bro. He looks like he's faking it. He looks like he's acting. Now, you can't say that because there are so many real images, right? It's just that this one was like particularly wild because of how it came about. And he doesn't look like the tens of thousands of prisoners that have been released from prison so far. It's just crazy that he did not fit that mold at all. He looked far too clean. He looked far too hydrated. He's too hydrated and mentally clear for this to have been even 5% likelihood of being true. He said he was housed for months and weeks without food. Yeah, he said he didn't have water for like days. And it just didn't make any sense. I promise you. I'm so glad that I didn't say shit though at the time because people would have yelled at me nonstop, endlessly, even if I was right in the end. I just did not have time to cover it. But I did think it was like wild. Like, why not feature any number of like real prisoners? Yeah, people would be like, oh, you're defending Assad's crimes or whatever when I say shit like that. Here's how the real, and here's how the story starts. Tell me this is not staged. Tell me Calista Ward is not a soap actor. Tell me CNN's blah, 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 whatever, right? Wait, where is it? Where's the original? Oh, here is the scene. Here's how it starts. Okay, I wanted to show this.
Is he gonna shoot it?
The guard makes us turn the camera off while he shoots the lock off the cell door. We go in to get a closer look. It's still not clear if there is something under the blanket.
Oh, it moved. Is there someone there? I thought I saw it move. Is someone there? Or is it just a blanket? I don't know.
Hello?
Okay, let's just move.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm a civilian, he says. I'm a civilian.
He was not a civilian.
Sheesh.
He
She's so
tells the
fake.
writer he's from the city of Humps and has been in the cell for 3 months.
Okay, you're okay. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay.
He clutches my arm tightly with both hands.
Okay. Does anyone have any water? Water.
Good night, Stacy. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Okay, it's water. It's water.
I hope you have a great night.
Okay. Okay. Okay, you're okay. You're okay.
Shut up.
Oh, and Chatter said, what if he was a pro-Assad guy in hiding, lol? What if, Chatter? What if that was the case? Because something about this is a little fishy. My man's far too clean cut.
The fighter
This
hands
is
me
so
the
fake.
barely lift it to his mouth.
First of all, if he had 3 months of no food and water, 1, he wouldn't look that way, and 2, he would die from refeeding syndrome. He would die. Look at his nails. He would literally fucking die, bro. Bro's doing a vaccine injury. He's got the shakes. Ya Allah, Anthony Fauci. He vaccinated me. Clarissa, you are my favorite.
Hasan
I did the vaccine.
is a pro-vaxxer.
Vaccine. I have the shakes.
I thought you
I'm
hate
shaking.
America.
My face is shaking, he says. The
But
rebel
you
tells me
trust
there's no
them
more
to
army,
give
no more
you your
prisons, no more
vaccines.
checkpoints. Are you serious, he says?
Am I getting that right?
Syria is free, he tells him. It's the first time he has heard those words.
So listen. So what ended up happening? What ended up happening was, first of all, I don't think that like Clarissa Ward staged this. I just think she's too horny to like get a Pulitzer. So in that moment, I'm fairly certain that she was just like not exercising normal critical thinking, any sort of like journalistic due diligence, any sort of process here that would have been like, can we fact check this guy? Can we see what his background is? That literally is what you're supposed to do. I'm gonna tell you something, okay? I've had many articles written about me, profile pieces, puff pieces, even hit pieces. What journalists are supposed to do, they have entire units dedicated to fact checking. And fact checkers will constantly harass you through the process to be like, you said this. We wanted to verify it. You know, we couldn't find any evidence. Can you show us any evidence about this? The very fact that as far as like foreign policy pieces goes, as long as it's like in line with America's State Department, like whatever their interests are in any particular region, they just don't even, you know, they don't even do any sort of fact check. Like, it's crazy. What's extra crazy is that this person that didn't pass the smell test for many other people for obvious reasons, like he looks in far too good of a shape, especially when there are literally tens of thousands of people that you could have interviewed after they got released from prison. I've seen hundreds of videos where people are being broken out of prison. Assad's notoriously cruel prisons, where they're just like, you see them, their faces, the way that they've been harmed, like it very clearly is different than a guy wearing like a nice fucking leather coat with fur inlining. And when I say the smell test, I mean literally the smell test as well, not figuratively. This dude doesn't look like he hasn't showered in 3 months. He does not look like he hasn't had a haircut in 3 months. He does not look like he hasn't eaten in 3 months. You would straight up be victim to severe malnutrition if his story was correct. Yeah, not one speck of dirt under his manicured nails, man. And a lot of people were yelling about the story because a lot of people hate CNN. So a lot of people were shitting on Clarissa Ward, being like, you staged this, you staged this, you staged this. The f wrong with you? You staged this.
After
And all of those people, all of the people that are not necessarily just like anti-Assad, but also pro-American State Department people, and there's many of them because there's so many anti-Assad people, but then there are a lot of people who are not only anti-Assad, but pro-American empire. All those people are yelling at this guy who, yes, you're not wrong, looks cleaner than Osman Gold coming out of Assad's notoriously brutal prisons. Well, it turns out...
The way... I'm laughing for two reasons. The way he said his name, and then the fact that he made that joke.
CNN's in a little bit of a hot water.
Osman
because
Gold.
Notoriously brutal prison.
Oh shit. The fuck?
Out, CNN empire. All those people are yelling at this guy who, yes, you're not wrong, looks cleaner than Osman Gold coming out of Assad's notoriously brutal prisons. Well, it turns out CNN's in a little bit of a hot water because that guy isn't actually a prisoner of Assad. He's the prison guard. Here is Mohammed Salama, a former Air Force intelligence officer, strengthening evidence of his past activities after his appearance on a CNN report. CNN confirmed the identity of freed Syrian prisoner Assad intelligence officer Salama Mohammed Salama, with local residents saying he operated checkpoints in Homs notorious for their abuses.
Who was it?
What's crazy is first of all, Osama bin
Who was it that said what were we watching? They're like, oh, two of the same name, huh? Like, within his name. I mean, I just thought that was funny. Who was that? Who said that? I don't know. Was it Jesus Enrique Rosas? Maybe not.
Laden, 6'7", he should have balled. Okay, he was he was worried about the wrong towers. Okay, Osama bin balling. This guy, he should have been acting. He clearly has a proclivity for it. He has a natural talent for it.
No,
if he had
doesn't.
honed his theater kid skills, he probably would have been way better by this point. What's more crazy is she hasn't even acknowledged it yet. We confirmed the real identity of the man from our story last Wednesday is Salama Mohammed Salama. Wait, I'm just saying, if he was able to improvise in that moment when he's got like guns pointed at him and shit, like if he worked a little bit instead of operating, as an intelligence officer in the Assad regime, he could have been like an Oscar-winning actor. Bro came out of the prison looking like the British dad who always ends up killing his son. You know what I'm talking about? What's his name? I have to play a video from him. The British guy who's always crying. Yep. Bro came out of the prison looking like this.
What is this?
Praise God.
What is this slow-mo, dude? It's crazy. God, Louis Anderson never ceases to amaze, dude. He is, God, he's got a face made for silver screen. Wait,
I don't
there
get
ain't
it.
no way that the Spider-Man toy still has the tag on it because he wants to return it. Oh my God! Brilliant mind. Nothing compares to his work. His cinema. Yeah, that's how my man came out of that prison, bro. Look at him. Oh, finally the light. You guys don't understand. I fucking hate that Assad guy, man. I hate that guy. He's a real piece of shit. Oh, it's so good. Oh, yeah, kissing foreheads and shit. Like, look at this. Look. Oh my God.
He
look.
kisses her too. He needs to keep watching.
Oh my God. Anyway, well, turns out all the people that were saying this shit looks fake as dog. What do you mean? Well, they were right.
CNN journalist Clarissa Ward
That
is
means
being
me.
accused
I was
of
right.
staging her most recent reports on Syria. Tell us more.
That's right, Yinka. On December 12th, CNN published this report on its platforms. CNN's cameras, they say...
Bro, this is literally Tyler Oliveira shit. I'm sorry. This is some shit that you do not expect from an award-winning journalist. This is some shit you expect from a fucking YouTuber, man. Like FaZe Ronaldo. She's clip farming. Like she's part of the new FaZe clan. That's insane to me. What has happened? What the has happened to mainstream media? What is going on? She threw up the FaZe after. She's like, Mohammed, can you throw this up for me, please? Yeah, FaZe up. He reportedly was involved in theft, extortion, and coercing residents into becoming informants. According to locals, his recent incarceration lasting less than a month was due to a dispute over profit sharing from extorted funds with a higher ranking officer. This led to his detention in one of the Damascus cells. Oh my God.
Why does
and you
everything
know
make
they
him
did
laugh?
not treat his ass in the same way that they treated regular old people. Look at the way he looks. So he was a prisoner vindicated? Brother, since returning to Homs, he was attempting to gain local sympathies, trying to convince them he was forced to do everything. He has also deactivated social media in an attempt to hide any documentation. He carried weapons and was involved in war crimes. Brother. He's the one guy you're supposed to keep in prison? Yeah. His only pick looks like a super villain. Yeah. So did like CNN know, or did they get played by dudes method acting? No, I think CNN is supposed to do due diligence. They're supposed to do their due diligence. How are you gonna release a Assad torturer?
Her acting was really bad too, though. So that's why I think
like,
they
you can't
knew.
do that. That's
I
crazy.
don't think they knew he was a like torturer or whatever. But I think they knew he wasn't really a prisoner because her acting wasn't very good.
Like, look at his outfit.
Either,
like, even if he
so-
spent any time in that prison, look at his
You know
outfit.
whose
Look at the
acting
way
was really good? This guy's acting was pretty good. Because he doesn't stand out. And that's what makes it like realistic. He didn't stand out as like weird, right? Like weird and awkward. Like these two.
he looks versus the tens of thousands of prisoners that were released in the days prior. Like, those dudes were actually malnourished. This dude is in his own prison cell in a clean fit. Someone also pointed out when this released that they immediately sat the guy down for an interview instead of taking him to a hospital. Yeah, like, but yeah, CNN has acknowledged it. Freed prisoner who said he was a victim of the Assad regime was an intelligence officer, locals say. Oopsie. Like, why do you release that video? Why are you so horny to put that out there without doing this due diligence? Like, it shouldn't be up to a Syrian verification service to like actually figure out that the person you have released from prison is like probably the one guy who should stay in prison. This is like, you know, pretty clear-cut clickbait shit. You know what I mean? You clip it, you ship it, and then you deal with it afterwards. Is it a career ender for her? No, absolutely not. Not even a little bit. Is it a career ender for him, you think?
Why wouldn't it be a career ender?
I think he
for
might
her?
be cooked. It would have been better off if he just like got released off camera, and that way he could have just not gone back to his own village, gone somewhere else, been like, yeah, this Assad guy, he's a big bad, right? You know what I mean? He could have hid, but nope. He had to get freed in front of Clarissa Ward and the entire Western audience.
Well, after the Syrian fact-checking organization reported that the Syrian man gave CNN a false identity, CNN said that it subsequently launched an investigation into this report by their chief international correspondent, while Clarissa Ward has not given a comment yet following this backlash on her report. Libération contacted CNN, who denies any type of state.
France 24 busting out the touchscreen for this is crazy work. They're having a fucking victory lap over there. They're like, yeah, okay, CNN. Like, god damn, dude, the production value with the touchscreen? That's crazy. Here we are zooming into Clarissa Ward's face as she believes the very stupid lies that this Assad torturer is telling her.
Regarding the verified swipe revelation, CNN told Libération that they are aware that the man may have given them a false identity during their ongoing investigation on the identity of this man. Clarissa Ward, though, is no stranger to these staged accusations recently in 2023.
Oh, they're bringing the old hits back. That's crazy. That's crazy work. That's crazy work. That's filthy. I fear that's a bit much.
No, it's not.
They're dookie on Clarissa Ward. This is fucked up.
This is
video
totally
everything you just said and
like
showed.
she has a track record, and I think that she honestly, I don't even know, she's a liar. Like, why would anyone want to listen to her if she's making stories up? That's not the type of journalist that we want. We want somebody who's actually going to cover like the news and not their news.
Hey, I criticize CNN all the time.
Simpsons have
I'm not
also
expecting
predicted
France
the flu
24
outbreak in California
to do a
this
deep
year that
dive
will-
into the many different ways in which Clarissa Ward is like
Rouge
lied about shit.
The bird
yeah, I heard about
flu,
this as
I
well.
feel like
the
that's just
Sudan,
like, I feel like they're
Syria,
just
and Gaza.
doing
The
this
world
on
doesn't see us. What a
purpose
militia chief said while
to
holding me captive in
stop
Darfur.
everything, or-
This brews a constant reminder of
Like,
the mayhem
they-
and heartache
they-
that has been
they
playing
can't
out outside
wait for
Kabul
the next
airport.
pandemic,
I got it
yo,
when a very
like,
kind, strong man
if
who
they're
served
not gonna
Romania
get
was
us with
physically
bird
pulled
flu,
me to
they're
the
gonna
safety
get
of
us
the
with
airport
this
through a small door in
drone
the gate, as dozens of other
invasion.
people pushed and crushed in. It's crazy because Clarissa Ward also is that
Yeah,
bitch,
I'm
and I mean
planning
that in
to
a positive
do
way.
some
She
Minecraft. I just
literally
have to
snuck
really,
in
like, I just have
with
to finish this.
I believe it was a Qatari medical
can't-
team
I'm getting
and got like
distracted, that's
the
the problem,
first ever Western press from
I can't
inside
multitask, is
of
what
the
I was gonna
makeshift Palestinian hospitals. Like, it's crazy that she does this, but then she also does that. And you're like, what are you doing? She snuck into Gaza, chat, and I gave her flowers back then. That is actually unironically brave. Infinitely braver than f***ing ducking for the cameras when there is a massive barrage of rockets near the Israel-Gaza border.
She came under fire once again for this Gaza report titled CNN team ducks for massive barrage of rockets near Israel-Gaza border, where we see her
She's
dramatically taking
fake.
cover from a rocket attack from Israel during this live broadcast, where many accuse the journalist of yet another Oscar-worthy performance.
Damn, she underlined it. Yo, that's crazy. That's not good. Look at the smirk on her face. They cooked her. Isn't she just a careerist, wants to be seen as doing dangerous and potentially groundbreaking things? Like, a lot of war correspondents are
Anyway,
like that.
just
They're
saying
crazy.
to warn
They're
people.
Freaks. The difference is there are those
Thank you, Jennifer.
who,
Thank you. I
know, treat
appreciate
their
it. No, like
profession
I
with dignity
hear
and actually go to where the violence
some
is
people
and
like
actually put themselves
bringing
in
it
harm's
up
way.
once in
and
a
there are
while,
those who
and
just basically,
for me, it's like,
you know, kick streamer style fake shit. Clarissa Ward has done both,
like,
which is why I don't understand why she has done both.
I don't
Does that not
believe in
make
any
sense?
natural pandemics anymore. I don't believe in any natural, like, oh, this happened. Like, no. I don't trust anyone. I don't trust any of them who say these things anymore.
It's not like she only does this shit. She does actually
We're
go.
all
I
heading
give her a
towards
lot
a
of
police
credit for
state.
being
Hopefully
one of
not. Hopefully not.
the first, if not the only Western journalist to actually sneak into Gaza to get direct footage from inside of the hospital tents inside of Gaza. That's when you were actually under fire.
Are you sure
Like,
that's-
not a joke.
are you
That's
sure-
like when you are
are you sure
directly under
about that?
fire. You have all of a sudden put yourself in the crosshairs of a nation state that will kill you and not even think twice
How
about
do you
it.
know she
Sneaking
didn't
in, was
fake
letting by
that
Israel was
too?
all scripted. I don't think Israel would allow her to go into the field hospitals. That did not look good for Israel at all. If anything, Israel's more likely to kill her when they find out that she's in the field hospitals. They'll be like, oops, I can't believe that happened. Oh, oh, well, it was Hamas. We thought she was Hamas. I don't think it's in Israel's favor for her to like interview 5-year-olds who have been amputated, okay?
Trump plans on deporting people that have illegal parents. Uh-oh, here we go.
4 million.
That's pretty intense. That's... Look at the drawing of him. Sorry. She got screwed over? Why?
Oh boy. This is a can of worms. Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And as per usual, before
Hopefully
we
not,
launch
but it
in,
looks that
today's
way.
video is sponsored by Lumen, who are actually great. Also, I am
The
very
people
sorry
just,
that I
like,
disappeared
need
for
to
the
not
last
be
6 weeks, but that's
brainwashed
because you guys
and
actually blessed me
believe
with
that,
a ton
like,
of tea orders through my
you
company,
know,
Lions
like-
Tea Exchange, and that's been keeping me very busy
Like,
because, as you all know, I am the only person who packs and ships all of those.
Yeah, I don't know.
Obviously, and I hope you
Everybody
guys know this,
stay
I am so
inside
grateful
until
for all of
Trump
the orders. It's
is-
been really
gets in
cool.
office.
But I do
How
have to
about
tell
that?
you all that the good and bad news here is that that means I also don't have a ton of inventory left of the new winter flavors. So if you want to try one, I suggest grabbing a box. Or if you have already bought them and you really like them and you want to stockpile, also buy a box, because I don't think waste them. I don't want to be a waste about commenting on this Brett Cooper situation, largely because I really like to stay in my own lane. Also because I made a really dramatic video and then just disappeared for 6 weeks, and you know, obviously that's not the greatest thing to do to your audience. It's not cool. But as I have watched a lot of the
I think that's the
commentary and
creator, like,
speculation and everything as it has
curse
unfolded, I
is
decided
that
that I do in
sometimes
fact
they
want to
just
weigh in.
disappear.
Because like I said, apparently
It's
this
hard
is what
to
I do
say,
now. I disappear
stay
for a month and then I
consistent.
reappear, ready to say crazy things. So for those of you who don't know, Brett Cooper
anyway, I can't
until
really speak
recently
for
hosted
people who
the
do it for a
Daily
living.
Wire show The Comments Section. The show was geared towards younger people, and the premise was that Brett would read people's comments
Oh
on various issues
shit!
and
I
topics
thought I
and
put
weigh in
this. I
herself.
thought I had the
She
server
built a
going
huge
already.
audience
I'm
in a
sorry,
very short space of
Woodfast.
time,
I'm
and
sorry.
has
I
gotten
thought I
really
put the server
popular as a
going.
conservative online personality. Then a few weeks ago, information started popping up suggesting that Brett was being pushed
Okay,
out of the
it's gonna
company,
start.
but also her show.
I just need to
Obviously.
finish
A
this
video
video
posted to
quick.
Twitter by a lad called Ian Carroll made several claims about Daily Wire and some of the alleged issues and unrest taking place at the company. Ian said a lot of things, but specifically, he had this to say about Brett. What is my voice doing?
And it looks like Brett Cooper signed that exact kind of contract. And she has built her brand and earned her place with 4.5 million subscribers, loyal fans. But then when I talked to my source, it got real dark. And I'm not sure why Brett wanted out and started to be unhappy there and why this whole thing started. My source wasn't really sure
His
either.
voice is
but
so, like,
once
high-pitched.
she crossed Jeremy Boring and Jeremy was pissed, he decided he would replace her with her best friend. And so he made a contract offer that Reagan apparently could not refuse, and he is now replacing Brett with Reagan slowly until the expiration of the current contract with Brett in December.
Ian is referencing something here that many viewers of the show were finding a little bit confusing and maybe somewhat suspicious. That this random woman called Reagan was showing up to basically fill in for Brett. And then obviously now that we know that Reagan is Brett's producer and also Brett's best friend, or she used to be. Reagan even attended Brett's wedding as her maid of honor. So they're good friends, or they were at least, which in my opinion makes all of this so much worse. Ian goes on to say that Brett has signed an NDA and therefore is barred from commenting on any of this, and that Reagan reportedly took acting classes to try to emulate Brett's mannerisms and speech on the show.
So she is being forced to continue her show as though nothing is going on, while they replace her with her best friend, and probably are going to manufacture some sort of like slander or like, I don't know, I'm just speculating, but they're probably going to manufacture some sort of logical reason why Brett pushed herself out and they had to fill in with Reagan. Apparently they even gave Reagan acting classes for her to emulate Brett's every movement and word.
So obviously, Ian Carroll's video popped off because of course it did. Everybody loves drama. Don't lie, you know you all do. It's like the modern version of observing gladiator battles, except absolutely no one has abs. And there's no wildlife, no lions. There are snakes though. I am sorry for the extra weird interjections that are probably going to come through in this video today. I'm very hyped up for some reason. I don't know. Anyway, around this same time too, people also
Or you could just
observed
edit
that
that out of your
content on
video.
the channel wasn't even new. As in, it wasn't really covering news stories as it usually would, but seemingly recycling other pieces of content made in the
I'm
last
such
little
a
while.
grouch.
FYI, in content making land, we call
I like
this
efficiency,
evergreen,
you know?
like the trees that
Even
don't
though
lose their
I
leaves.
myself go on
I hope that's
tangents.
self-explanatory. But you want to know what's not always self-explanatory? Your metabolism and health, which is why today's video is sponsored
Didn't she
by
already
Lumen.
have some kind of sponsor
Are
at
you
the
tired of
beginning?
counting calories, getting terrible sleep, eating lettuce leaves, and hoping that you'll suddenly look like someone from Baywatch? If this sounds like you, then buckle up
I need to
because
get
I have a solution.
a
And
red
it's this
One
nifty little
Piece.
device called Lumen. Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach, and honestly, guys, maybe it can help me grow up.
You know
but
what this
it is
Lumen thing is
incredible.
doing? It's sending your data to somewhere. So you're breathing into it and it's collecting what is in this person's breath, and then sending the data, and then
easy to use.
selling
Once
the
you've
data,
set it up
and then
downloaded the app,
selling
all
you
you have to
stuff.
do is breathe. Excited to see what it can do for me. Most of the rumors were true, but the choice to leave was her own.
Hey guys, some of you have heard the rumors online, and the rumors are mostly true. Today, December 10th, will be my last day hosting the comment section and working for the Daily Wire. It is not true that I am being forced out. It was my own choice to leave. And believe me, this is bittersweet. I have had the most unbelievable 3 years helping to craft the show, building this community,
feel
and telling
like
stories and sharing the truth every day. But at this
she
point in my life,
lies
I am
when
ready to take
she-
on a new
I
direction,
don't
both
think
personally
she
and
was
professionally. This
super
means new
truthful when
challenges
she
and new
said that.
endeavors, which I will share with you soon. As for the show, the comment section will continue with the Daily Wire. My producer Reagan is taking over as host of the comment section, and I wish her and the Daily Wire all the best.
This, to me, feels like a hostage video. Blink twice if you need help, Brett. Viewers observed and made the comment that
VPN
in
will
this
stop
video,
all
Brett
of that.
looks and seems very emotional and almost on the
Not
verge of tears,
through
which
your
I think is pretty
through your phone?
understandable when you have made something and created
I don't think
this
VPNs
thing that is
actually
doing very
are
well,
as
and you're
sig-
kind of
like-
having it ripped out from under you. I don't know.
I
have
think
to
there's
imagine that's
still
pretty
a
painful,
way
no?
to
The thing
get
you have
like your
dedicated
data
multiple years of
even
your
though
life
you're
to,
using
poured
that.
your heart and soul into.
Like they
It's
say,
now
they
being handed over
say
to
they
your
can't,
best
but
friend and producer while you have to make hostage videos pretending that you're fine. I'm just saying. Now, obviously, and unsurprising to absolutely none of us, fans
do
were
more
quite upset by this.
research.
And unsurprisingly, the channel has been bleeding subscribers. People have also noticed that Brett unfollowed the Daily Wire as a company, its CEO, and even Brett's replacement Reagan herself on social media. And I think all of my sarcasm and joking and whatever aside, I think you really only need to be a person with eyes to see that this situation is obviously not a good one. So that is everything that has happened to date publicly that you can go and look at yourselves, and I hope you feel sufficiently filled in. And yes, here's the part where I'm going to tell you all of my opinions. So right out of the gate, full disclosure, Brett and I are not friends. We don't talk, we don't have girly catch-ups on the phone where we talk about fingernails and babies. I don't know why I'm acting like what women talk about is a mystery to me when I am in fact a woman and have lots of female friends. Like, what is wrong with me today? One of you lovely viewers once actually bought Brett some of my tea and had me post it to her, I think in an effort to have her try it, like it, and then promote it. So that is in fact as close as she and I have ever gotten to one another. And I hope you liked the tea, Brett. But I am saying all of this because I wanted to be very clear that Brett hasn't told me any
you
of
have
this
one on your
herself,
phone, and when
I'm
it is
saying
on,
it because I
all
want
that
to.
mystery
And
Google
because I
stuff
have eyes
stops.
and the ability to do some deductive reasoning. I think one of the really hard to swallow pills here is that right-wing conservative media is not free of the same bad behavior and bad practice that goes on a lot of the time at left-wing networks. I've been saying this publicly for some time to varying degrees, and I realize that every time I do, it doesn't really win me a lot of friends, and actually it runs the risk of not only alienating but upsetting audiences and viewers and whatnot, because it's hard to hear that the networks or the personalities or whatever that you like and that you think are trying to do great things and are ideologically on the same page as you are doing untoward things sometimes behind the scenes. But by the same token, I am also of the view that those of you with functioning frontal lobes are
You can watch
already aware of
Canadian
this
Netflix if you
information,
want.
and you can see it for what it is, regardless
prob-
of the fact
we
that
probably
you
don't have
ideologically are on the same page
much
as,
more
again,
of a
these networks and people
selection
and institutions. Where there is
than
money
you
and
guys,
potentially
to be
fame,
honest.
there is a lot of ego, and there is a lot of very, very bad behavior. Now that I'm saying it, I actually kind of feel like it's probably the same thing in basically any industry. Especially for you finance bros. I don't actually know too many finance bros to be able to make that kind of a statement, but I do know that a lot of them are borderline alcoholics, so do with that information what you will. Anyway, having been in the media industry for a number of years now, both on the periphery but also involved in many things, I have heard a lot of horror stories from not only people that I am adjacent to, but friends of mine. I have had my own experiences, and I have seen a lot of not great things go down. So with that said, that is why I feel very confident weighing in here generally, and also why I don't feel like I am running the risk of putting out misinformation. I think at this point a lot of you have come
Different
to
movie
trust me, at
selection,
least
but
to
it's
some
minor
extent, and you know
differences,
that I
yeah.
don't really do things because I want to be involved in drama, unless it's making fun of Australian breakdances. So I do hope that what I am saying does
In Europe
not come
and
across
Middle
as
East,
wild speculation.
it's where it
Bottom
makes a
line,
difference.
just
Lots of
use your
things
big
are
old
blocked
brains.
overseas.
You know, you don't have to take what I'm saying as gospel.
I heard
You
YouTube
can
is
if you
not
want.
available
You
in
don't
Russia.
have to take it with a grain of salt. You can if you want. Just use your head and do your own deductive
Is that
reasoning.
true?
I don't need
Like
to know
all
the
of YouTube?
nitty-gritty details to know that something not great is happening behind the scenes, and I can say with almost 100% certainty that for Brett, this is not rainbows and butterflies. I know she didn't leave on good terms. I do not believe that she left of her own volition or free will, because realistically, guys, why would you leave a show at the height of its popularity when it's doing tremendously well, when you have seen a massive explosion in growth and you yourself are so young and up and coming with one of the biggest organizations in media? It logically doesn't make any sense career-wise. Her hostage video was likely scripted with a ton of legal oversight. Lawyers were probably very involved, and it was agreed upon by both parties as to not draw any more attention to the situation than there already was with all the speculation and whatnot. And I can say with absolute certainty that Brett has signed a big, fat, brutal NDA that means that even if she wants to talk about this, she can't. I don't need to know her personally to know that she signed some type of non-disparagement, non-disclosure document that means that even if she experienced some type of mistreatment while working at the company, she can't say anything about it. And I know this because it is a tool of the industry. It is one of
You must say
several
that
are
one
employed,
way you
but is the
fix
primary one that
the
forces
world
people to
is
shut
shut
up.
the
It
internet
forces
off
them
for
to
a
slink
year.
away
It will
into
fix
the
everything.
shadows. And it's this kind of
I
hovering
don't
threat that if
think
you do
so.
or
I
say
think it'll
anything
actually
that
cause a lot
is
of issues because
misperceived, that you get
so
dragged into
much
court and litigated
depends on the internet
Basically,
now. I'm talking
everybody
like
that I know who
businesses
has
and
worked
stuff.
in
You know what I
media,
mean?
Who has worked for a major company has signed one of these kind of documents. They sign it when they originally
So I'm
sign
not
on and sign a contract,
sure
and then they
about
sign
that.
another one again sometimes when they leave the company. Now, to some of you, this probably seems quite normal and fine, that companies and business owners and entities, whatever, have the right to protect themselves from potential disparagement or whatever from a previous employee, and by the same token, that that employee also needs to have protection from the company that might do or say something that might impede their chances in the future of finding work. But the problem is that these NDAs inevitably end up covering up wrongdoing. So situations that aren't illegal, they're not close to being illegal, but they do involve bad behavior and mistreatment that would certainly alter the way that people perceive the individuals involved, or maybe even the company or entity or whatever at large. So audiences simply never know and they never find out, and it means that a lot of this stuff is allowed to not only continue but to proliferate. And I know some of you are not going to like hearing me say this, but I know for a fact that Daily Wire has had
You mean
some
personal
people
use?
sign forever NDAs that effectively prohibit them from discussing their awful experiences.
And it was here. It
while
wasn't.
working for the company.
It
And I
wasn't
wanna
like
be crystal
that-
clear
it
here.
wasn't
What
that
I'm referring to
long
goes
before
beyond the
people
realm
started
of,
using
this
it for
person's
personal
unhappy,
use.
it's
It
a
was like
disgruntled employee,
a
and
decade.
ventures into, not even ventures into, moves fully into the realm of Daily Wire is effectively covering up bad stuff and then using legal documents to stop that information from coming to light. Hello, cherubs. It is Editing Sydney here from the future, and I just want to say with relation to that last statement, for legal reasons,
You know what
that
else?
is all
You know what
alleged.
else?
Once again, for
you know what
legal
else
reasons,
Simpsons
that is all
predicted? They
alleged.
predicted
Now back to the
blocking
video.
the
I hope you are
the
all
sun.
able to understand why I can't go into detail or explain further here as much as I would really like to.
Well,
So back to
yeah, they
Brett. I
predicted
will say
blocking
again,
the
I don't
sun.
know
What do you
happened
have to say
specifically
about
to her.
that?
What I do know is that this wasn't a happy parting of ways. And as an aside, I've just
Apple
gotta
Watches,
say,
Apple
I think
VR,
it's really
Microsoft
messed up that
Windows.
Brett is not only being replaced
It's like
with
the
her best
magazine
friend
for
and
Back to the
producer,
Future.
but that she's being
There wasn't
replaced at
internet in
all.
the 80s.
Again,
I know,
don't
that's what I
know
mean.
Reagan. I'm sure
And
she's
in
a
the
nice
90s,
person,
people
but
already had it
I'm
as
trying to
personal
find
use.
a nice way of saying this. It's
So
it's
like
not great to me
within a
to take your
decade,
best
people
friend's
were
job.
already
I
have
find
like
it
already using it
not
for personal
awesome
use. Is what I
to do this to somebody
is
that
what I
you
meant to say.
reportedly allegedly care about. And evidently, Brett doesn't appreciate it either, which is
Bro,
why
I
we're
was
not
born
friends
in the
anymore,
80s.
which
You
is
think
why
I don't
she
know
doesn't
what I'm
follow her on
talking
social
about?
media, and I dare
I
say
was
that,
there when
we won't be
internet
seeing the two of them together
came to my
in polite
home.
company
I was
anytime
there
soon.
before there
Perhaps
was
what adds
internet
insult to
in my
injury here
home.
is that this whole situation
I
is
feel
being
like most
painted
of
as
you guys
a peaceful
are
transition, the passing of the torch, if you will. But
are
if it was
around
that,
my age,
then
though.
why didn't this happen on camera with the two of them in the same room? Why wasn't there any sort of discussion between the two of them publicly that demonstrates that things are fine?
Wasn't a working
when there's
computer till
silence,
90s.
silence is
Never
often
heard that one.
indicative
Had a
of
computer in the 80s.
not good stuff going
Yeah,
on.
I
But again, I
mean,
feel like that's just me beating a dead horse.
I
Because
feel
think it's pretty
like-
clear that these two are not friends, that this wasn't a peaceful transition, that it wasn't a happy
I don't
moment
know.
where
It was
my
around the
friend
time.
is leveling up and I'm going off to do something else. I think we'd be
Did you
kidding
have the
ourselves
Commodore?
if we arrived
Blocking
at
the
that
sun
conclusion.
means no
Beyond that,
cancer.
I think it's actually really important to note that assuming
We're still
that Reagan is, in
eating
fact, innocent in
plastic
all of
and
this,
crap. I
what
don't
Daily
think.
Wire is actually doing to her is kind of messed up. The comment section
I'm not
was built
sure.
around
I wouldn't
Brett.
say
It
no
was
cancer. Maybe
popularized by
maybe
Brett.
less
Replacing
skin
her, especially
cancer.
like this, means that the audience won't give Reagan a fair chance.
But
and I, bet
I
you
don't
anything
want the
that this show
sun
will not grow
blocked
any
because
further
like
than it already
sun
has, and if it does,
is
I will
life.
be
Sun
very
equals
surprised.
life.
Like I
know.
said earlier, subscribers
Didn't
are
Bill
already
Gates
falling
suggest
off
the
a cliff.
block? They're
I will actually
already
say
doing
here
it, by the
that
way.
a
They're doing it
company
with
owning
chemicals.
A show and its IP and all of this is not uncommon. That's actually very,
90s
very normal in
was
this
a
industry.
Nokia
And companies
black and white
hiring somebody to
phones.
come in and
The
host that
internet
show is also very
strictly
normal, very
belonged
typical.
to the
None of this
military
is
before it
abnormal.
was
The
given
comment
to
section
us.
is
Hunniebee,
Daily
you're
Wire
in your
property.
30s.
And
You
for
don't
those of
believe
you
that.
who weren't aware, they actually
That's
approached
right, I
another
am.
content
She's
creator,
a
woman
moth and a
called
young
Chrissy
one.
Clark, at
You
the
sweet, thank you.
inception of the show.
Commodore
to host it.
64 and
I will
VIC
actually
20. What's a
link
VIC
Chrissy's
20?
information in the description box. I think you guys will really
Internet
like her. She's
was
adorable.
and
She's
is
also
a
trying to grow her
military
YouTube channel, so
tool.
go give her a follow. Anyway, the show then cast Brett instead. So while it's
But
not
okay, so
abnormal at
so
all
if
to
so
have
if the
shows have an
internet
entity that already exists and
were
then
to
have
go
hosts
away
and
for a
put them together
year,
and make greatness,
you
it
think
is
that would
weird,
fix
at least in
everything?
my
But what
opinion,
about all the
to
people with social media
assume that those
addictions?
two things don't become
think
one entity because they do.
you think
you associate
people aren't gonna
show
go
with
crazy?
person and person with show, and they just kind of become like one and the same.
You know what I mean?
So when you try to replace a host on an entity that people already know and are familiar with, it just
it's
doesn't go down so
like-
well. And to reiterate, Reagan
it's
has already been
too,
criticized for
it's
mimicking Brett's
too
mannerisms and speech. And this
ingrained
speaks
in
to
us
the
now,
claims
I
made
think.
earlier by Ian Carroll in his video. The reality here is that this is an industry that is built largely around personality. You can't just copy paste a new person into an existing role and expect it to work.
It will
very
work
rarely
eventually.
does.
Like
people, especially
right
on
now,
YouTube, repeat
it totally could work. They just have to wait it out because they're gonna lose a bunch of people who, you know, are thinking this is weird and they prefer, what's her name? Brett? So they just have to wait it out because over time new eyes will find the channel, and like for them it's not going to be a problem that it's not Brett because they don't know any difference, right? So like it's probably going to hurt them in the short run, but I think in the long run, like if they still have a show, then that's, I don't know. I think that if it's good, like if it's still a good show, I think that they just in this like moment, this like purging process, you know, purging the people who are not going to
repeatedly
stay
show up for
the
content
change.
creators that they like.
Then they
and
just have to
expect
build up
see
the audience
the
again.
content creators that they like. And so I
But
think that's why
I mean,
for
I never
me,
even really watched Brett. Like once in a while, I
all of this
watched.
unfold. It rubs me the wrong way. So with that said, I am going to
Social
link
media
Brett's
brawling
new
games were
YouTube
meant
channel
to
in the
distract
description
people.
box of this video.
And to make money.
I hope you will all go and show her
Right?
a ton of love and support, because
At the
I
end
know
of the
that this
day.
has not been fun or easy, and maybe at one point she will be able to say something. I highly doubt it, but I think the details of this situation, should they ever come to light, will not be pleasant. And she's probably going through it right now. So go and give that small child some love because this stuff isn't easy. And it's very hard when it's all happening very publicly. As for little old me, I know that some of you are going to get very cross at me for saying all of this because how could I? And I also know that there's an element here where, you know, people are going to be like, oh, you're just saying all this because you want to stir up drama, cause drama. And that's really not what it is. Whenever I tell you guys things or try to give you insight into the industry, it's genuinely just because I think you deserve to know. It's not because I get something out of it. I actually am very nervous uploading these kinds of videos because I hope it's obvious.
Breaking. Kamala Harris canceled her trip to California and her motorcade was spotted racing back to the White House according to reports. What do you think happened? New pandemic. It's bird flu. Oh no. Let's see what people are saying. Biden ran out of ice cream. Dougie has officially dumped her. Maybe she'll become 47. 47 what? Wondering if it's just because of the looming shutdown. Democrats are drama queens after all. Likely the missile strike in Kiev or the impending government shutdown of the US. Why would there be a US government shutdown? I mean, it would make sense in Canada, but not necessarily US. Here we go. Stay in Canada. Start Googling if Joe is in the hospital. Joe Biden. Google won't show me anything. Google will, like, give me history articles or something. They're in a panic. Why? But like why? Because they're like, why exactly? You know what I mean? Cocaine used her like Biden. She forgot her pills and wine. Oh, that's funny. All right, let's Google it in case nobody. Joe Biden. News. Shutdown chaos? Why is Washington shutting down? Two hours ago, White House in crisis, Biden and Harris cancel Christmas trips and rush back amid speculations. I think it's theater. I think this is all some kind of theater. The theater. She's a peahead. Oh my goodness. Excuse me. When was this? This was 2 hours ago. Okay, so White House in crisis. Biden and Harris. Canceled trips, blah, blah, blah. I mean, like, they still have time, you know? Like, it's not that big a deal. Social media buzz with speculation. I feel like this is all... When was this?
Mr. President! Mr. President! Mr. President, are you going to see the Pope next month? Are you going to visit Pope Francis next month? Please repeat that, sir.
So why are there drones all over Toronto and leaving from Toronto Air? Do you think they're looking for this stuff all over the world? It's like, where could this shipping container be? Excuse me. Play Minecraft before you sleep. You'll go to sleep if you keep yawning. I know. I want to play. I have to stop getting distracted, and I need to...
This is what insanity looks like, just so you know, when you're completely
finish this video, and then I can play.
delusional. This is what it looks like.
Does Trudeau have the full support of his cabinet to stay on as Prime Minister?
Yes.
I'm Jasmine Lane. This is Over Opinionated. If you haven't done so already, be sure to subscribe to the channel. Apparently, Bill C-63 is nearing its second reading in the House. Sure, they may have split it up, but they were very clear that they plan to implement every single portion of it. And with that, that would mean that exactly what we do here on this channel would be deemed hate speech in Canada. Therefore,
they're
it would
planning
be
either they're planning something big, or they're planning something that we may never
communists,
even
they do not
see
like
because
dissenting voices one bit.
they're
And speaking
distracting
of
us.
dissenting voices, Kevin
Something
O'Leary has been
behind
very
closed
loud
doors.
with his, and while I'm still not over that whole voting
Official
incident
news says
I
that
think his
Harris
wife
and
got off
Biden
a
have
little
canceled
too
their Christmas
scot-free on,
plans.
I can certainly appreciate
It's Toronto
what he has
all
to
the
say
East,
about
yeah.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and just how uncomfortable
Excuse
the
me,
truth
it
he
is.
shared made this CBC News anchor. Like the video, comment your thoughts down below.
Okay, let's start with your take here. You've been a vocal critic of Justin Trudeau as a Canadian entrepreneur. What do you make of the fallout here over the departure of Chrystia Freeland?
First of all, Freeland is the worst finance minister Canada's ever had because she's never run a financial institution. She started as a journalist. I'm sure she's a nice person, but that budget she just delivered gives you an idea of how incompetent she is. It's good she's
But
gone.
she's a
But she's not the
woman.
real problem. It's Trudeau. I don't know if you've looked
But
at any
she's a
number you'd like to
woman,
measure in the last
though.
9 years.
What
GDP
do
per
you
capita,
mean?
capital flows out of Canada, the growth of the Canadian economy stalled out, the deficit, just this last horrific budget. I mean, I don't recall in my professional life seeing a collapse like this. That's why the Canadian dollar is in free fall. It's Justin Trudeau and his policies.
It has been really interesting to see so many people from the Liberal Party, which if you had any hope for any of them, I think you can kind of erase that now because so many have been speaking publicly about how Chrystia Freeland is amazing and she's the best and she did such an excellent job. Did she? Because the Canadian dollar has officially hit the same rate that it was at during the pandemic. In fact, since January, it's dropped
Same
by
as The Simpsons said.
7.46%. That is horrible. That's horrible for
Didn't
consumers.
say the other
It's
night
horrible
that
for
they
people who
would
are
wait till
traveling.
Christmas
It's
to celebrate
horrible
this.
for
Oh,
our
yeah.
trade. That is so astronomically bad.
The fact
And then
these
to top it
drones
off,
took
they released a
Thanksgiving
$62
off.
billion deficit, which to Chrystia Freeland's credit, she said that she was not happy with, and she had tried to push back against Justin Trudeau and Mark Carney several times, and that is why she ended up losing her job because she told the narcissist no. But even that deficit, she had a $40 billion guardrail. $40 billion. And yet we're sending, you know, multi-billions to other countries who hate us in foreign aid. That doesn't really make any sense at all. Now, does it? And to top it off, that deficit went from 40 billion to 62 billion with no signs of slowing down whatsoever.
Now, the Canadian people pay the price, and it's just horrific what's happening to the country. Unbelievable mess.
Okay, it's embattled at home, mocked abroad. Kevin, Trudeau and Canada now becoming the target of U.S. President Donald Trump's roasts here. How does Canada manage this relationship with what is an unpredictable U.S. leader?
Well, let's talk about why this is happening to
Hydrate.
Trudeau
I
and
have
why
to
he's
go get
embarrassing
water.
Canada so much. As you recall,
I'm
in
gonna
Trump's
go
first
get
mandate,
water,
both Freeland
and then I'm
Trudeau
gonna finish my
bashed Trump
video,
almost
and then I'm
every
gonna
day
play
they could.
Minecraft.
They didn't just bash him. They insulted
I'm gonna be right back real quick. Real quick. Pay the price into submission. Ugh. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Hard to tell these days. Some men are women and some women are men. It's like... Axel, no need to swear. Maybe like it's an open chat. Bricks will simply I don't know if Bricks is gonna replace the dollar, honestly. Jennifer, you want my opinion? I don't think Trump would add more debt than Kamala would if it were her in office. That's my personal opinion, coming from a Canadian perspective. I think, like, debt accumulates whether you like it or not. Like, that's clearly how things work when it comes to, like, that's just how it is, unfortunately, right? Like, countries accumulate debt. Like, have you seen, like, have you seen what happened with Canada? Our finance minister had to quit because the debt is so bad. Look. Canada is 1.6 trillion in debt. Is that true? It's trillion? I thought it was like 62 billion. Wait, 60 billion in debt. So wait, how much is the how much is the US? $36 trillion? Oh my god. So how is it Trump's fault if this guy's been in office the last 4 years? $3.2 trillion? You know why they I think they did this shit on purpose so they can implement the frickin' CBDCs. Say no. Just say no. When did this thing go missing though? Like, cause they've been flying drones for what, the last 3 years? When did it go missing? Cause
and bashed conservatives galore. They bashed and insulted the vast majority of the American public, with Trudeau going on stage 2 weeks ago, last week, talking about how he's such a great feminist and how the United States failed because they didn't elect Kamala Harris.
Here's
which is
my
just
hydrate, by the
outrageous,
way.
and again, bashing Trump. Like, Trudeau is a little boy who cannot for the life
She's
of him
trolling.
hold himself back and keep composure because his ego has just taken complete control over any form of rational thinking or decision making. So you go and make fun of this guy and coin the term
That's
the
when the
maple
deficit
syrup
went up.
megas, which is
There
actually
are a
very
number
funny
of
and I like
methods
it.
to reduce
But
U.S. national
you go and
debt
do all
that
of
go
that
beyond
during the
raising
entire
taxes and
election
cutting
campaign cycle, whatever. And then he ends up winning, and you're like,
discretionary
oh,
spending.
how do we get ourselves out of, I don't know how to do this. And then you still have people on the liberal team making fun of Donald Trump. Like, what a dumb thing to do. That is so stupid to do right now. No wonder why Donald Trump doesn't like you, because you have been a bully, and you are a liar, and you are condescending, and you are manipulative. Like, it's just
immigrants,
everything about the
kickstarting
character
entrepreneurship
of some of
and
these people is just
and
so
consumption.
abhorrent and gross. And it's not a way how anybody should behave, let alone a politician.
Thinking he would never come into
They
power.
already did open
He
the
is a
borders, and
relationship
it kind of
guy.
like
He doesn't
fucked everything
respect
up.
or
What do
like
you
Trudeau.
mean?
You've said so much in the last 2 or 3 days, as well as Freeland, who he despises from NAFTA 2 negotiations. She's gone.
O'Leary goes on to say how obviously Donald Trump just wants to get rid of Justin Trudeau, and I don't blame him. He has said himself how Justin Trudeau is awful to negotiate with, how he's two-faced. He has spoken at length about the damage and horrors that our government has done to Canadian people, and he's right. He's absolutely right. But the leftist Liberal Party has zero accountability, zero self-awareness, and that's exactly why they are in the position that they are right now. If you ever needed an example of just how delusional they are, all you got to do is see this.
I honestly think that the Conservatives
Oh, shit,
who wanted
you
to
can't even
capitulate to
see
Mr.
it.
Trump the first time through, Mr. Poilievre gets squished like a bug. I'm sorry to say that. But, you know, I do not think that he would fare very well at all against somebody like Donald Trump.
I think the Americans would be quite happy to see someone else than Mr. Trudeau, because he knows how to fight, he knows how to stand up for Canadians. All we've ever seen from Pierre Poilievre, which is the alternative, is someone that speaks in rhymes and hasn't done anything in his 20 years in Parliament other than secure his own pension.
Does Trudeau have
But
the
like, I
full support
still
of his
think
cabinet
Trump
to stay
would
on
be
as
better
Prime
with
Minister?
the America's money
Simple
than
yes.
Kamala
Okay.
would, to be honest.
Trudeau's
Like,
going to
I'm
be gone
just-
one way or another,
I-
and that's a very good thing for Canada, where they don't even let us in anymore without a visa.
I feel
Trudeau
like
has done unbelievable
he has a
damage
better track
to Canada
record
over the
than
last
she
9
does
years.
in my
Every
like
Canadian
just from my
has almost a
general
moral
viewpoint,
obligation,
and
regardless of
yeah,
where they
like
come from or what their religion is or what party they're associated with, to get rid of this man.
And, you know, there's a clip that I shared in my previous 2 videos of Pierre Poilievre discussing how people will say, oh, well, Justin Trudeau spent X amount of dollars on this and that and blah, blah, blah. And Poilievre put it so clearly.
What's wrong with you,
It
Jennifer?
doesn't matter how much money you spend in a new department,
You
in
don't have-
new bureaucracy, in
you
new
guys are
BS.
kind of like,
What
honestly,
is the
like,
end result? And it's
some
something
of
that I ask
y'all
people
have
all
to
the time,
chill out
and
in
more
the
often than
chat.
not, they just deflect and insult me. Classic. But
I
always
don't
say,
want
like,
to. I
you
don't
know,
want to have
why
like
are
a
we in
toxic
situation
chat.
where
That's
we
not my.
need
That's
all
not
of
my
these
goal
programs?
here.
Why are seniors who spent their entire lives contributing to taxes, working hard for their money, why are they in a position where they have so little that they need government help? These are people who contributed their entire lives. And for what? Because they clearly have not been able to reap the reward of their hard work, that dream, that promise that all of us had. You can't enjoy retirement, can you? When you are struggling so bad due to the policies of this government. who
So
put
I
you
think
in
you're
this
gonna
place
thrive under Trump,
solely
Jennifer. Like,
to
do
then
you?
go, oh, well, we're going to be your savior.
Did-
We're your false prophet.
like,
Here, we're going to keep screwing up the
Did you
financial
really do
situation,
better in
because then
from
if we do enough,
2020
you
to
guys are weak
2024 than you
and
did
you
in
have no hope left.
2016 to
You won't need to
2020?
look
I
to
don't know. I
anybody
mean,
or
I don't
anything
know.
else. You will be pushed so deep inside of that hole.
That's
that all
of
you will
course
have
you
is
should
us.
worry about it.
Again, communism. That's how that works.
But like,
that's how it is
you're,
in North Korea
I don't.
right
I
now,
think
and that's
like,
not how it started
what are you
in
worried
North
that
Korea, but
Trump
that
is
is
going to
always
do
the
exactly? He
end
wants to end
goal.
war.
So ask yourself,
all of
why
your money
are we
is
in
going
this
towards
place to
these
begin with?
wars.
And do
So
you
I
wanna
don't. I
stay
feel like
here?
it's counterintuitive
Really?
to say
Are
that
all of the
Trump
extra
is the one
programs
who's going to
worth
get
it?
you into
the niche
debt.
programs that you likely don't even benefit from.
I don't know.
Would it not be more worth it to make good money?
But
to work hard and see the reward, to thrive.
You're in
and to
England,
prosper
and
as a nation.
you
Is that
don't
not more
own
worth
part
it
of
than wanting to
Canada.
keep the liberals in
No, they
power
don't.
Because you're scared the
Canada
conservatives are
is
gonna
an
cut
independent
programs that
nation
people should have
now.
never needed in the first place, and that people continue to need
Now
more
I
and more
can
because we
tell
have to
how
fund
misinformed.
those programs. And because our economy keeps sinking deeper and deeper, that's why we need stuff like that.
Commonwealth
okay?
doesn't mean
So
you
it would make a hell
own
of a lot more
Canada.
sense, in
The
my
Royals
opinion,
own
to
Canada.
get rid and make the cuts. So that we can
Historically
start
speaking,
building
presidents don't
a
tend to
prosperous
affect
society
the
again.
deficit
Because
as
how
much
things are right now should
you
not
think they
be
are.
the
From
norm.
the looks of
We
it,
should
Trump
not
is
be
about to
okay
inherit
with
a
this
pretty good
being the
economy,
norm.
really.
This isn't
Whether whether
normal.
he gets to
this
keep
isn't
it
how
that
people are
way.
supposed to live.
You-
But it's become
it's
normal,
good?
and it's
Okay.
become something that people who don't think deeper about
You
it
don't even live in
defend
the
and
States.
want. because it seems good. Compassion. It seems
How
good at
can you
first,
explain
virtue
to me
signaling,
how
oh,
he's
I'm
going
very
to create
virtuous,
extra
so I
debt?
support the liberals because I support $10 a
Do
day
you have
child
like
care,
a
and I support,
how?
you know, the national dental program and the school food. Oh, you want your kids to go hungry? No, what I want is for the government to not be the only one who's feeding my kids because I can't afford to because I've given all my money to the government. Like, is that so hard for people to realize? And it doesn't have to be like this. It really doesn't. It might take a little while to bounce back, but it does not have to be like this forever. So think about the long term.
Okay,
What
and
is more worth it to you? I'm
you know
Jasmine Lane.
Biden is
This
your
is
current
Over
president,
Opinionated.
right?
Comment your thoughts down below and like the video, subscribe to the channel. I'll talk to you
So
tomorrow.
so they're currently
damaging the country,
so the
and I
fact is that
can't
they're
wait personally.
currently
I
in
do everything I
debt
can
and
every
it's
day. I
Biden's
broadcast all over
fault
the world
because
talking
Biden
about
is currently in
how weak he is
office.
as a leader,
So
and
what's
how
your
important
point?
it is he must go. I'm doing my part. Every Canadian should ask themselves, what are we doing to get rid of this guy?
What do you mean we? You live in England, so what are you talking about? You don't even how much does England owe? Why don't you worry about England news? Do you know what's happening? Do you even know what's happening in England? Do you even care?
It's been a historic week in Canadian politics as the
UK news, let's check it out. Historically speaking, under Republican presidents, your debts go down. Usually is at the cost of people, but if you are only worried about debt, rest assured it will go down. When was January? Oh, latest. Okay, latest. Three important trials in the UK, all coordinated with either January 6th UA election, which gave the fake use of the... I can't find any UK news. Do you have any news sources? Any UK news source? I have one what's bootneck British guy. This guy, the angry bootneck. Okay, see, I'm subscribed. You see, I follow UK news. I mean, it's not necessarily, it's news in the sense that it's an independent journalist, you could say, right? But let's see, UK. All right. Here, let's watch this.
Evening, ladies and gents, how are you doing? Today's video is going to shock and astound you. The top story on the BBC blew my mind because I never saw it coming.
Backwards
staggering drunkenly over the hill 50
enumerate
miles away, and I haven't been
socialist
talking about it
economics
endlessly
take
for
time
years.
to
From
make
the
you
BBC,
rich.
the economic benefits will take some time, says Starbucks.
Of course they will.
Yeah, the economic benefits of voting.
They can tax you really quickly and easily, but when it comes to giving you the benefits back, it takes time, you guys. It takes really long, okay?
Clueless socialists, and best of all, headed by Rachel Reeves, who long-term followers of this channel are well aware. I've done half a dozen videos lamenting the unending laundriness of failure by Rachel Reeves, the woman who's got the IQ of a pork pie. And astoundingly, when said pork pie marches in to the role of Chancellor of the Exchequer. Funny old thing, the economic benefits are taking some time. How much time, you might ask? Well, I'll tell you when you'll see the economic benefits of Rachel Reeves being in charge of the purse strings. It'll be when you see a reanimated Osama bin Laden doing the hokey-cokey with Elton John, Boy George, and the chief rabbi. When that day comes, you'll see the economic benefits of a Labour government with a human sausage acting as the Chancellor of the Exchequer. So, we'll read this story for, I don't know, warped, morbid curiosity. We'll read it, and then I'll tell you why. Just if you've lived under a rock your entire life, and you actually think, socialist policies create wealth. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this. I can't believe there's people out there, but evidently there are tens of millions of them that think socialist lefty policies create wealth. Those people exist, despite the fact there's decades, nay, centuries of evidence to the contrary. If you haven't got a room temperature IQ, none of this is news. If you've never read a history book, none of this is news. I'll read you the story, walk through Starmer's pitiful, lamentable excuses, and then explain to anybody who isn't a maniac why motivating tens of millions of people to sit on their fat ass in a deck chair eating tea and toast in the middle of the street, which regularly happens in council estates in the town that I'm from, while paying them to do that all day, every day, or, as in Mick Philpott's case, paying them to shaft dozens of manky, toothless career welfare recipients. I'm going to carefully explain to you why paying people to do nothing all day doesn't stimulate the economy, all right? Make sure you've got your thinking caps on. So, Tutia Keir says the economic benefits of his incompetent government will take some time. I wonder why. Sir Keir has warned it will take some time for people to feel richer. Feel richer. You won't actually be richer, of course you won't, but you might feel it if we can convince you. And he asked MPs for patience on his plans to boost economic growth. The Prime Minister told a committee of senior MPs the UK had been suffering from stagnant growth for over a decade. He added that October's budget would lead to more investment and planned changes to planning rules that would make a huge difference. It's unbelievable. You know what? I was going to wait till I got to the bottom of the story before I interjected, but I just can't. It's comedy gold, this stuff. October's budget will lead to
I
more
thought he was
investment.
going to be in there for way longer. What do you mean only 4
What he's saying here
years?
is taxing the balls off small and medium-sized
You're
businesses.
lying.
In fact, yeah, all of them. It's not just small and medium-sized. It's all of them. Taxing the ever-living shite out of businesses and doubling the national insurance contributions they have to make to the government. That's going to create loads of growth.
I think Jennifer is a bot. Jennifer XK, are you a
with his
bot?
monocle and his top hat. He loves getting the balls
Are
taxed
you
off
an
him, doesn't
AI
he? When he hears
bot?
about socialist plans to tax him till his knackers ache, he goes, "Oh, I'm definitely going to set up a business there. That's a great idea."
Really?
isn't
It
And then you
is?
might think,
That's
oh,
the
but
law?
At least we've got good talent
Only
for him.
4
Good talent.
years?
Would you give Mick Philpott a job? You think he's going to have what? Axel Rudu Kanubu working on his production line? Are Somalian pirates that can barely read, or fully illiterate goat herders from the mountains of the Hindu Kush, are they good employees for
No,
small
she's trying to
tech
send
startups?
links.
Does the UK have anything going for it under
Sorry,
Sharia
links are
Keir,
disabled in
who's
the
collapsed the borders and taxes the balls off you
No,
if you want to
I
do any
didn't
work?
know
And
that.
simple
I
question,
didn't know.
you think
I
of
don't know
anything
anything.
that would
I'm
make
pretty
you want to
stupid,
start a business
actually.
in the UK
So.
now. We haven't even got
Tell me
nice
more.
weather.
What
At
else?
least in California, they can say, okay, Newsom's a bit of a knobhead and he'll tax you a lot, but at least you've got good weather. We haven't got that. We've got uncontrolled migration. 20 million chavs, tax you till you can feel it in your plums, and the cherry on top, shocking weather. It pisses down all day. The coppers won't let you have a conversation in peace, but they'll run
Seriously?
cover for you if you're running a Bangladeshi grooming gang. I can't think of any reason you want to be a businessman in the UK. Because, yeah, think of that. All of the reasons why it'd negatively affect your business, and to top it all off, there's a high chance that your daughter's going to get rogered above a kebab shop. So, I mean, would you move to the UK to open a business? If you would, you're brain dead.
What else
anyway,
about
moving
4
on,
years
he
and
insisted he was
Trump's
still
out?
committed to achieving the
else
highest
about
sustained
it?
growth among G7
Is it also
countries by
about
the next election.
him being
And that's
out in
it,
4
with
years?
no evidence. Again, I can't continue without injecting.
Tell me
no
more.
evidence. He just said, oh, he's committed to achieving the highest sustained growth. Nice one. Whilst implementing a dozen policies that guarantee it cannot happen.
Trump did
Oh, yeah,
spend his
and he
first
gave all
4
the public
years.
sector a
He's
pay rise.
doing
Do you know how you
this second
definitely
term.
don't
I know,
stimulate
guys.
the
I know
economy?
all of
Actually
this.
bring
I'm
money into the
being
coffers. You know how you definitely don't
facetious.
do that? By
No,
taxing
I
wealth
obviously
creators,
know
i.e.
this,
private
guys.
businesses, and giving more money to public servants
Give me
who cost the
give
taxpayers
me a
money.
little
So what
bit
is this?
more
You can't just say,
credit.
I'm committed to achieving the highest
All right,
sustained
I'm gonna
growth and
lower
then
my
not have any
voice
plan at all,
because,
while simultaneously doing the exact opposite. Because let me tell you something. I mean, if we're all just going to make a wish list, I'm committed to piping Angelina Jolie this year. Yeah, I'm committed
Bots
to that.
provide
I mean,
more
I've stopped
enriching
showering. I'm not gonna go to
one-liners.
the gym
Actually, they
anymore.
don't.
In fact, you know what? I'm not even going to brush
Like,
my teeth.
honestly,
No,
they
I'll tell you
don't,
what,
though.
I'll brush
Like,
my
that's the
teeth
thing.
with dog shit. I'll do that.
Like,
But I'm
maybe
committed to ragging
ChatGPT is
Angelina all over the
decent,
place.
but
I'm
like, I
sure
don't
she'll agree to it,
conversate with
'cause
like
I'm
I don't
committed.
conversate
This
with
comes as the
bots
Bank of England
first
said
of
the
all,
economy has
right?
performed worse than expected, with no growth at all between October and December. Sir Keir set
And
the
then
target.
plenty
Oh,
of
yeah,
bots
brilliant. He
are
set the
just
target
not
more than a
helpful
year
at
before
all.
his
Like,
party returned to power. Earlier this month, he announced an additional target to
like
improve living
Google
standards. Leading to some
friggin',
accusations he was
you
moving the
know,
goalposts on what he wanted his
Google
government to be judged by.
support.
When it was pointed pointed out to him that the
and they
economic
pretend that they're a real
forecast suggested
person,
this was
but
not
really
going to
they're
happen.
not,
He
and they
said they've
can't
not
help you.
taken some
It's
future
very
policy
annoying.
changes into account. Ask when
4
people will
years
feel
and
better
Trump's
off. He
gone.
said,
No
"It'll take some time."
way.
Of course it will. The planning will take time.
What do
the
you mean
regulation will
another
take time.
Biden?
Time.
A president
Well, I've
serves
had
8
enough of
years
reading this
entirely
drivel,
unless
so
he,
what will we do? You know how much time it's gonna be?
unless he becomes
Until
a
hell freezes
dictator,
over. Until
which
Boy
you're
George
hoping
announces, "I've
for,
had it
so
wrong all
he
these
serves
years, how much
more
it's
than.
me." I love
I
it.
don't think Trump
That's
will
what it's
ever
gonna
do that.
I.e., never. There's more chance of you seeing Elvis riding down your street on the back of the Loch Ness
And it's
Monster
honestly
than there is of
absolutely
Rachel Reeves
ridiculous
and
that
Farmer Harmer
left
with
the,
their
that
ludicrous,
the mainstream
brain-dead,
media
illiterate
ever
policies, ever doing
insinuated
anything
that.
other than
Honestly,
making
like what
you
the fuck?
skint. That's all they're going to
He
do.
was first
And
of all
none
already
this
your
is rocket
president
science.
before.
Anybody with a primary school kid could figure this stuff out.
And,
Wealth generators don't
you know,
work
the
for
world
government.
still
They're called
turns.
non-producers. Coppers, firemen, nurses. Yeah, we need them, but they're non-producers. They make zero wealth for the state. You need independent, small, medium, and large businesses owned by individuals
out? No
who
way.
innovate and work hard. Create
So can you
products, bring
define
money into the country,
what that
and then
means?
pay
Like, out?
people's
What does
wages.
that mean?
You need a SpaceX. You need a Microsoft. You need private capital. And these maniacs do everything wrong. Every policy they have enacted will do the
Let's
exact
see
opposite
how
of
much we
create
all
growth.
know. Can
And
a
the cherry
president
on
serve
top
3 terms?
is still, to this day, motivating people to not work. Look at these numbers. This is a story from the
Can
back end of
a
November
president
2023. Benefits. Who gets
pardon
them, and how much do they cost?
a
That's an easy
son
one as well.
that he said he
human
would
scum
not pardon?
And hundreds of billions.
So
Easy.
can a
How
president
much is spent on benefits?
go
In
against
August
his
2023,
word?
22.6
Is that
million people were
is
claiming
that?
some
What do you
form
think
of
about that?
benefits. That year, the government was expected to do 265.5 billion.
I think
pensions
Jennifer's a
and
bot.
There you
Jennifer's
go.
a bot. Do you have
22.6
anything else to
million
say?
people. We all know this is true. Anyone who's working class knows this is true. And
What's
it's
your
been true
favorite
for
video
decades.
game, Jennifer?
I've told the story before. I was in a pub in York with my missus, and I was obviously, we were working at the time. This is why we remember it, because it annoyed us. And we were talking to some 25, 26-year-old chav who's like, I've been on benefits for 5 years. Why? Mental health, innit? Down to another pint of cider. So, mental health is too bad to work. But you can definitely get pissed all day in the pub. Definitely do that. Have you ever walked through a council estate? They've all got Nike Air Max and new iPhones. This is what
I
the
don't
government
love
in the
Trump
UK has
though. I don't know,
promoted
like,
for
when did
30
I ever
years.
say
Get
that?
money for baby.
That's
The
another
worst
problem
people,
with the
we
left is
motivate
that they put
the
words in your
dumbest,
mouth.
laziest people on earth to multiply.
And just
we
because you're
massively
defending
disincentivize normal people having children
One
and start
like a
families.
certain
The way we're
person
going,
doesn't mean you
in
love
50 years'
them.
time, it's like
I don't
survival
know
of the
Trump
fittest in
personally,
reverse.
so
If
I
you've got
can't
a
say I love
normal
him. I
daughter
don't know him.
with 2
I
eyes,
can't even
more
say
than
I
3
like him
teeth,
because
and
I
all the
never met
fingers and
him.
toes. By about 2060, she's going to be like Snow White, the fairest of them all.
You wanna make
'cause
sure
every
I'm
single person
safe?
she walks past in the street's going to look like Quasimodo. It's unbelievable. We paid Mick Philpott to have so many kids. He set half of them on fire, and he's
this
still got
is
about
really
6.
poor
He never
showing
worked a day in his
for
life, did he?
Brits.
Am I lying? Is anything I've just said not true?
What do you
so,
mean?
to sum up, I'm sick of being serious. I'm sick of going over these realistic figures. As I keep telling you, stockpile food. Save your worthless money. Save it, because it's all you can do.
Guys, I found the video! I found the I showed it to you yesterday, right? The video of, oh my god, oh my gosh. That crazy video. You guys, this is a crazy video. Pepper spray. Watch this lady. What a crazy scene. Like, what the fuck?
Like, jog into the shops every hour.
Honestly, UK is a mess. Like that.
there-
Literally, this video like sums it up. Like sums up the Western world right now. Like everyone's just deranged, and then like like this poor lady. Okay, I won't show it again. But like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, that'll take some time. As it stands, live within your means, stockpile food. I'm telling you, the UK is going to be a basket case after 4 years
Britain
of
today
and
is
I told you
USA
it
in
was
4
gonna happen,
years.
and we knew it was going to happen.
No,
As I said,
Britain today.
acceleration
No. Britain today is Canada in 4 years. Canada today is USA in 4 years. Something like that. That's more, to me, that seems more...
was the only cure to a
accurate.
Conservative government. So batten down the hatches, try and maintain a sense of humour in adversity, and get ready to feel the pain. Because if you believe two-tier Kia's bollocks, and you think the British economy is going to be in a good place
just
in
get
3 or 4
rid of...
years' time, after years of Labour,
I want to uphold
socialist,
the freedom of speech crap that I
disincentivization,
keep touting you guys. Like,
stupidity,
I want...
the dumbest policies on earth.
I
You've
want
never,
everyone
ever
to
read a
like
history
be
book,
able to
and you know
express
less
their
about
opinions.
economics
Just don't be rude to each other. There's no need for that.
Pissed sailor on shore leave in Vegas, okay? You know nothing. But that's just my opinion. If you think I'm an idiot and printing money and paying chavs to breed like wet gremlins, if you think that is an ingenious move that will surely create wealth to don't know how, but if you think that, you let me know in the comments and I'll track your IP, get your address and send it to the local mental institution so they can come round your house, throw you in the back of the padded van and do all of society a favour, okay? That's me for the day. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you all very soon. Toodle pip. Cheers.
Toodle pip? What is that? Toodle pip. What are we doing? Are we just chatting or are we talking politics? What are we doing? We're just chatting?
This might just be the most advanced medicine on the planet. Despite being only a few thousand atoms long, it acts as if it was aware of the world around it, changing its shape to adapt to the needs of the body in real time. This is the most sophisticated mastery of biology and chemistry that I have ever seen, but I am slightly biased. I played a very small role in helping to create it. This is the output of 3,500 years of humanity trying to combat just one of the diseases that harass our bodies, and how we learn to produce something so sophisticated. In some ways, it starts to rival the very complexity of biology
It's
itself.
Brexit
This can very
slang.
much be thought of as a cure for diabetes.
UK are savages, trust me, I am one.
Story about how we learned to build this capability. I want to also tell a deeper
We can tell,
story. This
Jennifer,
breakthrough is part of a larger movement
China's
in medicine,
about to
the
fall.
dawn of what I think of
Do
as
they have
medicine
less than
4.0.
15 years
Not
of
quite
coal
godlike in its
to power the
capabilities, but
country?
uncomfortably close. Let's dive in.
See, if we all just work together and like help
the story
China
of diabetes
become
stretches
like
back millennia.
clean.
In ancient Egypt, around 1550
and
BCE,
then like
diabetes first
Canada,
entered the
like
medical lexicon. In the
Canada's
Ebers Papyrus, one of
has
the
a lot of
oldest
oil or
medical
something,
texts,
so like
describe
we
a
could
disease
like
characterized
help
by
each
two
other,
great
but
emptying of urine. They really
but
had
they're
to make
doing
words. These early physicians didn't know
they're
what caused
helping
it, but they observed
people,
its
but
devastating
like
effects. Unquenchable thirst, dramatic weight
not
loss, and
the
eventual
right
death.
way.
Our medicine version 1.0 phase very much can be summarized as a wizard told me to do it. Our approach was characterized by treating illness as much as a spiritual problem
Rip
as a
Haven's
physical
not
one.
worried
Our treatments
about
included herbal
anyone.
remedies like bitter gourd, the oil of roses, broken red coral, sweet almonds, which at least sounds kind of palatable, combined with spiritual practices such as chanting, mantras, and meditation to balance the mind and body. These approaches, generally, were unsuccessful, but even as early as Egyptian times, medicine 2.0 developed, and it showed a different approach. Doctors embraced empirical study and record keeping, and turned to much more natural remedies rather than spiritual ones. Around 400 BCE, across the Indian subcontinent, enough cases have been seen that diabetes could be recognized by another unmistakable sign, the sweetness of urine, which is a phrase I don't say that often. Physicians noticed that ants would swarm around the urine of afflicted individuals, drawn to the unusually high levels of sugar within. They called it honey urine disease, and noted two distinct forms, an aggressive type often seen in children, fatal within weeks or months, and a less severe form affecting heavy, wealthy people, which is humorous if not an unfortunate demographic description, but shows evidence
Why do
of
people in
systematically
the
trying to
USA think
understand
China's
who this
falling?
disease affects.
Well,
They
that's
had
the
correctly
first time
started
I heard
now
someone say
classified
it, to be
type 1 and
honest.
type 2 diabetes, and their treatment approaches also started to make a little bit more sense. Seeing it related to larger individuals, they prescribed exercise and specific diets.
Are you
Diets
enjoying
were
your
rich in things like wheat
crumpets?
and grains, bones and fish, or maybe slightly less pleasantly, grit, green lead, and earth. Ah, they were doing so well.
Bird
Others
flu's
prescribed
on
nothing but
they
raw meat or
bird
even
flu
chalk,
like
hoping to slow
like
the
I
body's
said,
apparent self-destruction. The good news,
I
some
don't
of these
believe
treatments did
any
actually
of
have
these
some level of effect, and
pandemic,
diet and
any of
lifestyle
these
changes still recommended
flus,
for
any
all
of
types
these
of diabetics,
nothings are
but for many, it wasn't enough. But here is a good point
by
to remember that access to
accident.
good food, even in our increasingly modern and busy
Or
lives, is an
same
important
thing with the
topic,
drones.
and it's
I don't
being
think any
made
of this
possible
is
thanks
by
to today's sponsor,
accident.
Factor. Factor lets you skip
That's
the meal
my
prep or
personal
getting fresh,
opinion.
never frozen, restaurant-quality, pre-prepared meals that are chef-crafted and dietitian approved. There's a weekly menu of 35 options, including popular options like Calorie Smart, Keto, Protein Plus, or Vegan and Veggie, all ready in just 2 minutes. I recently have loved the time the Factor has
Jennifer,
saved
it
me,
sounds like
preventing me from
it
reaching
sounds
for
like
fast
that's
food
what
or
you
junk
want
food.
for the
You can
US.
change at
It's
any
like
point your
you
order up every week
it's
with
almost
plans
like
for
you're
12 to 18
trying
meals per
to
week, and the ability to pause or reschedule
manifest it or something. Is that what you're trying to do here?
Meals from home, head to factor75.com or click the link down below to use code 50 Dr. Ben Miles and get 50% off plus free shipping on your first Factor box. That's code 50 Dr. Ben Miles at factor75.com to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first box. Thank you again Factor for sponsoring this channel. Now back to the video. Beyond diet and exercise, medicine 2.0 started to feature compounds with genuine therapeutic properties. In the 18th and 19th centuries, milk of the poppy, more commonly understood to be an early version of today's morphine, became a popular treatment for diabetics. The problem with medicine 2.0 is that these natural therapeutic
Why do you
remedies
call
had
me
an
Moth?
effect, but often not the exact one that you
I'm
were looking
assuming
for.
that
Morphine didn't cure
you're
diabetes,
talking
but it
about
did
me
dull
for
the
some
symptoms
reason.
and perhaps the anguish of these patients dealing with their range of enforced diets. Our entry, though, into Medicine 3.0 came when we started to command specific targeted therapies, finding the specific key in the human body and unlocking it to cure or treat disease. For diabetes, this came alongside a breakthrough in the late 19th century by German scientists Joseph von Mering and Oskar Minkowski.
We're not anti-anyone.
Pancreas from dogs caused them to develop diabetes, and sparking a race to uncover the specific substance in the pancreas responsible for controlling glucose
Almost
levels.
anyone.
This was finally solved in 1921 when in a small laboratory in Toronto, Canada, Frederick Banting and Charles Best successfully extracted insulin from the
Some
pancreas
people
of a
push
cow
their luck
and injected it into diabetic dogs, leading to an almost immediate and full reversal for the first time in history of the symptoms of diabetes. The following year, in January of 1922, they administered the first human
What is
treatment to a 14-year-old
anti-English
boy named Leonard
behavior?
Thompson. As they administered it over
You're
the
the
course
one.
of just a few
Wait,
minutes,
what's that?
Thompson
What do you
awoke
mean
from a lethargy
anti-English
back
behavior?
to full and vibrant consciousness. It must have felt like a miracle. While not a perfect cure, insulin gave patients their first real lifeline, allowing them to manage their condition and live longer and healthier lives. This ability to bind or block to particular receptors defined this era and included everything from penicillin, which blocks bacterial cell wall synthesis to treat infections, to things like CAR T therapies, where we teach the body's natural defenses to bind to and destroy cancer cells. And while this might seem like a wildly diverse set of tools, they're all kind of playing
I
the
know
same
what bricks
game.
is.
They block, bind, duck, dip, dive, and dodge their targets in pretty much the same way to varying levels of complexity. And although that is very powerful, some things are just more complicated than
Hold
these
on, bricks
tools
is
alone
okay.
can solve. The creation of artificial insulin is just a simple binder to insulin receptors in the body.
It's like,
and it isn't without its flaws. Patients still have to
new
meticulously
currency
monitor their
that
blood sugar levels and
supposedly
inject insulin
China,
multiple times each day.
Russia,
Inject too little
parts
insulin
of
and
Africa
glucose
are
levels
supposed
sit
to
too
use or
high.
something.
Above 7 millimolar when fasted,
I can't remember who else is
hypoglycemia and starts doing
a
damage
part
to
of
our
that,
eyes, our
but,
nervous
like-
systems, and at more extreme ends induces ketoacidosis and potentially death, which generally people hate. Inject too much insulin and glucose levels crash. Below 4 millimolar, the body becomes hypoglycemic.
I think like Rip Haven, you're not worried about Brits, right?
Induces coma and potentially death. Our bodies do this monitoring and management to within just 3 millimolar incredibly effectively when they are working, but when you have to inject insulin yourself, you're essentially operating your body on hard mode. Even if you use monitors and pumps, these systems can all still fail. This leads us to a point where you can't just help but think.
You don't think
they
the
did it
UK
better.
is
What if
with
you could create a
WEF, in
medicine
bed with
that didn't
WEF,
rely
or
on
is the
engineering
WEF also
solutions or
in
manual
bed with
dosing,
Asia?
but instead was
Or,
self-aware, capable of detecting how much glucose is present
that would
in your blood
actually
and
make
understanding when
some
it should be
sense.
operating, and changing its form and function to meet your body's needs. What I am talking about is, or at least something that looks quite a lot like it. But how do we actually build them? There is one significant problem with glucose. To a chemist, it looks a lot like fructose, or sucrose, or many other sugars. To an optical physicist like me, it looks kind of embarrassingly like water because of all the hydrogen bonds. It even kind of looks like paracetamol. That's a problem if we want to make a medicine that can respond to glucose levels in the blood supply. We don't want it accidentally triggering if someone has a headache. That's going to lead to a bad time and probably a lawsuit. It was with this challenge that our story starts at the chemistry department at the University of Bristol, the university I did my PhD at, in a group led by Professor Tony Davis, developing a class of chemistry called synthetic lectins. These are artificially designed proteins that mimic nature's ability to recognize and bind to specific carbohydrate structures like glucose. The challenge in designing these molecules is to build something that binds the glucose and only glucose, not fructose or paracetamol, and that it binds tightly and quickly.
Are you
but at some point it releases,
a USA
otherwise it's essentially
hater,
removing
Jennifer?
glucose from the blood supply. This is an unbelievably difficult chemical challenge, but after many years of research, some very primitive candidates were produced with approximately the right properties, leading to this Nature paper. And now I think it's worth noting here, after big breakthroughs like
Yeah,
this,
my
advancements often
my
can go
healthcare is
quiet,
not
much to the
free.
internet
Like my
comments online.
taxes pay
It's
for
a
my
video in itself,
healthcare,
but in
which
an
is
overly short
nice.
summary.
But
This is
like
because academic funding supports the
technically, it's
development
not
of
free.
breakthroughs,
You know what I mean?
not then
Also,
advancing those breakthroughs to the point when they are useful.
not all
Equally,
education.
you might say, well, this is surely where industry should step in. Maybe, but it rarely
Not
happens
like
because these ideas are
college,
still very
obviously.
early, need a lot of work, and may still fail.
Exactly,
We are
taxes
lucky in
pay
that
for
in Tony's
everything.
lab
Like
was
you could say it's
Harry, a
free,
PhD student in
but
2015 thought to launch a
if you
startup
want to
fill the
get
gap
into
and move this breakthrough forward, so it didn't
semantics,
end up just as a really cool PDF. Things went really well for Harry until a year later when he hired me as technical employee number 4 or 5 straight out of my PhD as head of engineering.
apparently America lives rent free in her
He tried
brain.
to give me the title of lead engineer, but I proudly said, sorry, I'm a physicist. So my title became lead physicist, and immediately that backfired when people read my title on email and thought I was a lead physicist, as in studies lead. So there you go, there's some level of karmic justice for all the engineers out there. We had a pretty hard journey as a startup. We realized there wasn't any wet lab space in Bristol for startups, so we ended up building our own building. Our engineering team was incredibly distractible and ended
Yeah,
up building
someone
an electric
pays for
skateboard
it,
controlled by a
obviously.
laptop. My theory here was that if we got it working,
Your
we could commute
taxes
and do
pay.
work at the same time. It ended reasonably badly. Luckily, the chemistry team was some of the best in the world and turned the chemistry from only possible if the stars aligned to something about 1,000,000 times better than anything produced by mankind or nature before. A system that bound and released glucose and only glucose. But there's an obvious question here that we've been skirting around, which is, that's not a medicine. How do you actually make it useful? To answer that question, we need to look at the current medicines that are being used, the hormone, insulin, that diabetics inject to regulate their sugar levels. If you look at insulin, you notice that it has a long, thick region in the middle, and then these two long, spindly arms that sort of float and flow, like a gentle version of those inflatable guys outside of gas stations. If these arms of insulin are free, insulin is a great molecule and binds easily to insulin receptors in the body via a binding site somewhere on the thicker part of the molecule. The body then kicks into action, storing glucose into muscles and fat, and slowing down the liver's production of additional glucose to reduce the blood sugar levels in the body. However, if you connect the two arms together, they link in such a way that they block access to insulin receptors' binding site, and insulin can no longer dock, essentially switching it off. The breakthrough idea was to attach the glucose binding molecule to one arm of insulin and to bind something similar to glucose that wasn't glucose to the other one. For this, we picked a glucoside, basically glucose plus a couple of additional atoms. This
I
would,
know
in
we
theory, then do
were
something
watching like
when
the
there is sugar in the
difference.
blood supply, the glucose
No, we
binding
were
molecule will catch and
we
release
were
the glucose happily
watching.
over and over again, and insulin will be free to
People
function
in the
as
UK
expected. However,
react
if sugar levels
to,
fall and there isn't anything for the glucose binding molecule to catch, even though the glucoside
how much
isn't a
things
perfect
cost.
fit,
You know how
the
much
fact
it
that
costs
is
to
so
have a
close
baby?
means that it will start to have weak binding interactions. These will pin the arms of glucose together, covering insulin's binding site and turning it off. Should the glucose levels rise again, glucose would start to outcompete the glucoside binding and insulin would snap open, reactivating. It was at this point with this exciting idea around 2018 when the team started to realize doing all of this alone was going to be really hard. They were very
That's
fortunate
pretty
at this
funny,
point to team up with
Axel.
Novo Nordisk, one of the largest suppliers of insulin in the world, and conversations got kind of interesting and ultimately Novo decided to purchase the company and continue the collaboration. By this point, I kind of felt like I had made the contribution that I could to this endeavor and had slightly phased myself out of the process and took a very small windfall from the event, remember, just an employee, to start helping out other scientists to turn their theory into action and started building companies with academic teams around the world. The majority of the chemistry team, though, stayed collaborating with Novo, and a couple of months ago, after 6 years of further work, they got there. Publishing again in Nature, they produced a modified insulin molecule that is able to self-regulate. Now here they decided to give it the somewhat catchy name of NNC-2215, not to be confused with NCC-2215, which obviously is the Starship Carrier USS Gentian. Pretty sure that was intentional. The very complicated bit that you may have spotted I entirely glanced over was getting this insulin to work in a human at physiological conditions. It needed to deactivate below a precise 4 millimolar of glucose to keep the sugar levels where we actually want them in the human body. Tuning that system is what took 6 years. To study how NNC interacts with the insulin receptor, they compared the receptor affinity for NNC to its affinity for human insulin and a current clinically used form of long-acting basal insulin. You can see here each system gives broadly similar responses when tested in the presence of 20 millimolar glucose. However, when the glucose concentrations are decreased is when interesting things start to happen. At 10 millimolar, human insulin and the basal insulin perfectly recreate the same binding behavior as at 20 millimolar, but for the NNC insulin, there is a reduction in binding strength. This trend continues at 5, 3, and 0 millimolar glucose in solution. The binding is 12.5 times weaker when glucose levels are at 0 millimolar compared to at 20 millimolar. Exactly as theorized, the team have produced the world's first insulin
Jennifer
capable of understanding the world around it. To see how this medicine behaves in the body, the research team also ran some animal studies. In diabetic animals, they supplied them with a constant
undercover
intravenous
for
dose
the
of glucose to simulate
CCP.
a meal. They then added either normal insulin in one population or NNC in
Are
another
you,
population to simulate how a diabetic
do you work
injects
for the
insulin to regulate their
CCP?
sugar levels. They tuned the quantities of both glucose and insulin so that the blood sugar
Got
levels were constant. Then they
her!
stopped the glucose line, simulating the end of a meal.
Got 'em.
This caused immediately the glucose levels in both populations to plummet. For the basal
I
insulin
don't care.
population, their blood glucose levels
I
dropped to a
mean,
dangerous
I don't
low,
want to read it. I
similar
have
if
to
a diabetic
work.
patient injects too
Like,
much insulin,
you read
and
it.
concentrations as low as 3 millimolar.
Read it to me.
Hypoglycemia, where researchers immediately stepped in to restart the glucose supply.
Like, can you give it to me in
For
bullet
the
points?
NNC insulin, glucose levels dropped rapidly, but suddenly
You
started
work
to plateau
for the
at around
UK
4.5
Moth
millimolar.
Agency.
The NNC insulin had automatically deactivated itself, preventing further glucose absorption and keeping glucose levels within a healthy tolerance despite NNC insulin continuing to be administered. To put this in context, this would mean that diabetics would never again have to worry about accidentally over or underdosing insulin. They could administer confidently that if they got their numbers even slightly wrong, the insulin would deactivate itself to keep them safe. This, like I said, is the most advanced medicine I have ever seen. And yes, I am still biased. And just to emphasize, I have no financial or otherwise connection to this
Should
work
I
or
delete
output. I
that?
just think it is ultra cool science. This rightfully has been echoed by several people as a culmination of thousands of years of
Can you
humanity
guys
work to
stop being
produce the best
toxic?
diabetic treatment possible. I am incredibly proud of all of the team members that have worked on
Seriously.
this for so many years to bring this together. The question might be, what happens next?
You guys have no idea how much of a wholesome stream I used to have.
We are clearly entering medicine 4.0. We have many
Like,
other types of medicine coming to market at the
can't
moment.
we talk
specifically things like
politics
cancer
without
treatments
people,
that can
like,
do clever things like
being
react to pH
so,
levels or temperature
like,
levels that really only
crazy
damage
for no
cancer
reason?
cells
Like,
and not the rest of the body. We also have
relax.
awesome things that I've covered on the channel before, like this domesticated nanorobot that can deliver medicine right to where it is needed within the body, like a more helpful version of the Sentinel from the Matrix. This NNC insulin needs further refinement and proving out before it is fully ready for use by human beings, but my hope is that this is firmly in its future. What does that future look like, though? To get us to medicine 5.0, which is where we secretly have all been wanting to get to, because
I
everyone's been watching Waiting
mean,
on
like,
War
I'm not
for
gonna
Forsaken
lie,
Universe
Axel
recently.
has,
Medicine 5.0
you've
probably
said
looks
some
like Igor
toxic,
building an
not
organ that
today,
produces
but
these sorts of
in the
medicines
past,
directly
you've
in
said
the
some
human
kind of
body.
things
Also,
that
or
I
more
was like,
realistically, learns to regrow,
should
regraft,
I,
or
like,
repopulate cells
leave
back
that
in
in
the
there?
organs
Like,
that
I
need
don't
them. Some work has
know,
already
like, I
started
don't
trying to
really
regrow the cells
agree.
on the pancreas to
Kinda held my
re-enable its own
tongue, so,
insulin production
like,
capabilities,
I'm not
but this
trying
work is
to-
still many years away. Here, I also want to leave off
You're
on
not the
a
only
little
one.
reality check
I'm,
and a more
like,
positive note. We have to talk about pricing.
there's a lot of
More
new
than
people in
tripled in
here
10
that
years
I'm not
now.
used to,
Insulin in
okay?
particular
And you
has
guys are a
received a lot of
little,
press
like,
for unfair
I
price
maybe
points,
feel
especially in the US.
emboldened,
A
but that's
2020 study found that
because,
the average price per
listen,
vial
you
of insulin in the
can,
US
you
was
can
more than
talk
$98
shit without,
compared to less than
without
$8 in the
actually,
UK.
like,
That's put very
being
simply, is brutal.
insulting
There
of
is no other way
people,
to
I
put it.
guess,
There
or
have
like
been some positive
toxic, you
changes
know what I mean?
recently, such as the
And
Inflation
it's
Reduction Act,
also,
which caps
it's
insulin
just
prices
like,
for Medicare recipients at $35. doses. I still think that more
It's
can
more
be done
fun
here. This is
to
coming from
try and
someone
like
that runs a venture
insult
capital
someone
fund. Let me say
with
it loud and clearly,
intelligence
I want
rather
fair pricing
than
for medicine. Yes, pricing
like,
dynamics differ significantly between countries, but time and time again,
brutal
when you look at centralized healthcare systems, you see the benefit of
brutalitarianism,
having
or
bulk
I don't know what I'm
negotiating
trying to
power.
say, but
Ozempic
like
costs $938 per month in the US. It costs
I don't
$93
know. I
in
don't
the
know.
UK. It turns out
I'm
that if you help your neighbours, it ends up helping you. I'll leave that point there. What I think is really exciting is that this sort
Give
of
me her
breakthrough
spotting.
is
Jennifer's
becoming
been here
more and more
before,
common.
that's
And what I love
why.
is that these
But
are
I do
not
wonder
originating
if
in large
Jennifer's a
pharmaceutical
bot.
giants or big corporations, but are
Are you
coming
a
straight
bot?
out of university labs. We used to just think of tech bros
Jennifer,
dropping out of college
last
and
time you were
starting
in
software
here, you were
companies.
asking
Now
me
it's
about
less
video
tech bros
games,
dropping
no?
out and more
And
scientists
now
doing
all you
PhDs
care to
to
talk
produce
about is
cutting-edge insulins,
America,
quantum
so it's
computers,
like
or new
it's
energy
like kind of
technologies. These innovations
kinda
are
weird.
fundamentally reshaping entire industries, and they're
It's
starting
like
in a place
you're
where
not the
curiosity
same
and discovery
person.
reign supreme. I think is a good time.
Because you
This was a
only
really
want to
fun
talk
story for
about
me
how
to tell.
bad
Obviously, it's been
America
a huge
is
part of my
or
life
how
for maybe
bad
10
Trump
years or
is,
so
and
now,
it's
but I really
like
wanted to share it once I had kind of a nearly ending to the thing.
I
Obviously,
asked you
there's
what
still
your
a ton
favorite
of work
video
to do,
game
but
is. You didn't
hopefully
answer
one day,
me.
this technology will make its way
Not
into the hands
possible.
of the people that will most benefit from it.
Anything
As
is
for me, when I'm
possible
not on YouTube,
now.
I still help scientists upskill in entrepreneurship and co-found startups with them. Currently, I'm raising my second venture capital fund so that breakthroughs like these receive the funding that they need. If you are a scientist in a university lab working on something cool and would like support to turn theory into action,
You like
I'll leave some
GTA,
links down in the
which
description
one?
below for how to get in touch with some of my teams. If
And
you think scientists are
Fortnite.
rock stars, consider grabbing yourself a t-shirt like this.
Classy choice. The shift where she works changed and it's a different person. The shift changed. You don't sit here and keep spouting BS over and over. Yeah, that's why, like, if you like keep spouting the same stuff, if you keep like GTA 5 and Fortnite, like I might have to ban you only because like you kind of like repeat yourself a little too much, and like that's kind of bot behavior. Also, your account is like a month old, so like I hope you don't take it personally if you keep annoying the other people that have been here a while. But yeah, don't take it personal. All right, what's next? Somebody was like telling me about this guy, and now apparently he's full of it.
Remember that Hawk Tuah coin? Did she talk about that at all? She just went radio silent, right?
Context. A couple of weeks ago, one of the biggest celebrities of our time, better known as
Hawk Tuah, and spit on that thing. Hawk Tuah.
she decided to release a scam.
Oh,
crypto
sorry. Your account is 2 years old.
The token hit
Your
500
count is
million
only
before
2 years
crashing in
old.
just 20 minutes.
Hey guys.
Not 4 years old.
Hey, this is one of the most miserable, horrible
See, look, but you've been
launches I've
following
ever
for a
seen in my
month. That's why
life.
it's
Okay, then why
like,
the fuck are you on?
Who's the project? Who is the
you know,
project?
I don't want to just like
Haley Welch.
ban, but I also don't want
And now
toxicity
Haley
in the
is
chat,
facing
and that goes for
multiple
everybody,
because in
okay?
that very Twitter space you
All
just
right,
heard,
class.
the group inadvertently admitted to fraud while shifting
Just
all
kidding,
responsibility
just
to
joking
the
around.
Hawk Tuah girl.
Do you know how much it costs for lawyer fees to create a foundation in the
She might be
Cayman
going to
Islands?
jail.
Since then, Haley has
She's
been
not annoying
completely
you.
radio
She's just
silent, this
purposely
being the last
not
thing she
listening.
said.
Hey guys, I hate to interrupt you, Nick,
You don't
but
remember
hello
what you
there.
said that
Anywho,
was
I'm gonna
toxic,
go
to be
bed,
honest. You
and I'll
know,
see you
you were
guys
making
tomorrow.
an opinion.
Okay.
So she
I
actually
don't know if it
she
was like
just
necessarily
roached out.
toxic
She's
or
been
if it was
sleeping
just
for
like the
12
language
days.
that you
And
used
wanna
that
know
kind of
what's
like.
really kind of funny about this. Everybody was talking about like how this girl like had 15 minutes of fame. She's not going to be popular
Like,
forever.
I don't know,
she
like, it just was,
somehow
like,
ended up
I didn't wanna
turning
read
into,
it,
like,
you
a
know, because it
podcast
was,
that
like,
really
kind
popular,
of-
and she was doing really well.
I don't know.
And then she did this crypto coin, and it's done.
And
As
I
a big
can't
crypto
remember if
guy,
it
I'm
was.
shocked
I don't
that
think
the
it was
girls who got
geared
famous for
towards
talking about
anyone.
spitting on
I don't think it
dicks
was geared
scammed
towards
people.
anyone.
Who
It was
could've
like I think it
predicted
was
this?
just something you were
Anywho,
like
I'm gonna
stating.
go to bed,
So like
and I'll
I'm
see you
not
guys
like
tomorrow.
trying to judge or anything. I can't remember exactly. I don't even want to like go into messages or anything because like overall you guys are great, you know, and I welcome discussion. I welcome how do you say? I welcome
I was gonna watch a pretty interesting video. I saw
logical
this yesterday.
arguments. And I don't know. Like I said, I used to have a pretty wholesome stream before, and like I try to give people the benefit of the doubt, I guess you could say. It was a general statement. All right. It probably was. Like it probably was. What? Do you notice how much like atmosphere there is...
Yikes, man. Is that what Democrats are going for? Holy smokes. Look, this is what they're going for. They're praising the murder of that CEO. This is what they're going for.
So wait, didn't Hasan just say that he doesn't condone it?
You want to say that America deserved an 11, saying before later walking it back, saying it was inappropriate. However, in another stream this year, he joked about 9/11 again, saying, "Oh my God, 9/11-2 is going to be so sick," and give Saudi Arabia a nuke so they can do 9/11-2. Wow, that's jeez.
Tim Pool is calling out Hasan Piker, who, if you don't know, is a very unhinged leftist streamer, the most unhinged streamer probably out there, especially with the audience of his size. The guy, you know, and I'm no fan of the war in the Middle East. I don't think we should be involved in it. I don't really have a stake in who wins and who loses. I hope they both lose, to be honest with you. But Hasan Piker has gone as far as to
what
say
the fuck? That means like everybody dies. I hope that it just stops. Is what you mean? I think. Like
Hamas.
What the fuck?
And I'm not joking about that. He said that once, doubled, tripled, quadrupled down on that stance. Absolutely insane. And it's funny because he will call for the banning of people like Tim Pool. People like Destiny will call for the banning of people like Tim Pool. And nobody calls for the banning of Hasan. I don't think he should be banned. I'm just saying I think it's pretty ironic. I think it's pretty hypocritical to call for the banning of people like Tim Pool when you say things like Hasan Piker says. Let's get into this clip though, where Tim Pool tears this woke idiot Hasan Piker to absolute shreds.
And so it begins. Democrats now calling for more cultural dominance, praising Hasan Piker, saying we must support individuals like this. Now, Fox News ain't pulling any punches. They say
Then
Tom Harris,
we
a
got
hyped
here,
radical activist,
but when it comes to politics, you will be toxic. That's not going to change.
House Democrat called Hasan
Keep
Piker a poster
on being
child for the
brilliant.
post-October
Night Killer,
outbreak of
how you
anti-Semitism
doing?
in America earlier
You're
this year.
sweet. Thank you.
Oh my. Well, basically what we're seeing right now is Democrats recognizing that they've lost cultural control. The corporate press is no longer what it used to be. And as I've been warning, especially in the previous video, the big players, Disney, Comcast, you name it, they are going to dump money in this space, and they will make sure that these voices rise to the top. Now, I don't believe Hasan Piker is in the path of that trampling that's underway because he's too, I don't know, anti-Israel, I guess. Now, I think if you are going to play up, like look at Twitch in the adpocalypse where he is, many people are blaming him for this. Advertisers don't want to touch things where they're going to get accused of any isms. Let's roll, baby. The left is going to say they're defending Israel. The right, well, a lot of people on the right are going to say defending Israel too. Let me put it this way. Corporations don't care if it's Israel or black people or gay people or otherwise. Corporations don't want
when
shock and defense regardless of where it comes from. Now, the people who are very Israel-centric, be it for or against, are going to claim that they're the perceived victim, whatever it may be. The reason why I think Hasan Piker is not going to get chosen in this regard is because corporations are going to say he evokes too much negative attention as it pertains to offense. Now, if you're a channel that's critical of some things, maybe gay marriage or something like that, you'll probably still get some advertisers, but it's a sliding scale. You can be critical of Israel and there's no problem. Some people certainly exaggerate and say that, no, you can't, they'll come for you. It depends on what you're saying in your criticism.
I somewhat agree with Tim Pool here. I think you can, especially nowadays. I think, I don't want to get too much into it, which just even mentioning the word makes me uncomfortable, which kind of goes to show you what the truth is about the whole situation, but I just don't want to go too far into it. It's just not worth it. I think recently, because there's a lot of leftist streamers out there criticizing that country, Ben Shapiro's favorite country, that it's made it more okay to do because they don't want to go against the woke streamers out there because that's kind of sacrilegious. You can't do that. But I do agree that you can criticize it in a certain way. And Hasan does not criticize it in that certain way. He goes way overboard and says, yeah, I support Hamas. I support the extremism happening from the other side onto Israel, which I don't support at all. I don't agree with at all. No rational human being out there agrees or supports that at all. But Hasan Piker does it. And he has one of the largest audiences in the political commentary space. Tim Pool is right. If I was an advertiser, there's no chance that I would want to advertise on Hasan Piker's live stream. No shot. Why would I want to do that?
Like, you know, the things Hasan Piker has said about October 7th and his stances, they go a little far. And I'm not saying it's extreme. I'm saying they go far in one direction. And for a lot of people as it pertains to Israel, they make it their whole identity. Advertisers don't want to be associated with something that's going to cost them money. So if you are talking about race issues and you're hyper-focused on crime rates of the black community, you can talk about it, nobody cares, but if it's all you talk about, advertisers are going to say no. Democrats probably won't go this direction. That's probably why Fox News is criticizing them. But they are going to go for many of these other liberal creators, who I'm not going to mention, because I don't want to give them any airtime on that regard. Fox News says, Harris's former deputy campaign manager...
War is not romantic. I agree,
the Democrats are losing hold of culture and laid out a strategy for them to develop a whole thriving system ahead of future elections.
If you enjoy content like this, then make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. We're closing in on 100,000 subscribers. I appreciate you guys a ton. Let's get back to the video.
We need a whole thriving ecosystem. It's not just Pod Save America, though I think we should have more of them. It's not just Hasan Piker. We should have more Hasan Pikers. It's also the cultural creators, the folks who are one rung out, who
Not
influence the
sure
nonpartisan
what
audience.
you meant by
Those
that,
things
Rip.
all need to happen together. The reality is, it's not going
Oh,
to be
you
big
mean
media
then we got
organizations.
here
It's
to
going to be a
like
network
to
and
how we are
constellation of
today.
individual
How we are.
personalities, because that's how people get their information now, he added.
I just hope
Flaherty,
everyone
previously
knows that
served as the director of digital
I
strategy for the Biden White
don't
House, is likely to face backlash for calling for more Hasan Pikers due to Pikers' past controversial comments.
anything
He had previously raised more than $1 million
personally. I
for
don't want
Palestinian
anything
aid,
to be taken personally.
used his platforms with millions of followers to
up here
downplay
on
and
this
justify
channel.
attacks such as October
This
7th and
is-
9/11 as acts of resistance in recent years. Yeah, he
It's
said
the
something nasty
internet.
about 9/11,
Let's
did
have
nasty stuff.
fun.
Yeah, we actually
let's
covered that on this channel.
learn.
We covered
Let's
that exact
discuss.
debate that
Let's
Temple was
maybe
talking about.
even argue.
Not only did Hasan Piker say that America deserved
But,
9/11 straight up, but he
everything's
also went on
allegedly in
multiple
game,
other shows
and
afterward, was asked about,
let's just
saying that America deserved 9/11 and doubled and tripled down on that one. I mean, that's wild stuff to say. There were so many innocent people that died in 9/11.
I
Regardless
don't
of if you
even know
think
what I'm trying
America
to
deserved
say.
to have a terrorist attack enacted on them, it's
what I'm trying to say
completely
is
different
like let's
than the
okay. I
terrorist
feel
attack
like
actually killing a
since
ton
I
of
started
innocent
talking
people, and then you
politics, I
saying
feel
those
like
innocent
some of
people
my
deserve to
viewers
die.
have gotten
The things
like,
that
maybe
leftists are able
offended
to say is insane. Not only does
by
Hasan
things
Piker
I've
say stuff like this,
said,
he's the worst one by far, but we also have
but
Destiny,
I
who's
just
getting more
want
and more
everyone to
unhinged
know
recently
that
ever since
nothing
Donald Trump
is
won the
meant to
election.
be, like, taken
I
personally,
mean,
and
Destiny's
these are
out there
just my
saying stuff
opinions, and-
like, he's making jokes about the guy, I think it was a firefighter that was in the background
That's all.
at the Donald Trump rally where the assassination attempt occurred, and he got shot and
Russian
killed.
president
He got the guy had a family, he had
challenges
kids,
US
everything,
Army
and Destiny's
to
making jokes
shoot
about him,
down
laughing at him, and he's saying, yeah, if you go to the Donald Trump
Orishnik
rally, you get shot and
missile.
killed, you deserve to be laughed at. That's insane. That's insanity, and he's just allowed to say it.
Now think
And
whether
that's
to
why there's
agree or
crazy
not.
stuff happening. That's why
Is that happening right now? Nick missile. Oh, he challenges the US to shoot down. Where's he sending it? 3 days ago? One day? "31 minutes ago.
Our top story tonight on Gravitas is about the Russian President Vladimir Putin's explosive challenge to the West. It's an open dare. Can they stop Russia's Mark 10 Oreshnik missile? Putin says Russia is ready for a missile duel with the United States. It does not get more direct than this.
He proposed that
The
they
question
pick a
remains,
site.
Will the West take up the challenge?
Putin's a coward.
Let's tell you more about what the Russian leader said.
Hazelnut
in his annual
can
press
carry
conference in
nuclear
Moscow, Putin
charges?
spoke about the
Hazelnut.
hypersonic Oreshnik missile that can fly at Mach 10, 10 times the speed of sound. Putin says it is invincible against any Western defense system, further daring the United States and its allies to a high-tech duel. Listen in to his words.
There is no chance to shoot down these missiles. Well, if these Western experts you mentioned think so, that Oreshnik can be shot down, we propose them and those in the West and the United States who pay them for their analysis to conduct some kind of technological experiment, a high-tech duel of the 21st century. Let
no
them name
thanks.
some object, let's say in Kyiv, concentrate all their air defense and missile defense forces there, and we will hit it with Oreshnik and see what happens.
No
We are ready for
thanks.
such an experiment. Is the other side ready?
Is the other side ready, he asks. Now, just to understand the gravity of Putin's comments, let's just take a step back here. You see, the arms race between the US and Russia has been dangerously relentless, with each side trying their best to outdo the other, outpace the other in technology, in firepower. With the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, a nuclear standoff nearly bringing the world to a nuclear war, today the stakes seem to be just as high.
Putin is a
Hypersonic missiles
coward.
are changing the game, capable
Sorry,
of reaching
Hazelnut.
unimaginable
It's a
speeds
hypersonic
and extremely difficult
ICBM.
to intercept. They are designed to basically evade traditional
he
air
offered,
defenses.
it means
The
he's
US
not a
has spent
coward.
billions trying to develop its own versions. A lot of money
I
has been
mean,
spent. According to Putin,
true. Like, in a
Russia's
way, it's
Oreshnik
like,
missile
here's a
is
chance
invincible. He
to
says modern air defense systems
learn
cannot intercept
from
such
this
missiles.
missile
That's impossible, he says.
by
Adding, as of today, there
sending
are no
it to you.
means of counteracting such
I don't
a
know.
weapon, according to him.
An American
Basically, the
SM6
Russian leader
won't
is
have a problem.
extremely confident of what the country has built.
SM6.
And what's the basis for that kind of confidence? What makes the Oreshniks?
Bashar al-Assad, the Syrian dictator who led that country with an iron fist for over 20 years, has been
That's
unseated in
him?
a very fast and very abrupt coup just earlier this month. to the leaders in the West, to Justin Trudeau, to Bob Rae, Canada's ambassador to the UN, this was all cause for celebration. This was a victory for democracy and for the Syrian people to finally rid themselves of Assad. But who is now in charge?
It's an anti-missile
Who is now
missile.
leading this country? Because
A
from what we can see on
hazelnut
social
missile
media,
destroyed
it appears
an
to be a
entire
group of
plant where
radical
ammunition was
Islamists
produced
who are
for
once
the Ukrainian
former
army.
Al-Qaeda and ISIS fighters. So is this all really a victory for Syria and for the Middle East? Or could it be the start of something much worse? Joining us now on the Faulkner Show is Jassem Al-Jarrad, an investigative journalist and a former parliamentary candidate in Kuwait who's joining us from Ottawa. JJ, thank you so much for joining us.
War is evolving, yeah, that's for sure.
Who is now in charge of Syria?
Thank you for having me, Hasan.
I think we're all just gonna wipe each other out one day.
It's a big complicated. It's a complicated situation there in Syria, and this complexity is taking everyone into a surprise. That they were like rebels, and the rebels took the power, and the power is for the people's right, and that's not correct. So Mohammed Al-Jolani, nicknamed Mohammed Al-Jolani, his official name is Ahmed Al-Shara. And Ahmed Al-Shara now is, he used to be like he's an ex-Al-Qaeda and ISIS. So he came to the power with the promise to the IRGC. That's the information I got my hands on. That the Brotherhood, which is the puppets of the IRGC, the radical Islamists in the region, they have dealt with a lot of ecosystem changes in the Middle East, where one Brotherhood power falls and then another one comes to the power. So they use Syria now, and we will talk about some technical situation between them and Saudi Arabia as well, because they're trying to establish the Islamic State, and they cannot have two Islamic states in the Middle East while the Saudi Arabia is trying to reform the Islamic diplomacy and have peace with Israel. So they are radical Islamists with the help of the Brotherhood, and they are now in the interim ministry. So they have an interim prime minister who had two flags next to him. One is the Sharia law flag, and the other one is the rebel flag.
So let me ask you about that, because we've seen this white flag. It's not the new flag of Syria that's got green on it, right? It's a white flag with Islamic text. Yep. What is that flag, and what does it represent exactly?
This flag represents the Sharia law project. It says no God but Allah and no prophet but Muhammad. So this statement is discriminatory to a lot of people in Syria. While they use this flag to legitimize their movements in Syria, we had to raise some awareness messages to the public, and we said that this is a Sharia law, and Assad and those people who came to the power, they were in a very good harmony. By the way, he allowed them to take all the cities one by one, and then they allowed them to leave with $2 billion to Russia. So that was it, and there's a new era now with the Sharia law application is in progress.
So who was behind this sudden coup? Because we know for many years the Americans have wanted to have regime change in Syria. They wanted to get rid of Bashar al-Assad. In fact, I believe Obama said that explicitly. So who was behind this sudden coup? Was it the United States? Was it Turkey, for example?
4,000 miles.
Well, Turkey. That's correct. And the United States, I don't think the United States have a lot of influence right now or access to this region, because the ecosystem change is overriding any diplomacy in this region. So they're trying to react to whatever is happening, because if they are in control, they wouldn't send their weaponry units in Syria right now. This is the first time we see this after a very long time. So Erdogan wants to take all the pressure from initiating a Kurdistan state from his land within his borders and send it further to Syria to establish that Kurdistan state, which we would love to see a Kurdistan state in the region. They deserve to rule themselves in a democracy. This is their plan and their promise. So Erdogan is behind it. And Erdogan offered a lot of intelligence to those people on how to present themselves in the media, with the help of the IRGC, the Islamo-fascist regime that is ruling Iran right now. So they both have a lot of interest in Syria, and Syria has been a logistic help to Iran, to the radical Islamists who's ruling Iran, to pass all these weaponry units to Hezbollah. And Israel is another party that is watching from distance. And then they said, while Erdogan had a huge buffer zone in Syria, we are also we have obligations towards our nation to defend them. So they also had few kilometers buffer zone. And then the complication is that Israel accepts the change. The USA accept the change, and the president-elect Is he happy about what is going on right now? The complication is continuing. And Erdogan is the one behind those radical Islams because he used them in the past to take Bashar al-Assad down, and he was against Putin and the IRGC.
You get that phone number?
So let's get into that. So
I never promised you a phone number.
What
What are you talking about?
Of this? What do you expect to see out of Syria now that the country is led by a radical Islamists? What does this mean for Israel? What does this mean for the region of the United States?
Well, Israel Mr. Netanyahu has made a statement, and he said we support the will of the Syrians, but we don't want to see another threat to our nation. And if you have any close ties with the IRGC, I just wanted to say it loud and clear that we are not going to allow anyone to establish the radical Islamist regime there in Syria to be another arm or another militia proxy arm for the IRGC. I can see 3 states in Syria. That's my analysis. And I can see a Druze state, I can see Kurdistan state, and I can see the Islamic state. But the Islamic state has to have some sort of, the harmony between civil
it wasn't
law
a romantic
Islamic, because we know the Brotherhood, they changed their colors within a year. And this is what happened in Egypt. I'm not bringing anything from my imagination. So
I don't meet people from the internet.
And I see that the United States will help the Kurds to establish their state in Syria.
Too old for that shit.
And the Druze, I think, will have their own land as well. This is what
I was supposed to meet someone
because Bashar al-Assad himself, he couldn't have like
I
a
was
nation grip for his entire land.
Like, nah,
Syria is such a huge geographical area where the geopolitics in Syria is complicated. So Israel will always watch from distance,
and
they
now
will
that
not
person
allow
doesn't
Iran
speak to me
create another
because
proxy arm in Syria.
Of my political views.
Would the new leaders of Syria really allow a Kurdistan state in the northeast of the country if that's where all the oil is in Syria? Correct me if I'm wrong, but is that not where all the oil is? That's why the United States is in the northeast of the country.
Just give me shit. I know.
Would the new leadership in Syria really allow that?
Give
well,
me
I don't think he has any say on allowing
basically
dividing the country. He's not the president yet. You're talking about radical Islamists who joined the ecosystem and they are in control of the ecosystem. So they brought someone else in the front line. So the front line doesn't mean that they are issuing any legitimacy in front of the global countries. Now he has called everyone, he invited everyone to have a parade, the celebratory parade. Last Friday.
Only the ears I was wearing were real. I don't know what
the only message you hear is that put your hijab
on
ears, and divide men and women. Don't be next to each other's. And the Kurdistan establishment is going back hundreds and hundreds of years ago. So when you look at the map, they went to the exact place where they were having that land established and ruled by their people. So yes, they have natural resources out there. I don't think it's a strategic decision to go to the natural resources. Still, the negotiation is ongoing under the table between the Islamo-fascist rebel and the international panel. And I think Harrison, in the next, because he had a speech just a while ago talking about his relationship with Iran and his relationship with Israel and his relationship with Russia, and he thrown really very weak basis, talking about the relationship with Russia, that is we have to be careful, and we are not against the Iranian people, but against the power, and the power brought him to rule Syria. It's very complicated, but I think Kurdistan has to be established.
I would not like to see that challenge, because if something goes wrong,
to get out of his shoulders,
there goes
in front of
a
his
part
nation.
of the world. Or whatever.
I want to go back to
I don't know what it's
this guy,
supposed to do
Al-Jalani,
exactly.
right? And he
I don't know
leads
how
a
much
group called
destruction.
HTS. This is a terrorist group, right? Listed terrorist group in the UK. I imagine it's the same in the United States. And I read a report that this guy was former Al-Qaeda.
Don't worry, you guys. I'm
and
just messing
ISIS.
with Hunniebee. I actually don't want to
to
date her. It's just all jokes.
He is an ex-ISIS. He's done a lot of crimes in Iraq. He's done a lot of crimes in Syria. He opened the slavery market. He's sold the Yazidis women. He's killed a lot of people just because they have a different faith in Syria, and we know that the ethnicity in Syria is such a complicated.
Do you want to pick a different
matter. Another thing is that
I don't know
the
where he
ISIS
is. I think
guy
he's outside right
has rebranded himself. And he said that,
you know what,
I have a different skin now. I can wear whatever you're wearing. I'm not going to wear the black flag today. You know what, I'm going to put the Brotherhood in the power. And they're highly educated, but they will have the Sharia law flag behind them. And whoever is trying to take a selfie with this Al-Jolani, and his name is Ahmed al-Shara, this Ahmed al-Shara has always, pointing at the women who are trying to take selfies with him. Imagine, he's asking them to cover their head before they take a selfie with him. So Mohammed al-Jolani, which is Ahmed al-Shara, he's trying to, take this power slowly to overrule the people. The first program that was aired on the Syrian mainstream channel, which was established ever since 1960, and we were watching it when I was back in Kuwait before I became a political refugee. He has already aired some songs talking about bombing the enemy, which is Israel, and the kids where they want to be dressed by their mothers to go and have a meritor future, to be killed and to kill others, and that is their only happiness that they're going to have in Syria. So I don't think he's very serious about what is going on, or does he know what is the future lies for him? I think it's going to be like a very interesting 3 months ahead, and it's changing day by day. I forgot to
put on the subtitles. I'm sorry, Corvette.
If the guy who is behind this coup is a former
U.S.
ISIS
president will accept this challenge. I don't think so.
Why then do we have Bob Rae, the UN ambassador for Canada, as well as Justin Trudeau and other politicians
would be cool if he did.
Celebrating this coup in Syria?
I think everyone would be like, he's off his rocker.
Just from my view, having a former Al-Qaeda
it's not worth
ISIS
it to put
like is not something to celebrate.
Well, like where exactly are they thinking of sending this thing? You know what I mean? Like it's not worth it to put your people in danger.
I've been here for like only 1.5 years, and I'm an ex-Algonquin alumni. But I just wanted to say that Canada is not the same.
Look cool.
Canada is supporting Hamas and the anti-Semitic statements, and they say this is under the expression of freedom, and that started to arise without any not spoken controls. I've seen also Syrians here in Canada. Mentioning that don't ever listen to the West, don't be a puppet to the West, and they are residing in the West, and they don't care about the West. And every time we share a message on the social media, starting to say that, guys, we cannot be the only ones who are trying to embrace the culture of Canada and look after the Canadian interests, not our interests. We don't need to use this platform as a hate speech. But unfortunately, that Justin Trudeau's administration is not taking corrective measures towards this, and I think there's something has to do with their bailouts. Are they like supporting Justin Trudeau? Doesn't he know that once they get to the power, once they get that freedom, they will hijack the culture, they will hijack the power, they will hijack the streets, and people wouldn't even notice that they are entering Canada after seeing all those radical Islamists now putting their carpets on the floor and started praying in public. This is another invasion, and we call this a soft power.
So you believe that because of the extreme migration of Muslims into Canada, that's the reason why our top diplomat, essentially one of our top diplomats, the UN ambassador, is celebrating this coup in Syria, saying that this is a victory for democracy. I believe those were pretty much his words. That this is a victory for democracy. Let me ask you this. Another question we're seeing. Another thing we're seeing is that many of our allies are blocking Syrian refugees, any more Syrian refugees from coming into their countries. Canada has not done that. Should we be expecting another refugee crisis if these radical Islamists are taking over Syria?
Well, I hope not, because Canada is paying the price. I think something is going to happen very soon if they don't really get along with the international panels, especially the democracies in the Middle East, which is Israel is the only democracy and the only secular country in the Middle East. Alongside Emirates, they have some sort of a system where they allow the differences in ethnicity and religious beliefs to exist in the Emirates. So my only focus is that we want to keep Israel's democracy.
Guys, we're gonna play some Minecraft finally,
and we want them to be safe. This is the only example in the Middle East that can at least give us some hope that others will follow along. But I just wanted to follow up on the celebration. Do they know, those feminists, where they call themselves, we are the feminists, and I'm a feminist, do they know that if one of the Canadian women just entered Syria, they're gonna ask her to wear her hijab, and she will be in danger to walk in the streets without her husband next to her? Do they know that the Sharia law is calling other religions as infidels? Do they know that they are anti-democracy in Syria? I don't know what they're celebrating. Are they celebrating only removing Assad and bringing another radical Islamist part of the ecosystem that is managed by RGC? This this makes me like really think like 100 times to see like the UN representative of Canada, the Canadian representative in the UN is celebrating with the flag. Do you know? Would you condemn in the future if they started to like harass women or they started to use women as slaves? Will you condemn that? Or are you going to say that no, this is their freedom, but we're going only to celebrate if they take any power down? Well, welcome to the Middle East ecosystem, because it's going to invade your country, and then they're going to ask to apply the Sharia law in your country, and they're going to cite your own words towards their own radical Islamist projects. And they're going to say that you have supported us back in time. We want to apply Sharia law now in this province in Canada. So it's very complicated, and I think that this is very misinformed. I just want to use my words gently.
Yes, well, look, let's just hope that doesn't happen. But JJ, we appreciate you laying this out for us and giving us a better understanding of what's happening here, because the media in this country and our political class, they appear to be celebrating this. They appear to be saying this is a victory for the people of Syria. And from what you've just explained and from what I can see on social media, I just don't know if that's the case. But if anything changes and if the story gets worse, or hopefully it gets better, we'll bring you back on to explain what's going on. JJ, thank you once again for joining us on the show. We really appreciate it. And where can Canadians interact with you and find you on social media?
Well, they can find me on X, and it was a pleasure to speak with you, Harrison. And I really like what your channel is doing. Well, on X, they can find me on X, and I'm pretty active there. That's the only channel I have today.
Perfect. Well, we'll link your X account to the description of this video. Once again, JJ, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Harrison.
They didn't link it. They always say they're gonna link it, but then they don't link it. I'm not talking about this creator. I'm talking about YouTubers in general. Anyways, we can play a little bit of Minecraft. They used to test their delivery for their EMP burst missiles. Stopped when Trump was in and started back when Biden got in. Biden wants war, it's clear. He's not finished with Ukraine, but he's getting into Japan. Biden is? Or he's buying off Ukraine? Sounds like it. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Everything's fucked. You do remember getting drunk in Stavanger, Norway with the Russian Navy. That was a good time. They could drink some vodka. And how is the vodka? You thought it was water until you smelled it. It was good. That's good. Alright guys, quick BRB, and we're gonna play